Okay, so we now have a black and white flag for track limits.
Welcome to day 3 of pre-season testing, the final 8 hours of running to come and still much to discover here in Bahrain ahead of the 2025 season. McLaren looked fastest on race pace yesterday, but with all the usual testing caveats, and Carlos Sainz set the fastest lap. And have a look, even the sun has made an appearance today for our final day here at the Bahrain International Circuit for pre-season testing. Alongside me, Bernie Collins, Lawrence Barretto and Alex Brundle. Well, the sun is shining. Bernie, you've not got a jacket, you've chanced it today because it's still relatively cool, isn't it?
I've rested on the weather forecast. I think during this morning it's going to get a little bit hotter, so one of us is going to be proved right.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's you, Bernie. I think it's you.
There is quite the difference here.
Gone for the medium compound here, so let's see how that works out for me.
Great stuff. Right, we're going to get into it then. We are going to talk about McLaren and their race pace and what we saw. They did grab the headlines with some of that long run stuff we saw yesterday afternoon. We're going to get to that a little bit later. Lawrence, Williams, though, were the fastest of the day. Carlos Sainz in the car all day long, therefore best of the track. Fastest lap time. I know we can't read too much into that, but Williams must be buoyed by not just the fastest time, but actually a pre-season testing that's been so consistent and reliable.
Yeah, pre-season testing hasn't always been like that for Williams. So I think just the fact they got so many laps, 2 Grand Prix worth of distances yesterday covered by Carlos, and I think he just needed a good day to get settled in with the car. Yeah, okay, it's not going to be the tabletop in times, and we're not going to see them at the sharp end when we come to Australia, but I think we are going to see a team that are in a much better position than they were last year. Obviously, they had so many accidents last year that put them on the back foot. This year, they've got so many spares. They've never come to testing with more spares than they've got here. So from that perspective, in terms of how they're feeling from a production level, an operational level, and just a general comfort level, Williams are in really good shape.
And Carlos Sainz finished with pre-season testing now. I don't know, he won't be on his way home though, will he? I'm sure he's still got duties to fulfill today in the garage, engineering and media. Liam Lawson is also done, so Max Verstappen will be in the car for the whole of today. I think we might see a bit more from Red Bull today, therefore. What are you thinking on the 23 and 22 champions?
Interesting for us. I feel a bit for Lawson, having had a wet and dry, very windy day, full day yesterday, with of course a mechanical issue potentially in the middle of it. He now has to hand over to Max Verstappen in what are beautiful testing conditions today. Great for Verstappen, and I do agree with you. We are going to see more from Red Bull in terms of pace and also giving that feedback of a driver who's been with the team for so long and has so much comfort there.
I'm actually hearing Carlos Sainz will be joining us in commentary through today, so absolutely not on the plane home, and he will be fulfilling all manner of duties here with us. Red Bull had a bit of an issue yesterday, do you think?
Yeah.
A water issue or a long setup change, however you want to look at it?
Well, so all of the paddock gossip was that was a water leak. But they've not said anything about it, the team, and nor are they obligated to. It could have been a long setup change. I mean, on day one, we thought McLaren had a mechanical issue, and they were just spending time in the garage changing the car. But they were firing it back up behind me and testing engine function as I stood in front of the garage. So all the hallmarks of testing engine function and having a mechanical issue.
Bernie, we're going to come to what McLaren have been up to this morning, and Alex, come to that pace analysis with you as well. But we're also going to introduce Ruth Buscombe-Davey in the studio to look at what that pace analysis actually means and looks like.
Thank you, Laura. Yes, so how do we make sense of testing times? Well, it is a testing problem, and the race simulations that the teams do are our best insight into the ranking. Now, what is a race simulation? Basically, it's a fake Bahrain Grand Prix. They go out there, they fuel the car, and teams try and do 57 laps, just like the Grand Prix in a row, a 2-stop race, just like the Grand Prix. And from that, we get our best insight into what the ranking could potentially be. So here we go. What we can see from this, 7 teams did a race sim yesterday, and the big 4 teams are actually still quite close. We can see McLaren, this orange line of Lando Norris, out in front. He is around 20 seconds ahead of the next 3 teams. So we've got the Mercedes, we've got the Red Bull that aborted their race sim, and the Ferrari. Now, is it all over? No, it's not, because 20 seconds is actually the equivalent of around 10 kilograms of fuel. That could be sensors, that could be pushing. All of the teams are going to have another go again today. So it is all still up to play for, but first round does still go to our incumbent champions, McLaren. Back to you, Laura.
Thank you very much indeed, Ruth Buscombe-Divey. We've made our way into the paddock. We were looking at that pace overnight and this morning at breakfast, weren't we, Alex? Obviously, it did seem that Lando had this big advantage. As Ruth said, fuel loads, so much can change that. There are many caveats. What are you seeing when you look at that data?
Yeah, we dug into it a little bit last night. The three cars were compound equivalent. I'm talking about Antonelli, Leclerc and Norris in their first stint of that race simulation. Norris has about 4/10 on the two of them in the Ferrari and the Mercedes. As they run through those stints, you move to the final one where the McLaren looks really, really fast in comparison to the competition. He has a compound advantage in that final stint. He's a compound softer in what were the coolest track conditions of the day. And he also has a little bit more straight line speed when you look at the data in that final stint of the day. So not necessarily comparing apples with apples. Is it 4/10? Is it over a second that McLaren are faster than everybody else? I think it's somewhere in the middle. What's clear is they are clearly the pace at the moment. You've got to also say the driver you're comparing with in the Mercedes there is in his first test of his first full Grand Prix season. So it's a big caveat at the moment, but what we can deduce from that, McLaren clearly favourites in terms of the race pace.
I mean, over a second a lap is ominous at this part of the season. Bernie, when we were in the pit lane waiting to come on air, we noticed McLaren had brought the car out, the full team were out. What are they up to there? Because testing isn't just testing the parts on the car, is it?
Yeah, it is testing the entire crew, all the systems. Teams will have changed things in the background in the garage over this winter season. Engineers might have changed, mechanics might have changed. So we've seen McLaren bring the car out, look to be doing a full grid procedure to me. So they had the grid trolleys out there, they were counting it down. Nice idea really to do that in the 10 minutes before they started running, because there's no downtime during the session. So my expectation is that the first time they go out today, we see them on high fuel race run with Piastri possibly. So let's see if we can compare that to Norris yesterday. It'll be really interesting to read.
Yeah, we'll get a bit more data then on that McLaren race pace and if it is as good as it seemed in the hands of Lando Norris yesterday. Bernie, what are you expecting from run plans up and down the grid if McLaren are on that race pace stuff early on?
Yeah, today's the day. It's the last day, the last third of testing that we have. So like Ruth mentioned, many of these cars carry additional sensors for the first 2 days. Today you're trying to strip it back to race weight. You want it to be as close to you're going to run on Friday in Melbourne as possible. So we will get a much closer read of it. 10, 20 kilos is not unheard of in sensors on these cars during testing. So we'll get it back to that. So hoping in this slightly better, warmer condition, we'll see a few more qualifying runs and more of the teams, the drivers that haven't yesterday, get a race run in. Really interested to see Verstappen so we can overlay with that Norris one.
Now that we're standing here relatively in the sun and out of the wind, it's advantaged you in terms of the clothing attire for the day. Lawrence, quickly, what are you looking forward to?
I want to see what Max can do today. I think this is the day that, like Bernie was saying, everyone wants to be in the car because it's closest to what it's going to be like at that first race. And I think we haven't really seen him stretch it yet. And Liam obviously hasn't had that much time in the car. So they're one of the great unknowns, I think, so far in testing.
Yeah, great stuff. OK, we're going to get our coats off and bask in some vitamin D that has been long awaited here in Bahrain. We can hear the roar of engines from the pit lane. It's almost time to begin. Day 3 of pre-season testing. Ted Kravitz at green light. Over to you.
Yes, certainly is. Thank you very much, Laura. Look at that. What a beautiful track awaits. The sun is out, the sun cream is on, the sunglasses are ready, the coats are off. This is what we came to Bahrain for. A beautiful spring day and a magnificent racetrack ready to go. And the world champion from the last 4 years running, ready to hit the track. All right, he's not going to be setting amazing lap times with that massive aero rake on the front of his Red Bull, but Max Verstappen is in the car for the whole day and is ready to provide us with the answers we're looking for. We've seen where McLaren are. We think we've seen where Ferrari and Mercedes are. We do not know where Red Bull Racing are. Right behind him, Isaac Hadjar in the Racing Bulls, and then Oliver Behrman in the Haas. And just to our left, we can see we will get out of the way of Nico Hülkenberg in the Sauber, who's about to come out for his run as well. So many questions. Where are Red Bull? What about Williams? Are they heading the midfield? And we're going to get some answers as we go green for the final day of testing. So let's go up to the commentary box. Ruth Buscombe-Divey, Sam Collins, Jolyon Palmer and Alex Jakes.
Thank you very much, Ted Kravitz. Getting the party started on day 3 of testing. A green light illuminated at the end of the pit lane. And this is the last chance to see the cars around Bahrain International, the last day of pre-season testing before the real thing begins. And we commence the Formula One World Championship of 2025. Fernando Alonso in the car, ready to go, complete with the aero rakes on the front. Teams still trying to understand what they've got underneath them. We've got teams that have planned evolutions, who understand realistically the base, but everyone's still trying to understand the exact package with the last 8 hours, well, 7 hours and 59 minutes to go as everyone begins their installation laps around a circuit that is finally back to normal, you have to say. Track temperature is 25 degrees, air temperature is 16, but the sun is out. We'll have no concerns about the floodlights, we'll have no worries about intermediate tyres and who's brought them. We will, in fact, have plenty of running from the get-go. Jolyon Palmer, what's caught your attention as we begin this day 3? Full choice for you for where to begin.
Well, yeah, the blue sky to start with. It feels like Bahrain again out there to start the day. The temperatures are warmer as a result, and they should warm up as well through the 4 hours. The track will be more rubbered in, and the conditions generally very good, and no threat of rain either, which is a relief for Bahrain. Who knew? But
fun hour for you in the Convox.
Yeah, we've had it all so far in 2 days. Maybe we just have a straightforward run, but it's early days to get ahead of ourselves with 2025 form. I'm with Ted. I think Red Bull are going to be really interesting to watch in this session, and today generally, with Max in the car all day. Liam Lawson, solid. Yesterday, Ruth took us through some numbers earlier on, and it looks promising enough, I think. But when you add in the Max effect, there's usually, historically for the last, 5 years, a good couple of tenths more that Verstappen could get. And I'd be surprised if that wasn't the case right now as well with Liam's inexperience. Lawson did 91 laps yesterday. Not a great deal for a driver that was in the car all day. There was a few teething issues. The guys were speaking about them earlier on. Kimi Antonelli and the Mercedes did 87 just in the afternoon session. So that shows sort of how much time that Mercedes have gained, and Red Bull lost a bit yesterday. But with Verstappen in the car, they need a good day, and here is the champ. Aero rakes fitted, getting straight onto it, gathering some data early on. It's pretty typical, and then he'll get into the meat of his running for the day. Apart from everyone else, I mean, it's more of the same, really, isn't it? Everyone else looking fairly decent. They'll all be hoping for a clean day. Alex Albon back in the Williams. He didn't drive at all yesterday, so another one to look out for.
On board with Max Verstappen as he begins the beginning of what is going to be a full day, as Jolyon says, behind the wheel, sending it into turn number 1. Driver trying to win 5 consecutive World Championships. This final day, there is so much to discuss. You have, I imagine, some predictions coming your way by the end of the day. It'll be 2 hours with us. Then we'll be joined by Crofty and our friends from Sky. They'll finish the session. We'll do the same thing again in the afternoon. And then that is your pre-season complete, as we'll reflect on what has been so far. When you sign up for testing, have we had a single stoppage? Have we had anyone going? We've had a couple of spins. We've obviously had a few issues for Liam Lawson yesterday.
Yeah,
but
we've not
it's
had a
all
car
looking.
stoppage, have we, on the track?
Sam Collins.
I was talking about this. We were talking about this just before we came on air. I can't think of a single pre-season F1 test, even when we went back to when we had 3 F1 tests before the season got going, that we'd got to day 3, and at some point a car hadn't conked out. Everybody constantly conks out in testing, apart from this year, it seems.
Yeah, at least give us a fuel run-out test.
I was going to say,
at least give us that.
We're not even seeing that. Ruth, all your experience, do you concur?
I fully agree, but we now no longer need to do fuel run-out tests. It was a great moment when the final tower unit did no longer need to do one. But maybe 2026 we will see the return of the infamous fuel run-out test, which is a gross inconvenience to everybody else on track.
Something to say. All this analysis and conjecture as Sam?
I think we need to explain that. A fuel run-out
Please
test.
do, and if you can take 15 minutes to do it, that would be just terrific.
Unfortunately, it's actually Formula One and motorsport in general has a really terrible habit of giving things silly names that don't really explain what you're talking about. But a fuel run-out test is literally what it says on the tin. It's where the car drives around the track until the fuel runs out in the tank. Why do teams do that? Because the fuel tanks and the fuel collectors inside the tanks, a bit like your road car. If you're going round the corner, the fuel's sloshing about. Yeah, they've got foam and stuff inside the tanks to stop that happening a huge amount. But that sloshing effect is really hard to simulate. The power units work in a slightly different way on low fuel. The teams just need to understand just how low they can get that fuel and still be able to continue. Not forgetting, there are some regulations about having a little bit of fuel left in the tank at the end of a Grand Prix so you don't get disqualified. Don't remind Aston Martin about that one.
Yes. Okay, out there on track to begin the morning session. Andrea Kimi Antonelli. We've been talking about him for 2 pre-season tests in a row. Speculation about whether he would be Lewis Hamilton's replacement 1 year ago. An intensive testing program to find his way to the seat, and all of the chat is going to end and all the racing is going to begin. Fernando Alonso getting the assistance of his team, a bit of much required cooling as they sprint to the not the end, but towards the end of the pit lane, and the yellow flag tells a story, Johnny.
Yeah, he is right at the end of the pit lane, isn't he? He's after the Sauber team, and there is the green light. So he's gone past the crew, and then before heading back out on track, been told to stop the car. They've all rushed down with the fan so that the car doesn't cook itself. That would be a tough start to the day for an overheating issue for this, and now he gets on the trolleys and they're going to wheel him back. So Aston Martin have looked as solid as the next team. They've looked pretty decent. We know this is a good track for them, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Fernando can do in the car this morning. They've also been one of the methodical teams, haven't they? They've not been racking up huge amounts of laps so far in the test generally, and between Fernando and Lance yesterday, they just nibbled over 100 laps. And to start the day, this looks not routine for Alonso anyway.
Yeah, the team forced to move towards the end of the pit lane. They didn't go beyond the white line, so no need for a stoppage. Team allowed to access that part of the circuit, even in testing. Still, basic safety rules do apply, so they'll push the car all the way back up with the assistance of the marshal. And we've even got a look on board with Fernando Alonso as we do so. He continues another season of Formula One, the driver who started with Minardi in 2001. Let's go on board and listen into the moment that he was told to stop. We'll look at the steering wheel as well for a reference. Let's listen in.
Okay, well, they knew straight away that something wasn't right there. That looked like he's got the aero brakes on. Looked like they were just going to do a front wing tweak and send him out for some different numbers on the next lap. And then as soon as he got into the fast lane, obviously the data was coming back live to the pit wall, and they didn't like something that they saw. Fernando's still in the car. Blankets going on. Might be something they can fix quickly in the garage, but yeah, definitely not part of the plan, that, for Aston Martin.
Ted Kravitz, what can you see down there at Aston Martin?
I can see not much work going on to the car. So yeah, Fernando was already on a run, as you've said. He came in with the aero rake and they did the adjustment they wanted to do. Came out, all seemed fine. The engine note sounded okay when he got down to the end of the pit lane. And now they're just taking the nose off. The tyre blankets have been plugged in, and there's half an attempt to maybe start work on an engine cover. I don't know if you can see Mikey Brown, the distinctive figure of Fernando's #1 mechanic, just starting to take the engine cover panel. Or is that actually the fuel hatch? No, it's an engine cover panel. It's taking that off around the cooling. So I'm wondering if the car was starting to sort of overheat itself and they're going to take off the cooling, because that's the black cooling panel there that's just been taken off. I think that's what we're looking at, guys. Either Mikey Brown there is just taking off the cooling panels because the car was starting to overheat itself or getting a bit hot, and they're taking the blanking plates off and they'll send it straight out again, or that's a precursor to having to take the rest of the engine cover off and have a look at what's gone on underneath. But no more action, so it looks like that might just be quite a quick fix, and then he's out again. It looks like somebody left the engine blanking plates off and it got a bit hot, and now they're taking it out again.
A good spot, so they didn't send Fernando back out. Potential disaster on the cards there, but maybe just literally someone's spotted that and said, stop the car. He has done, and there's no frantic work going on there, is it? So hopefully Alonso can get back out soon.
We were talking about the lack of mechanical drama in the test so far, and as if by magic, a slight issue for Aston Martin. Appreciate Ted Kravitz reporting down there in the pit lane as Charles Leclerc begins his stint. He's on the C3 tyres. The Ferrari completing a long run yesterday as we have a look at turn 11 and 12 as he climbs the hill.
Just have a look at the back of that Ferrari when we come up, a bit of a closer camera angle. We should see it coming out of this corner. Yesterday we were talking about Ferrari changing their cooling layout, going for smaller exit ducts on the engine cover. They've gone even smaller today on Leclerc's car. You can see now they've got a symmetrical cooling layout with two very thin exit ducts on just by the number 16, just ahead of number 16. You can see them there, and it's the same side to side, which we didn't see yesterday. They had one much larger one on the right-hand side pod. And I think Ferrari are evaluating these engine covers. It's very standard testing fare because you can see a lot of flow visualization die across the main plane of the rear wing. So I think they're looking at the impact of changing stuff on the engine cover on the rear wing of the car. Really normal testing stuff, but interesting to see nonetheless.
We've got a little like-for-like comparison as well with a Ferrari and a Mercedes on track at the same time doing a similar run on the C3 tyre. Leclerc and Antonelli in the car. And Antonelli now will respond to that lap which Charles Leclerc has just done. He's done a personal best in the first sector, 4 tenths between them at the moment. We don't know the detail in it, but same tyre, and we think they're going to be roughly evenly matched. They think they're going to be roughly evenly matched as well. So there you see on the top of the timing, Leclerc 4 tenths clear of Antonelli, who's trying to respond.
Brian Bossie, the voice that you will hear speaking to Charles Leclerc as he attempts to take his first Formula One driver's title in 2025. The white flag there waving for a slow-moving vehicle, building up. Jack Doohan heading to his home race, heading to a full-season Formula One debut. The driver who finished third in the Formula 2 Championship a couple of years ago had a late-season charge in what was a very competitive year, won by Théo Pourchaire. Excellent driver, as was Frederick Vesti in second place. Unfortunately, the luck and the timing didn't fall their way. Both worthy drivers of a promotion, didn't work out for them, even though they'd fully earned the chance. But great to see so many rookies joining the field. A new wave, as Alex Albon called it last year. Antonelli has gone ahead of Charles Leclerc in the Mercedes. He's done a 31.1. Leclerc has done a 31.3. Doohan getting up and running for his day.
Yeah, he's been quick but scrappy, Antonelli, so far in his 2 half days. Lots of small errors, particularly on braking. So I think this is the morning where he needs to try and put it all together, because he's not going to get another easy chance before we get to the season. Particularly now with the first race being Melbourne and not back here for 2 hours of Friday practice.
Yeah, that is the big change compared to recent years. Palmer's not going to get his days by the pool. He's not going to get his days in the paddle court.
I wouldn't have wanted the days by the pool with the last few days of weather.
That's true. Yeah, Lando Norris, speaking to Laura Winter yesterday, was downright grumpy at the weather.
You know when you book a holiday and you're all excited, a bit of winter sun.
And this is important for a Brit.
Yeah, maybe a lot of the world probably can't resonate. They want to go for a nice bit of cloud cover for once. But no, you book it up. I've had holidays where you just try and sunbathe in the rain and you're thinking, what has life come to?
Trying to get a bit of sun out there is possible for those lining the track. Charles Leclerc has returned to the pits, and out there at the moment we've got Isaac Hadjar. Fernando Alonso has ventured back out onto the circuit. Karen Pilbeam, technical director for performance at Alpine. Alpine will be hoping that they can finally get their hierarchy settled after a huge amount of turnover in recent years. You've got Ollie Oakes and Flavio Briatore calling the shots at the Enstone-based team. Their last year as a full works team before they adopt the Mercedes power unit. Big decision taken at the start of the new management tenure, as we see the evidence that the Aston Martin of Fernando Alonso is back out there. So whatever the issue was, easily rectified.
Yeah, he's already done a couple of laps as well. Back out there with the aero rake, and he'll be back into those sweeps of look like front wing to start the day, just to see the airflow coming off the front axle. Stay wide of the curbs, keep it nice and smooth. And will he come back into the pits? This time he's just come once past the pits, and now he's doing a constant speed run as well. The track's going quite quiet right now, and it's going to get quieter with the Aston Martin pulling him.
There's a mild hint of concern in your voice there, Palmer.
I've had the rain delay of yesterday morning, and I've had the power cut of day one. The fact that we've got 2 cars on a sunny track,
that'll do.
Doohan and Hadjar keeping us going.
Yeah, Jack Doohan getting his opportunity. Did have the one Grand Prix at the end of the year. Although there was a lot of analysis of like, oh, look at his times, and it's a Grand Prix debut thrown in last minute to replace Esteban Ocon. Doohan starting properly next time out.
It was kind of a poison chalice, wasn't it? That run out that Doohan had. In some ways, Abu Dhabi's is one of the easier tracks. It's one that the drivers all know, and he did have some time to ease into it as well. I mean, days rather than hours, which reserve drivers often have, to be honest.
Yeah, it's true.
So he knew he was going to be doing it from pretty much the weekend before, well, the Sunday before. And the difficulty, I think, for Doohan is when you look at the other people on the grid here. Behrman came in and really did a great job in Jeddah, and he only had the Saturday. He didn't even do the Friday practice, and was not as good as Leclerc as a comparison, but we're talking about Leclerc and we're talking about Jeddah, and he jumped into a Ferrari and did well. And then you've got Lawson jumping in and doing a really solid job as well. You've got Colapinto came in and immediately was looking decent. Well, I guess Monza was his first race and it was not as good as the next. But that was the metric was tough, because so many other rookies did jump in, and actually we were thinking, how good's the current field? Everyone jumping in from F2 is doing a great job. And Doohan was more under the radar than the others, but he didn't crash the car, and Alpine still got what they wanted in the constructors.
They did indeed, thanks to Pierre Gasly scoring points. He continues to lead the team for this year. Lando Norris, as we were discussing in yesterday's broadcast, the bookies' favourite for the Formula One Championship in 2025.
Well, hang on. Ruth, you didn't have your say yesterday.
That's a very good point.
Who are you saying for the championship?
Drivers or constructors?
Drivers.
Now, mathematically, if I offset Liam Lawson's race sim by Max Verstappen's average gap to his teammate, 0.63%, goes down to the wire in Vegas, and once again Max Verstappen just pips Lando Norris for the drivers' constructors.
So Ruth Buscombe-Davey back in the com box.
So you're just, as a strategist, obviously fully backing the numbers on the end of day 2 of testing. So that it's
zero margin on error.
I did enjoy great hit earlier on, and we want to bring you all the data that we have available to us.
Mathematical offsets to teammates.
I did enjoy Ruth having to front data analysis of day 2. We can only bring you what we have at the time. But so we were discussing it yesterday. All 3 of us are in agreement. Sam's gone for Lewis Hamilton.
I want to take issue with that because I think
issue with what you said out loud.
No,
we want to take issue with it.
No, right
on the record.
If you go back,
television,
if you go back and listen to what I actually said, because social media's picked up on this, right? And I've seen the comments.
Yeah.
What I actually said is I think it will be a Ferrari driver. I didn't actually specify which one.
We have some of the best replay operators in the world next door, Samuel.
They can go and have a listen. I plumped for Hamilton for the sole reason is that I live in Hertfordshire. That is not a real reason to pick one driver or the other. I really can't pick between Leclerc and Hamilton, but I do think Ferrari are going to win the Drivers' Championship.
So we've got one analyst here going off the hard data that we have, pouring through the numbers and seeing the offsets, giving us a precise countdown of when it's going to be done and who's going to do it. We've got another one going on geography. Hertfordshire wins for Sam Collins.
Yeah. I like the way it goes. So it goes lead commentator, lead analyst, hard numbers and data analysis, and vibes by the end of the commentary box.
And how awful is it going to be if he's right? That's going to be unbearable.
That is a general, as you well know, Ruth, that is a general rule of our team. When Sam's right, when it starts raining, when it was 2% chance, oh my word. It's the only time that Palmer goes quiet, stares into the middle distance. It's probably a good time to throw to Ted Kravitz down at Red Bull.
Thank you very much. Yes, just taking the aero rakes off Max Verstappen's car. Interesting scene with GP Lambiase, who's, of course, got one of the 3 promotions in this team now to kind of head of racing engineering, explaining what's going on with the car to a very interested-looking Helmut Marko by the side of the car. I did notice, actually, Rich Wolverson, who was sitting now for the first time in the seat vacated by Jonathan Wheatley. If you look when there are more people, when Max is doing his race run, if we get a shot later on of the Red Bull pit wall, you'll see on the far left-hand side as we look at it, you won't see the back of Jonathan Wheatley's head, of course, because he's on gardening leave. It's Rich Wolverson who's stepping up to the role of kind of race team operations manager. He's the one who's training the mechanics. He was doing that anyway, really, as Wheatley's deputy. He's just on the other side of the garage as we look at him. But then it's actually, in terms of the operation of Red Bull Racing in how they go and relate to the FIA, it's Steve Knowles, who was a kind of senior strategy guy, who's taking that job. So they're kind of splitting it in 3 ways, actually, with Gerard O'Reilly, the other part of what Jonathan Wheatley used to do. So it sort of underlines how important Wheatley's job was, that they can't replace him with one person. They've managed to replace him with 3 people. But yeah, it's a nice view of the bulkhead of the Red Bull Racing RB21 with a little air vent, the way it goes in from the driver cooling hatch, that little air vent that goes through into the tub itself. And just to contribute to what you're saying about who's going to win the Drivers' Championship, of course, the issue with saying it's Lando Norris or it's Charles Leclerc or it's George Russell even, is that is then going to say that the team is going to have to manage, let's just put it that way, a very competitive teammate. And with the greatest of respect to Liam Lawson, he is in his rookie season, and Red Bull don't have that problem. And for that reason, especially given in mind that it's Lewis Hamilton joining Charles Leclerc, especially with that in mind that Oscar Piastri is on the other side of Lando Norris and has been so competitive, and the fact that it's Kimi Antonelli, or you might argue that Mercedes will say if George does find his way into challenging for the championship, all right, Kimi, it is your your first season, we're going to go with George. If Mercedes find themselves in that fortunate a position, but Red Bull don't have that issue. And that's why I think Ruth's observation about the offset to Lawson is particularly, I would add that to her observation and think that looking at how this Red Bull is, and it doesn't have some of the drawbacks, let's call them that way. Max said it couldn't get any worse than last year's car, so that was quite direct yesterday. I'm starting to think that I think a good bet is Max for his 5th straight World Championship.
You know what's an interesting thing is for years we've sort of been saying, oh, he's got no help from a second driver. You know, the second driver's too far away. Is that going to cost Max? And now the second driver being too far away seems to be helping Max. When you look at some of the others, it's very perverse.
Enjoying your use of perverse there. Superb. 3 hours, 35 minutes to go. Ted, it's a brilliant point, because if you think to the World Championships of 1986, when the Williams drivers split the points, the McLaren drivers of 2007 split the points and let another driver in, Alain Prost in 1986, Kimi Raikkonen in 2007. Sometimes 2 rapid drivers in your team lineup is not what you need to try and claim the Drivers' Championship. Liam Lawson trying to upend all expectations and finally be the teammate to crack the code of being closer to Max. Then we've seen some really good drivers as well. Checo, multiple Grand Prix winner, including in Monaco, including around here on the outer loop. Amazing day of Formula One, that one. Alex Albon, highly rated by everyone in the paddock. Pierre Gasly is a Grand Prix winner as well. These are not poor drivers that Max Verstappen has, let's be honest, swept aside.
There's no poor drivers in the field. That's the thing. We were talking about rookies and who came in with a huge amount of panache and who sort of slipped under the radar to get into Formula One and surprised us when they got there. But no one is bad getting to Formula One, to be clear. Everyone's got some championships or certainly promising junior records on their CV.
Just on that clip of the Red Bull garage we just saw, and you possibly heard on your screens just there, was that high-pitched whine. It sounds like a dentist drill because essentially it is the same sort of thing. That's essentially a little hand tool a mechanic is using because a bit of new bodywork doesn't quite fit the Red Bull the way it was designed to do. Everything always fits together beautifully in the CAD package or when it's been hand-drawn if you've got someone like Adrian Newey at Red Bull, at Aston Martin.
Sorry, I saw a purple sector and went into qualifying mode, sorry.
And basically when you actually manufacture the parts and the real bit is made, maybe the tolerances on the machines aren't quite where you think they should be, or you even get to the points where sometimes you're on a hot day or a cold day, you get a bit of thermal expansion. Those body panels that fit perfectly in the factory suddenly don't fit. You have to get out the tool and just trim off some bits of bodywork, and that is one of the classic sounds of testing.
Very surprised that Leclerc managed to go top with this. So calm from that. That's because we're at a different corner there, exited turn 4. And that's turn 4 again, scraping the gravel. He's leaning on it this morning, isn't he? It was the final corner one where your breath was taken away, Alex, and here we go again. He just got on the exit curb a little earlier than he would have hoped for. Had to get out of the throttle. He was 4 kph down over the line, but it comes pretty quickly on the exit of the corner, flat out, and then you're at the timing line after just a few seconds. So he didn't lose too much there, but probably a tenth or so for Leclerc more in there. But we're second and a half away from the best time yesterday.
There's an engine cover missing for Oliver Behrman.
Oh, and he's not spotted it, and he's going round for another lap, and he needs to back off, otherwise that's going to rip off.
Yeah, the team have radioed in, and you can see it's an unusual sight straight into the components there, and the bodywork has made a bid for freedom for the Haas driver who pulls over.
And in this shot, you can actually see a really nice illustration. This is the first big mechanical issue a team has had in this official test. Haas have had some bodywork failures in their shakedown running already. They've had some panels blow off. I think at Silverstone they had a whole side of the car blow off going around in some soggy testing at Silverstone. But what you can also see here, we get a rare look to see the bodywork underneath the bodywork. I was talking about, I think, on day 1, where we say you don't get to see all the aero tests and all the new bits because underneath the main body that we see, all the colourful coloured in bits, there's almost another set of bodywork, and you can see it there sitting over the front end of the engine, the power unit. There's the bit that's flown off, and there's another set of airflow through the car that the team study and develop just as aggressively as they study the airflow over the car. So through car airflow is a big deal, and you can see some of that bodywork, some of that through car airflow bodywork with that body panel gone missing. But Haas maybe need to strengthen up some of those body panels. It makes it heavier, Ruth.
Or they just didn't screw it down properly, because that can actually happen too. So, you know, it's cold, it's rusty, maybe someone just didn't bolt it on, and it's actually fine.
That's gone a whole lap earlier though, hasn't it? Because that's on the main straight, and when we saw Ollie coming into shot there, he was coming out of the final corner, so he's done a whole lap without that panel on the engine cover there.
Engine will be nice and cooled though, on the plus side. It's not going to get too hot, is it?
Glass half full. I like it. Sam's desperate to talk about the bodywork underneath the bodywork. I can see it in his eyes.
I actually wasn't. I was more just thinking to try and look at what Ruth was talking about. You can actually see on this side, oh, that's gone now, just to talk about whether it was actually bolted on properly. I think by the look of it, it looks like it has been bolted on properly, because the bolts, the screws, the little hexagon head screws that hold that bodywork on, they all still seem to be there. It's the bit in the middle that isn't, but it could be something further forward that's actually come off, and then all of that air's come rushing in under the bodywork and just blown off that big chunk on the side. But as we say, this is the second time this has happened to the Haas team this year.
And interestingly, they've not done any fast laps so far this test. Behrman was on a faster lap. He was on a lap that was going to be quicker than anything Haas did yesterday, and then the bodywork comes flying off. So he'll retreat back to the pits, and what looked like it was maybe going to be a slight foray into some quicker running is curtailed very quickly.
Absolutely fine at a 135. Try and get to a 130, and the bodywork starts detonating off the car. Is what things look like for the Haas team at the moment. Ollie Behrman bringing it back gives us a chance to show you the drone cam as he makes his way glacially through turn 30.
Great use of the word glacially.
Well, Palmer started it.
One of the things I find fascinating is when we have free practice sessions, especially now they're an hour, pretty much everyone does the same sequence of run plans. You know, we have 2 tyres for a free practice session. People start with low fuel runs, go to high fuel runs. But testing, we actually get a really big range across the teams of what effectively whoever is in charge they think is the best way of doing it. And Haas, so Ao Komatsu, who's now the team principal, when he was my head of track engineering, he always liked to get all of the heavy work done first. So I think that's probably why Haas were running heavy and then dropped to light on the final day, splitting the runs, whereas you see teams like Red Bull, teams like Williams, for example, split the allocation slightly differently.
How much fuel did you run at Sauber as a baseline?
Do you know what? It always changed depending on it. So low fuel, that's a bit of a range, and it depends. It'll be between 30 to 40. But remember that it's all about equivalent fuel, as Bernie said right on the very first day. Some teams speak in as though you were going to go down to qualifying trim, and some teams speak in terms of actual fuel in the car. And that's because we run a lot more sensors and extra bits in testing than we would actually run in a race. So it would often be really driven by what you want to achieve. If you're running a compound that's really soft, that you would normally run where someone like Monaco, for example, and it's only going to be a very short run, you would run a lower fuel load. If you're going to do an actual qualifying sim, you typically run a lower fuel load, something around like a 30 kilogram fuel load, but then it would be effectively 40 because you're running a load of extra sensors, if that makes sense.
Yeah, 10 kilos worth of gubbins. So you balance that out. We used to be 30 kilos Renault, and then we'd often look all right in testing, and you'd turn up and think, oh, maybe we were just slightly undercooked in pre-season.
And I completely agree, and that's why, honestly, the race sims are generally the best reference, because, you know, it wouldn't be crazy for a big team never to drop below 50 equivalent in testing, for example. And I think one of the most fascinating things is, in a qualifying session in Formula One, it's 18 minutes. And teams get knocked out these days because they go at the beginning and then they don't run again at the end, because track evolution can dominate the stretch between a fast car and a slow car. Now we've got 8 hours of track evolution. So trying to compare something that happened 30 minutes before is the equivalent of basically, you know, getting knocked out. So the track evolution as well makes a huge difference. And that's not just the rubber on the track, that's the wind changing, that's the temperature of the track changing. And Bahrain is one where it does typically get faster, slower, and then faster again in the glory hour at the end of the day.
Okay, so I know we always say we don't know the fuel loads of the teams are running high levels of fuel. Why do the big teams just run the day on 50 kilos of fuel? Why do they do that?
A couple of reasons. One, there's an element of not showing your hand. It's becoming less and less, I would say, over the years. But there is a kind of a historic trend that teams like Ferrari, for example, historically run slightly lower at the end of testing than their direct competitors. But then, you know, you change team principle and it could all change.
But in this not showing your hand, surely everyone's hand is just shown. By the time we've broadcast 3 days of coverage, if you stop in the pit lane, the cameras are on. If the engine cover blows off, the cameras are on. Everyone's looking at everyone else, so your hand is just open, isn't it? Everyone's playing open-handed.
I mean, 3/10. If you are 3/10 off pole, you're in for a tough season if you Lando Norris or Max Verstappen historically. So, like, actually, you know, even by just putting some sensors on the car, even if you run equivalent into qualifying, you are effectively sandbagging compared to where you would be in Australia. So you don't actually have to do much these days with the field. You know, first to last was 1.3% last year. So 3/10 is actually about 4.4%. you don't have to do much intentionally to ruin your run plan to kind of sandbag without even sandbagging.
But why? I don't understand why anyone sandbags anymore. This is every year I'm just confused at the logic of sandbagging. If Ferrari now took the shackles off and did a 1:29.2 and they're a second and a half quicker than Verstappen, what are Red Bull going to do about it? They're going to try harder because they see that Ferrari are up the road? What does that actually mean?
You know, it is one of the greatest debates in Formula One, because I've had a variety of team principals, had a variety of track engineers, and I've heard people give very impassionate, very logical arguments on both sides of this, as to why, you know, Fred, for example, is always saying, you know, we should just focus on ourselves, you know, make sure we get the most representative data. You'll have other team principals that will be like, you know, we don't want to show our hand because, you know, actually even this car, for example, isn't the car that we're going to bring to Melbourne. This is our rollout car. You know, it's...
But, okay, the next thing is, 50 kilos of fuel is a silly number of fuel. It's a silly weight of fuel. You never run 50 kilos of fuel again, apart from halfway through a Grand Prix for a lap. So you always qualify on 5 kilos of fuel. So all this testing work, why don't they test on the fuel that they're going to qualify, which is what they do all the way through practice?
I've got a lovely answer for you. Because back in the day, 2014 was the year Mercedes, who, you know, were outsiders, started doing this 50 kilogram of fuel run, which is basically a way of, with one set of tyres, doing a mini version of a qualifying sim and then still getting some long run data. So they come out, you do push, charge, push, so do effectively like a baby half qualifying sim, and then do a constant run to get something that is basically a bit of both whilst you're testing something else effectively. Yeah. So if you're trying to do a sweep on other setup elements, it does give you a little bit of both worlds.
So I've completely got that. If you need 50 kilos of fuel to do the run, you need to put in 50 kilos of fuel. If you're going to do a long run, but for the amount of, I mean, we've got Antonelli in the garage. He's just done a 4-5 lap run with way more than 4 or 5 laps worth of fuel in, one can assume. I need to see what's going on here.
So Merck, for example, they could be doing a front push rod sweep, and they're trying to do a back-to-back test to try and get some kind of reference on like loads. Like there is
but
a lot.
Why do it on 50 kilos? Why not do it on 10 kilos?
Well, 10 that would be very short. That'd be one lap.
15 kilos. Get
2 laps.
Yeah, but that's what they're doing.
I think it's about. I think it could be about. I won't say it is about, and I am kind of on Ruth's side on this one. I think 50 kilos is actually quite representative, because there's no points in qualifying. It's the points are for the Grand Prix distance, and you've got to extrapolate how the car's going to perform, not just on the lightest fuel loads, but also on the heaviest fuel loads. So if you are mucking about with your suspension settings or something like that, you need to know how the car is going to be doing when it's sitting on 50 kilos of fuel plus a driver weight, not just 10 kilos, where the car at the floor will be sitting maybe slightly higher and performing slightly different aerodynamically, and the whole dynamic of the car may be slightly different, with a difference of 40 or 50 kilos in the tank.
Okay, so why then do you get to a Friday of a race weekend and everyone is dropping down to more sensible fuel loads, and then Saturday morning it's right down? Then they are just focused on qualifying.
Because you can't do these kind of tests. So like something like that, so like a front push rod sweep. Oh, we've got a piece of bodywork that's been rescued and returned back to its owner. I'm sure that will buff out and we'll be able to stick that back on. That was sarcasm. So tests like that are just not possible to do in an hour session. So I think it allows you to basically do a qualifying energy deployment sim and something like a constant stop. I get it, Jolien. You know, I think not all team principals are made the same, and it's very clear that in Palmer F1 team, no 50 kilogram runs.
We'd be on glory runs from the first lap to the last lap. We'd have no scope to improve.
Running underway.
Eddie Jordan here.
So quick.
You'd have so much sponsorship at the end of day one, which is actually what teams used to do. They used to take all the fuel out, do a sponsorship run, and in fact, we used to not get GPS in testing. And when we used to go testing around Barcelona, if you wanted to look good, you just used to cut the chicane at the back if you needed to set a lap time. So you know, people used to go the other way around. So I like glory run Palmer GP.
Yeah, all for it. Well, Sainz topped the times yesterday in the Williams. Headline grabbing. Oh, Williams back. Is this going to be their championship year?
Sign a sponsor quick.
Yeah, they've got one. They'll be very happy.
No, it is one of the great splits in ways of learning and ways of doing. But isn't that fascinating, Jolien? That we're all slightly different people.
It's what makes
the spice of life.
It's what makes humanity so interesting, Ruth. And Formula One.
What would have been your preference to do, Ruth, if you've been calling the shots?
You make it like I didn't know. I wasn't really annoying with my thing. I would, depends on what you're doing. So this year, which is an evolution, not a revolution, is going to be about kind of really getting your car into the right setup window. So it is a really good opportunity to try and do work that would take you 5 or 6 race weekends. The compounds are the same. So I quite like whatever the race engineer needs for at least the first day and a half in terms of trying to get the car into a setup window. Like this kind of like generation of cars is actually pretty difficult to find a good setup window for, because it's kind of a weird compromise between like potential performance and drivability. So the cars end up pretty stiff and pretty low, and actually that could take you 5 race weekends to find something that is a good balance. And then I'd make sure I do a race sim and my garage equipment works, and then I'd probably try and do a qualifying sim because I've got a lot of new people in my team. But I wouldn't be Jolien Grandpré.
Well, it makes so much sense to do some laps on fumes. See what the car is like in the state that you really need it to be very good at in a couple of weeks' time. Haas, as much as I kind of like what they're doing in terms of just working on themselves, not looking at the times, they've got no idea what the car's going to be like when they take the fuel out. They can assume because it's nicely balanced on the high fuel that it will be the same, but the car can handle slightly differently. When you take the fuel out, it's dartier, you're putting a lot more energy through the brakes, through the tyres as well. And they don't know that yet because they're just methodically working on the long runs.
Spice of life, Jolien. Spice of life.
Keeps the intrigue going all the way to Melbourne.
No, it is a fair point. But that's what I really like about the fact that we've got 3 days worth of testing, is that you are forced to choose between different items. And I think you typically see at least 1 day of just setup work. Obviously, Haas have taken 2 days out of the 3 days to do that. And then normally with your driver, you'll do 1 qualifying session, 1 race sim, and then qualifying race sim, and then a bit of extra in the middle, usually kind of like a wake-up run before they get to that point. But I agree, 1 day setup, 1 day qualifying sim for each driver.
But we should be thankful that they keep their cards close to their chest, because it means that we still don't know what's going to happen, and we're on day 3 as Verstappen comes through and gets a C3 time on the board, Alex. 6/10 down on Leclerc v Antonelli in almost a dead heat still.
Do we have to talk about the times? I was loving this debate about how to run our hypothetical Formula One teams.
What would you do?
I'd be running underweight and cutting the chicanes.
So I
don't think my organisation's going to be hiring the people to compete at the front, to be honest.
But there must be an element of teams not wanting to look too good in pre-season, so you then don't look like Wallies at the first race when you've just annihilated the field in pre-season. You're half a second up the road. It's going to be the next Brawn GP story, and then actually you're struggling to get any points. So it's a bit about managing expectations.
So I think we've got quite a good example of this, managing expectations between Charles and Max's, their fastest lap. So you see, Charles has got that 30.8, Max's is 6/10 off. And the majority of that time that is lost with Max, for example, is in the high speed. Now, Max is very, very good at high speed corners. So I would infer, which is a great word we use in engineering, we don't really know the answer, that the Red Bull is running heavier than the Ferrari, because Red Bull like to keep their cards closer to their hands, and Ferrari keep them further away from their hands. And that's the kind of thing we tend to look at.
Ruth, stop teaching racing drivers to speak engineer, because you'll tell them all of the secrets and they'll know what we're talking about.
And then we won't have jobs.
You'd still have jobs.
Yeah, so the difference in those two, they're pretty similar across the lap. It's 3/10 on the straight, so the Ferrari's pushing more on the straight, and then the kind of the medium high speed sections. So I think the Red Bull's running heavier than the Ferrari.
There's
Jolien.
the analysis with the first 45 minutes about to be completed on this final day. Teams making use of all the on-track time. Isaac Hadjar found out in Qatar that he was going to be promoted to Formula One. The runner-up in the Formula 2 Championship, the season finale. Brilliant battle where they were so close on points, but Hadjar didn't leave the line. And the battle was over the moment that the 5 red lights went out. Gabriel Bortoleto going on to take that title. He had a calmer day yesterday. The car looked a handful out of the box on day number 1. You can see the Flovis, the floor on the right-hand side. Pierre Hamelin, the race engineer that you would have heard with the Faenza-based team, now known as Racing Bulls. You would have heard plenty of times on the radio, has another new charger to try and get to the Formula 1 points, which is always the aim for what has been traditionally Red Bull's junior team, with many people's favourite livery in the field being adorned with some Flovis.
It's a great livery, isn't it? And great flow viz. Everyone likes some flow structure. Used to have a kind of a see-through one that you could only see with a black light when it came back into the garage. So you couldn't spy on other people. So people may be running flow viz that you can't even see.
I'm liking that. Go on, Sam.
I'm really curious as to why more people aren't doing it, because you used to, what teams would do, they'd run that sort of invisible dye. You could just see it if you were really close to the car in the pit lane. But then they come in, you see the lights come out and you can see the patterns emerge, and then they take the photos of it, send it back to base. But when you see runs like this, we've had super high quality cameras. We've just had a great look at the airflow across the top of the floor and under the side pod on the Racing Bull. Now, they've been advertising that to us essentially, and I don't really understand why teams have gone to this very public form of Flovis. I mean, I love it. I'm not complaining, Jolyon.
But how easy is that to replicate for anyone else? Bearing in mind, we can't see the underside of the car, so you don't know where you can see where the air's going. You don't know what it's then doing underneath, and also the intricacies of the parts in front as well. The exact angles and measurements of the front wing and the your radiators and your side pod leading edges and everything. It's one thing seeing it, but to actually replicate that without a model is pretty difficult.
So I asked that exact question a few years ago because I was also thinking, I was told 2 reasons. The first one is it's not quite as good in terms of like the pictures quality that you get, and then the second reason, which is a logistical one, is that in order to get the kind of pictures with now we're not allowed to close the garage doors and make the garage dark anymore. It's actually quite hard to get a picture of the car unless it's the last run of the day.
So that answers the question on the invisible flow viz. But to answer Jolyon's question about how much can you glean as a rival team looking at the airflow over the bodywork using somebody else's flow viz, more than you'd think actually, because you do have your own wind tunnel model. You can replicate some of those shapes. Quite often the teams have got shapes in the wind tunnel and models in the wind tunnel that look incredibly like another team's car. Not that they're trying to copy it, they're just exploring those same concepts. And what happens is there'll be an engineer, probably quite a junior one in the team, who'll then be sitting studying this footage or studying photographs that have been taken by the side of the track. Every team employs spy photographers in the field. And they will be studying these pictures and then writing up a report and making suggestions of what could be inferred or what can be learned from these photos. And some of the things you can learn isn't just exactly what each individual bit of airflow is doing, but the overall concept of what they're trying to do with their flow structure, and could it be learnt from, and can they take inspiration for a part that would work on their car? Because some of these car designs are getting quite similar now.
So in the era of limited wind tunnel testing and CFD time, other teams are mocking up what a Racing Bull is like and running that as well.
To an extent, yeah, if there's something really interesting that they see. So I've got some bits of wind tunnel models up in my loft, and I've got some pictures of other teams' wind tunnel models from a few years back. You may remember when Lotus ran that twin prong nose. We're going back to sort of 2014-ish era now. 4 or 5 other teams saw it and went and ran their own versions, evaluated that concept and went, nah, it doesn't really work for us, so nobody else ran it. But that's what you tend to see. A team will see an idea on another team's car. Even the McLaren front suspension with its slightly odd positioning in a few situations, they may go and put a leg in their own suspension just to see, are we getting a gain from this? Can we do something with this? And most of the time it's, yeah, it doesn't work for us, it doesn't work with our concept. But sometimes they do learn from each other. And that's why all of the cars are beginning to sort of coalesce around the same Red Bullish design concept. A great example, McLaren is actually a terrible example of this, but when you look at the Red Bull leading edge of the side pod with that protruding upper edge and those slit types of inlet that Racing Bull has got, that Mercedes has now adopted, and Sauber has been playing around with that leading upper edge, but they haven't got the same ducting layout. as Red Bull have gone for. But they're all being inspired by Red Bull, looking at what Red Bull are doing, looking at those photos, and copying the overall idea, but not the detail.
Sam Collins' loft.
Are you imagining it? The tech cave.
The tech.
Sam Collins' house.
Sounds like a show.
Pinboard full of Floviz pictures from the years.
Yeah, all connected by
wool. Awful
Spy
stuff.
detective.
Have you ever got Floviz on you? It's so it stains. It doesn't get out. It's an absolute nightmare. You can always tell who's the track aero because they're usually, senior engineer, but they're always the ones that are like slightly neon. And obviously, we reuse team kit, so even when you put your team kit through the laundry, your track area will inevitably have little sparkles of neon on them, because you have to pressurize the kind of the paint can really before you spray it, and if you pressurize it too much, it will explode all over you, and then usually the mechanics will shout at you because you've sprayed neon fluid all over their lovely floor. But it happens more often than you would think.
Lawrence Barretto in our team, isn't it? Too close to the Floviz.
That was actually really funny, Julian. That was great. That was
Oh my word! The team has imploded. I had producer Joe talking about pressurizing, something about particles. Joe, I'm a broadcaster. I didn't pay attention during physics. The ionization of the particles. Extraordinary. Okay, I'll send that to the other side of the box. Paretto's been absolutely done for his coat, and then Palmer's been done for his sense of humour. So we've still got 1 hour and 8 minutes to go, guys. Come on, let's keep it together. Right, who wants to pick up first? After incredibly, this isn't the loft, but this is the laptop of Sam Collins, and he's got a random picture of some Floviz. What are you pointing to, Sam?
Please tell me that's not your loft.
I've got some very similar stuff like that in my loft. That is actually the Braun double diffuser before it was a Braun.
Why do you have that on your... Is it your screensaver?
No, I just collect all this data and stuff like that. It's exactly what you imagine my loft to be like.
Very 1970s with the orange and the green. So what component is that we're looking at?
That is an early iteration of the double diffuser, obviously. When you look back at that era, so this picture was taken in early 2008 when Honda had decided to focus all of their efforts on the following season because of a major rule change coming up. Came up with this double diffuser idea in a wind tunnel in Japan, and it was Floviz City on the underside of that car. They then decided to go and do it, but then Honda quit F1. Braun took advantage of that and took all of that data and went and won the World Championship. It's going to be a very similar situation in teams like Williams right now, the Williams team has opted not to bring a completely new car for this season. They've just heavily modified last year's car, so they can focus on next season. So the reason I was highlighting the Honda again was because they took that opportunity with a major rule change to almost sacrifice the preceding year to try and get an advantage the following year. So I wonder if an approach like that is why a driver like Carlos Sainz has gone to Williams, whose recent results in F1 you would suggest probably wouldn't have attracted a driver like Sainz.
Yeah, Carlos Sainz had his options, had opportunities, and found himself moving to Williams. Had an option to go to Alpine, which is what delayed the initial announcement, which was expected at the Spanish Grand Prix, then got pushed back a couple of weeks because after he weighed up whether to go to the Enstone base team, and went to Williams, who had got on his radar as early as the year before. All on background reporting that came out afterwards. He's on board with Lando Norris, who hasn't put a time on the board, but is now on his 9th thrilling installation lap of the day, and lighting it up coming out of the pits. That constitutes a major moment, given how things have gone in the test so far.
It's not a small snap, though. We're seeing a lot of drivers coming out of the pits and having big oversteer, lurid slides through turns 1, 2 and 3. Just cool rear tyres, I think. Norris was giving it the beans on the pit exit. I wasn't sure if we were about to see a lock-up or what, but it was the fronts were working and the rears not quite up to temp there. And probably because he's doing slow runs coming through the pits and you just start to lose the temp.
Yes, and we can actually bring you breaking news of exactly what Lando Norris is doing. He is doing a thing called a CSL, which is a constant speed lap. He's basically doing, you effectively control the ECU on the car and you do a fixed speed, in this case 240 kph for wind tunnel correlation. It is not exactly what racing drivers love doing. They complain a lot about them, but it is very, very important data to correlate your wind tunnel back at home, and this is pretty much your only opportunity to do it. So it probably is something like a flap adjust. So you basically do a bunch of different settings, come in. He's so
and look at the wheel as well.
So
no, that's not. He'll be instructed to be chucking loads of steering lock on, left and right. And now he's on his constant speed run here down the straight. But this is around the whole lap, and it's very steady. So this is why he didn't have the tyre temp when he left the pits. And then look, cranking on steering lock, and that is something that the McLaren team are clearly trying to measure the effect of the front wheel angles on the airflow over the car.
Yep. So high speed is like basically at a speed limit of 240 kph, and in the low speed 140 kph. So it's almost like he's kind of following a safety car lap, but more thing. But it is programmed, so basically no matter how fast you go, it caps you out at 240. And you normally program it onto a setting on a steering wheel, so you probably see his hand move. But yeah, it's pretty good data for the folks back in Woking.
And guys, it's another day where we look at the times. We're an hour in. You got Ferrari, Mercedes, Red Bull, all on the same tyre, within 6/10. Albon and Doohan getting on with it. They've been pretty much doing that all the time. Williams and Alpine, and McLaren, no time on the board for Norris. This is the same pattern that Piastri had yesterday, waiting an hour, and they're gathering data, but they're just not putting the car on track in any sort of performance condition. They're just simply happy to sit back and work. We talk about Haas working methodically, but this is something else. No times, just pure data running.
Well, McLaren driver on track, the other one in the paddock, about to speak to us. Lawrence Barretto is with Oscar Piastri.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Oscar. Thanks for joining us. I know you'd rather probably be out in the car than here talking to me, but I know you're going to get an opportunity this afternoon, at least, in better weather. And that wasn't the case yesterday, was it? It kind of disrupted your run a little bit. Just how difficult was that?
Yeah, I don't think anyone expected rain in Bahrain, so that was a slight spanner in the works yesterday, but I think we still achieved a fair bit and learnt a lot. So I'm excited to try and get some more laps in this afternoon, but I think it's all going pretty well. Excited to do some more laps.
Well, when the team were crunching the numbers, you were talking to the engineers yesterday. Is the general perception pretty happy with how things have gone?
I think reasonably happy, yes. I think the main thing has been, we've been trying a lot of things. Our program's been going pretty smoothly, and I think we've been getting some pretty clear reads on what different changes do, which is what you want at this part of the season. So, in terms of pace, I don't really know where we sit. It's kind of hard to say. There's been some runs that have looked good, some that haven't looked so good. So that's kind of looked the story for everybody a little bit, but I think we're still pretty confident.
Lando was saying yesterday at lunchtime that the car felt like it was in the right ballpark. He said maybe the rear was kind of stepping out a little bit more. Did it feel like, from what you could see, it progressed through the day and feeling a bit better about things on that side today?
I think so. I think a racing driver is always going to complain about a race car no matter how fast it is. So I think definitely there's been a few things we've tried to tackle through the test. It's been a bit tricky at points for sure, but I don't think anything to be overly concerned about. So I think we've been trying a lot of things, and they've been giving us a pretty clear understanding of what they do, but they've not always necessarily been the right things for what the car needs. So I'm pretty happy with how we're going. But yeah, today is obviously going to be trying to be about finding a bit of a better balance and trying to get a bit more performance out of it.
I was going to ask you about your program for this afternoon. I guess you'll get a long run in as well?
I hope so. Hopefully we don't get any more unexpected rain. So that would be good. But I mean, yeah, just trying to get more laps on the board from yesterday is the target today.
Well, I'm just hearing that we've got your fastest lap from yesterday. So if you fancy talking us through, we've got a return monitor.
Okay. I can't remember how good my fastest lap was yesterday. I don't think it was amazing. I'm about to find out. Let's see if I hit the apex of turn 1. Yeah, I did. Okay, I'm pretty happy. That's a decent start to the lap. Turn 2's been a really tricky corner all week, especially day 1 with the tailwind there. It always sounds so pathetic saying that the tailwind makes a big difference, but it changes the car completely. Yeah, I mean, so far it's looked pretty smooth. Let's see if it stays that way. But yeah, through turn 6 and 7, a little bit nervous there, which is not really what you want at that speed. But the car's been basically doing what I've wanted it to an extent. You know, would I love it to go 5 seconds a lap faster and be perfect? Yes, but that was probably a little bit too much curb than what I should have done. But
that's what testing's for, right?
That's what testing's for. I'll say I did that on purpose, but I'll try not to do that next time. But no, I think, you know, the car's been doing more or less what I want. Some of the corners change a lot here with the wind direction, and also with the cold temperatures yesterday. That wasn't great, so I'll try and do that a bit better today. But also with the temperatures, it's very different to when you normally come to Bahrain. There's a lot more grip. The track was really fast yesterday in terms of lap times. So yeah, I'm excited to see what it's like today, and hopefully we can make the wagon a bit happier.
Well, I know Bahrain hasn't always been the happiest hunting grounds for you guys, but it does generally feel like, at least on that level of things, the car looks a bit better around here than it has been in previous years.
Yes, I think, you know, last year I think we ended up with a car that was pretty well-rounded, and hopefully we can continue that this year. Like you said, Bahrain's not been our happiest of tracks, certainly in my time at McLaren, but hopefully we can change that with this year's car. So I'm excited to see what we've got. We're not going to know until we get to Melbourne, really, but I think the signs have been positive.
So just finally then, you mentioned Melbourne, your home race. How are you feeling about things? What can you do there?
I'm excited. It's always nice to go home and race at home. I think having it as a season opener is how I remember it as a kid, and you know, adds a nice little bit of anticipation to the start of the season. So I'm sure the crowd will love it. But no, I'm excited to go back, and I'm excited to go back with hopefully a car that can try and be at the front. So I'm looking forward to it. It's always nice. I always joke that I tried to get to F1, so I got an extra week at home, which I now get. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, enjoy it. Wish you all the best for that weekend. I'm going to throw it back to Combs.
Cheers.
Thank you very much, Lawrence Barretto. Thumbs up for your interview from Will Joseph. No, thumbs up for releasing the car back onto the circuit. Lando Norris going back out there, having been doing some constant speed tests so far. I can tell you the wind is picking up, according to the Racing Bulls radio, to this man, but we're sending it downstairs to the pit lane. And Laura Winter at Haas.
Thank you very much, Alex Jakes. I can tell you the wind is picking up. I'm going by the Bernie Collins barometer of how much my hair is blowing in the wind. If I stand this way, we were okay. If I stood that way, it'd be all over my face. Luckily, we're all right for now. I've come down to the garage, though, of Haas, and obviously we saw Ollie Behrman out on track earlier on. You can see him at the back of the garage there, next to his father. He's been out of the car now for some time, as we saw bodywork literally ripped off the car. Lots of mechanics doing lots of relatively urgent looking work to repair what is very much a mechanical failure to this car, and whether that was just pressure underneath the bodywork actually basically just ripping it off, we'll have to see. Ayo Komatsu, interestingly, has actually got down from the pit wall, and he is fully engrossed in what the mechanics are doing. But while we've been standing here, he's been actually bent down with the mechanics right in there, getting into the action and seeing what he can do to help. So lots being done to this Haas car, and it's very much a car that they felt, if it correlates to what they were seeing over the winter, would be a massive boost from day one to what we saw from last season. But they've had an interesting test, definitely running different plans and different run plans to potentially some other teams so far, not lighting up the timing sheets with any big fast laps, but this some valuable time that Ollie Behrman is currently missing out on track. This the scene in the garage of the mechanics trying to fix it.
That's really interesting stuff from down in the Haas garage. What I like to see, though, is what it is the mechanics are trying to fix. Our trackside cameras picked up some really lovely footage here of the Haas in a little bit of bother early on, and this is the problem that they are trying to fix. The first thing I want to draw your attention to here is the big crack in the side pod. Had Behrman carried on or picked up speed, actually that damage would have got a lot worse. Having gone back through my pictures as well, I can tell you it was the other side of the Haas, the right-hand side pod, that failed during their shakedown running. But as we go through the corner, we can take a look a little bit more at some of the components that may have failed. You can see further forwards on the car, those bolts and those screws, they're all in place. Some of them look a little bit displaced, but, you know, the bodywork's ripped off at high speed. So I don't think it was finger trouble. I think it is an inherent problem with the Haas. Now, the next thing I want to draw your attention to, there's a lot to talk about on this, is the design and the manufacture of the bodywork. Now, every team wants to make the bodywork as light as possible. And you can see here a sort of brown colour underneath the white paint and the black outer skin of the Haas bodywork. Well, the black outer skin, that's carbon fibre. You can see that pretty clearly higher up here on the car, on the sponsor's logo. That's the rear wing, of course. Higher up on the car, on the sponsor's logo, you can see that carbon fibre weave. But inside that carbon fibre weave, because that's just an outer skin, on the inside of that weave, there's that brown stuff. That's probably a Kevlar honeycomb. I'm pretty sure it is Kevlar, actually. The same stuff that bulletproof vests are made out of, but actually just arranged in a different way. And then on the inside of that, you'll have another skin of carbon fibre. How those skins of carbon fibre and how that Kevlar honeycomb is arranged has a big impact on the strength and the weight of that bodywork. And that makes a real difference to how the car is designed. If you make it too light, events like this can happen. But as we come further through the corner, you can see what I was talking about a little bit there. You can see how the air is going through the bodywork, so coming in from the side pod duct, through the coolers, and then you can see under those big, sort of really bulky rear engine covers, there's absolutely nothing. You can see straight out of the back and alongside the exhaust. So underneath these cars, these big bodywork, it's all completely empty. It's all to do with the aerodynamics. If we take another angle of the car coming through the corner, this is a little bit earlier on, as the car goes through a right-hand corner here, we can see how that airflow is being managed underneath that bodywork, that big hole. So as we get side on, we'll get a nice little view of the air intake going into the engine's combustion area. So you can see here, this is the main intake for the V6 Ferrari engine in the back of the Haas. But you can't see the V6 engine because of this big old aerodynamic cover that is channeling the heat and the airflow underneath the bodywork. And then just the last thing I want to take a look at for you is if you just have a look underneath those cooling louvers at the front of the bodywork, just here, you can see a little air outlet underneath on the inner skin of the bodywork, just showing how detailed this sort of aerodynamic design that we don't normally get to see truly is. So in some ways, thank you to Haas for showing us that, though I'm pretty sure they didn't really want to, Alex.
Lovely work, Sam Collins. Thank you for that. Great to get, quite literally, under the skin of the Formula One cars of 2025. You're on board with Alex Albon, heading into his fourth season with the Williams Formula One team, making turn 4 as wide as possible. He is currently out there on the C2 tyre. You can see the white-walled hard compound of tyre, officially the C2 compound. And he's rotating the car through turn 8, where we had a little bit of contact yesterday between Mr. Hulkenberg and Oscar Piastri. No major drama from that point on, though, as he applies the power coming out of turn 10, heading to turn 11. I thoroughly enjoyed Sam's hit, but unfortunately he's walked half the team. Ruth and Jolien have stepped out for a moment, but I loved it. But that's why, if you're wondering why we're not getting the ex-Grand Prix driver to commentate over the lap, it's why I'm doing it, because that's our only option. Sam, do you want to finish the lap with Alex Albon?
Oh yeah, he turns right in a bit, it goes down the straight, and Jolien will talk us across the line, but...
He might not,
hard on the brakes, 75 metres, kisses the apex curb, slight correction on the exit, running the curb nicely. The Williams looking planted, really, on traction across the line, 1.3 seconds down for Albon.
Good team effort, all rounds. We have 50 minutes left in your company before we're going to welcome Crofty back into the compound.
Same wind direction, still a bit gusty.
Isaac Hadjar getting another update on the wind, which can affect the drivers around this circuit. And we're back to constant speed stuff for Alex Albon.
Jokes aside, that last corner of the Williams, that's kind of exactly what we've seen all the way through with so many of the cars. Tiny corrections at the apex of corners, whether it's understeer or oversteer, it seems to be wind dependent rather than car dependent at the moment, because most of the teams are finding the same issues in the same corner. And this is a C2 tyre for Albon, so it's the medium tyre for when we come back. It's harder than the tyres that everyone else in front has run. It's the harder end of what anyone's running anyway. And still the car looked pretty good. Able to squeeze on the gas on the exit. That was the second lap on that set of tyres as well. Again, all of the cars are in a very decent shape heading into this year.
Alex Albon heading back to the pits. Turn 13 he's currently at, and we join him now as he moves his way past our camera. We appreciated him joining us in commentary yesterday in a cheeky mood, enjoying life with the team and seeing the opportunity of having Carlos Sainz as a teammate, proven winner as a teammate. Let's head downstairs past the mullet of Valtteri Bottas to Laura Winter.
Thank you very much, and we're just waiting, standing by for the Williams of Alex Albon to come into the pit lane, and here he is. Now, interestingly, on the Williams, the one thing I wanted to talk about was the rear pushrod suspension. They've taken the 2025 Mercedes gearbox, and that means the layout, therefore, obviously at the back has altered a little bit, and they've gone for the pushrod. That's, I mean, any changes they're making to these cars is always to help downforce and to help airflow around the car. That's the primary aim there. But equally, I think Williams so far have really impressed a lot of us. Sainz with the fastest times yesterday. Alex Albon will be hoping to get up there as well. James Vowles saying, as I'm just getting in the way of every single mechanic here trying to get tyres and bits and bobs off the car. James Vowles saying that the quality has just stepped up. It's a world of difference, and I think we're seeing that with the way they're conducting themselves through this pre-season test here. You can see some work being done there to the rear of the car actually as well, but for Williams it is going to be a fascinating year to see if they can leapfrog from a lowly P9 from last season up to, I mean, potentially, look, P6. It could be that they're a best of the rest scenario alongside maybe Alpine and Aston Martin, who knows?
Who knows indeed, Laura. Williams continuing on with the chassis from last year. Alpine are doing the same thing. Given that they have been so open about diverting resources to 2026, you get the feeling that Williams have to hit the ground running, score their major points at the start of the year before the teams develop the slightly more aggressive cars, slightly more altered cars. And you think the same thing for Alpine as well. On board with Jack Doohan, he's at the end of the pit lane. But encouraging times for a Williams team trying to return to former glories, and looking to try and reach the podium would be the limit of what they could dream of, I imagine, across this 2025 season. Two brilliant drivers in their ranks. Jack Doohan's back out there, and on a warm-up lap. It's Charles Leclerc. Let's give you the lap count, just for something to do. 18 laps for the Monegasque driver, and he was out there at the same time as Kimi Antonelli, who's done 13. Max Verstappen in the car all day for Red Bull, and he's got 14 to his name. Then it's Alex Albon on 17. Isaac Hadjar finds himself on 21. And then it's the man you're looking at the moment, who is on his 20th tour of the circuit. Gabriel Bortoleto, another rookie in the field, the reigning Formula 2 champions, disturbed the gravel trap on the exit of Turn 4 a couple of times. And then Oliver Behrman, only 8 laps on the board. If you're just pressing play, if you're just switching on, the Haas bodywork ripping itself from the car, and he's had to come back to the pits as a result. Fernando Alonso on 11 laps, and no time on the board, but constant speed runs for Lando Norris, who's completed 12.
Yep, and my secret squirrel sources, which I could not ever possibly reveal, have informed me that the Haas bodywork was in fact a delamination of the paper honeycomb. It's mystery solved. We can carry on with the morning.
Delamination of the paper honeycomb. It's very testing. very testing, but great to get the answer. Appreciate your secret squirrel sources, Ruth, which was easier to say in my head than at 14 minutes past 8 in the morning UK time. On board with Jack Doon, who's attacking the racetrack now with the C2 tyre, Jamie.
Going out wide, using plenty of curb on the way into turn 4, and there's another one of those corners where so many drivers have been struggling with oversteer through the apex, and Doon is shuffling the wheel more than most coming through on this harder tyre. And again, fighting the car on the entry to turn 8 there down the hill. Has been the lesser spotted oversteer snap. Using plenty of curb just to try and open up that braking zone for turn 10. And there's no rear grip on this Alpine on this lap. Fighting it all the way through 10 as well. Absolutely on the limit of oversteer and going slowly as a result. If he's oversteering into turn 11, something's really gone wrong, because it always pushes on the apex of that corner. Over the brow of 13 again, you can just see Jack just hanging on to it through the penultimate corner. 1 to go. That's where we joined Albon on the same tyre a couple of moments ago. And actually, a neat and tidy final corner, but definitely loose at the rear for doing there on the C2 tyre. And it looks like a tyre that's past its best, and its best wasn't great anyway.
Tell us what you really feel, Jolien.
Well, the C2's not as quick as the C3, that's all.
Can you imagine what Jolene's like on Christmas morning?
Hold on, you're the one who doesn't like Christmas music, Sam.
Yeah, but I love Christmas.
But not Christmas music?
No.
So, Christmas in total silence?
Yeah.
So, you love it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Sometimes the C2 is quicker than the C3, Mr. Jolien Palmer. Barcelona,
16 laps into
2018. Well, 16 laps into a long one, the C2 probably would be faster than the C3 because of degradation.
Go on, give us your look back at history of when the C2 was quicker than the C3.
Oh my word!
Gentlemen, a short view back in time. Yeah, there was a fantastic qualifying session back in 2018 Barcelona Grand Prix. We had all 3 compounds on track, and no team had any idea of which. I mean, we called them soft. Was it super soft, soft and medium? Which was faster. Everyone was running different compounds, and the great conclusion from that session was at the end everyone still didn't know, because going into Q2 people basically just used what they had left. It was a funny old time that time back in the day, where Mr. Charles Leclerc, obviously now running in his red Ferrari, was driving in his rookie year for Sauber, where he was my junior driver.
Driver and engineer strategy briefings must have been a riot behind the scenes, if this is what it's like in the commentary box. Yeah, nice history lesson there. Appreciate that. Ruth Buscombe-Davy joining us on the final day of the test.
Which...
Glamorous F1 HQ.
Well, but it isn't actually crazy, because we come back quite a bit later this year in the season to Bahrain, and actually you do sometimes get a scenario where even in qualifying the softer compound is not significantly faster than the harder compound, because you're overloading the tyre, so even though it's faster at the start of the lap, it can kind of drop off in sector 3. A classic historical example of that is somewhere like Suzuka, where actually sometimes the prime, the option, the soft, the medium can be close, or even it can be dominated. So yeah, sorry Jolien, I'm not accepting that.
Well, actually the Spanish Grand Prix of 2018, pole was set on the C3 tyre still.
Yeah, by Q3, I was knocked out by then. I don't remember.
Yeah, okay.
I said Q1.
Just like talk about Alpines while they have a little argument here.
I think yes, but first I want to hear from Laura Winter, who's down in the pit lane at Mercedes.
Alex Jakes, he's been running pretty well so far this morning, Kimi Antonelli. I think last time I checked he was P2. Not sure how many laps he's managed to complete. But as I was walking down the pit lane from Williams, heading up to Red Bull actually, because they've got a new nose, which I'm going to take a closer look at. This is the scene that greets you at Mercedes. Now, these are, I like to call them the screens of doom. I don't think it's that dramatic, but they are screens that are pulled across the front of garages when the floor is off the car. So that is the scene currently at Mercedes. It may very well be a routine thing that they are looking at changing, you know, experimenting with, but the floor off the car is a pretty major job. Screens are up, driver will be out the car, and as with Ollie Behrman, he's missing some valuable lap time in his rookie season.
The screens of doom, and Laura Winter standing in front of them down in the pit lane as we see Doohan complete the lap. A little bit of flow viz at the rear of the car there as he comes through the heat haze. Kimi Antonelli, just to give the answer to Laura's other question, 13 laps he managed before the screens of doom appeared down in the pit lane, and C3 time that is 0.07 of a second slower than the fastest man on track so far today, which is Charles Leclerc in the slightly darker red Ferrari for this year. Before we went to Laura, Sam Collins was absolutely downright desperate to talk about Alpine. So now he's been distracted by something else. Can he remember what he was going to say about the French racing blue car?
It was a little bit about just how that car has, because it's got A525 written on the nose. It's not a completely new car. It's a rework of last year's car. The team has been quite open about that. Actually, I went back to their launch interviews from last season, the beginning of 2024 season, a full year ago. They actually told everybody back then they were going to run the car for 2 years and just develop it consistently through. That car started off at Bahrain last year, an absolutely utter unmitigated disaster. It was slower than the 2023 car in the same conditions on the same tyres by quite a significant margin. This year, well, after a year's worth of weight saving and development, this year's car is a step forward. It's not massively out of kilter with the rest of the field, as it very obviously was 1 year ago. They've lightened the car off, they've built lighter monocoques, they've done a huge amount of development on the aerodynamics, and as you could just see there, that work is still going on with a bit of flow viz on the edge of the diffuser. And if you see flow viz in that part of the car, I guarantee you there's all sorts of pressure tappings and airflow sensors and pressure sensors in the floor itself, and they are studying how that airflow is working across the floor. Alpine clearly were looking to develop this car quite early on. The reason being, even though Alpine are focused on next year's car, the 2026 Mercedes-powered Alpine, you heard that right, yeah, a Mercedes-powered Alpine next year. The reason they're doing that is they weren't really allowed to start, or they weren't allowed to start any aerodynamic development of the 2026 car until January the 2nd this year, which meant all of that time from the end of last season, Abu Dhabi, right up until just after Christmas, they had 2 months essentially, or just over a month essentially, of working purely on this year's car. And another team that's got a bit of work to do there, Alex, is McLaren. They've still got that DRS wing flutter going on.
I appreciate your insight on the Alpine, Sam, our technical analyst, as we see more gravel. Really amazed they bothered filling that in at the start of the morning. Wide moment at turn 4 for the McLaren of Lando Norris, who has now put a lap time on the board and is in 7th, and you're looking at Charles Leclerc running wide at turn 13. A little bit of a wiggle on the rear for Max Verstappen as he applied the power coming out of turn 2. DRS closing as he rotates the car through turn number 4. Now, delighted to say that we're joined by another Williams driver. It was Alex Albon yesterday. Carlos Sainz, the new Williams driver, joins us live from the paddock. Carlos, thank you so much for joining the commentary team.
Hey guys, pleasure.
Well, it's great to have you with us, and you are currently sitting, I believe, outside of Williams' hospitality in the paddock. We're riding on board with Max Verstappen, who's heading into turn 11. Carlos, how are you finding life with another new team in Formula One? How has the transition from Ferrari to Williams been?
Yeah, good, thank you. It's been a very busy winter for me since the Abu Dhabi test, where we managed to do a 1 day of running. It gave ourselves a few things to focus on and to work on during the winter, and then January and February I spent a lot of time in growth going through a lot of things, meeting a lot of new people, working also with HPP, Mercedes powertrains, and probably one of the busiest winters of my career. This is my 10th year in F1, and for sure this winter is up there on one of the busiest. But I think we've done some good homework, and we've prepared ourselves as well as you can be with 1.5 days of testing.
You've obviously been racing against Williams for 10 years with various different teams. Now you're with the team. How has it matched up to expectations from the outside?
I think the team definitely from the beginning surprised me in Abu Dhabi. First of all, I felt quite good with the car in Abu Dhabi already, and then I saw a team full of motivation, full of drive, to move themselves and move ourselves forward. And Abu Dhabi test was already a very good start in that sense. And then during the winter, they've demanded from me a lot, and I like that. I like that because that means they are pushing me. They are going to push themselves, and that's exactly what we need at this time of the year and at this time of the project.
We're looking at your teammate on track at the moment, Carlos. How have you found working with Alex? He was speaking glowingly of your impact back at the factory yesterday when he was speaking to us.
Yeah, Alex honestly is one of the best guys I've come across in Formula One. I think he's an incredibly talented guy, but more than anything, a good human being. And you can tell he's in this path with Williams where he's trying to bring this team back to the top. The feedback that he gives, the feedback that he's given me about the team, the car, the way he's helping me also understand the way the team operates and the way the development was going last year is exactly the kind of relationship and the kind of teammate I need right now in Williams, because we're going to go push flat out both of ourselves to try and bring this team back to the front. And I think Alex is the perfect guy to do that.
Yesterday, you had the fastest time in day 2. I hope you've got a monitor in front of you, because I'd prefer you to talk us round your fastest time of the day.
Okay, let's go then. This was just before nighttime. I was obviously pushing the car quite hard with a C3 tire that will be the soft tire of the Bahrain Grand Prix when we come back. I have a very clean turn 1, 2 and 3, which is very difficult with these cooler temperatures. The tires are always too cold. That's why you saw me spinning yesterday in turn 1. We never ever have issues with tire prep in Bahrain, but the weather is so cold that for the first time in my career, I'm struggling to switch on the tires here. I have a very stable balance through 6 and 7, which with this wind is quite a good sign. Good turn 8 with a bit of a snap on entry that cost me a bit of lap time. Very wide entry of turn 10, trying to point the car towards the headwind to maximize braking performance. Tricky exit out of 10 with the tailwind. The car feels really light there on this straight and a lot of top speed. This corner will always understeer a bit with the wind from the inside, pushing you out of the corner. Easy flat through 12. Good ride also on the car, and now here prepare really well the exit. Wind was gusty, and when it's gusty, turn 13 is the most difficult corner to get right. Yesterday, depending on the wind, you can go 1 or 2 tenths faster or slower in this corner. And then turn 14, just a clean end to the lap in a pretty clean lap. This was my 4th set, I think, of C3. So by this time, I was just trying to clean up the lap and trying to get a good feeling for the balance and trying to push the car a bit more in quali trim, as this was just the last runs before I go to Australia.
It looked a really clean lap, Carlos. You went for a C4 tyre afterwards. Was that going to be the everything at it lap? But that was when you had the spin.
I was looking forward to improving 2 or 3 tenths on that tyre, as that's normally what I improved here last year on a C4. But this year, Pirelli has changed the compounds, and the C4 didn't seem to give any extra grip around this track. I saw Charles also losing it on the C4 in his lap at the same time as me. So it just shows probably the C4 was not working well this test. I don't know if it's the temperatures or what is it, but it's clearly not it was not a good tire to be on, so I didn't improve.
And how different is it generally driving a Ferrari
2 months ago to driving this year's Williams now? How much have you had to adapt?
Yeah, in terms of driving style, I'm still understanding what I need to do with this car to go quick, because if I'm honest, I'm still a bit lost into where to find the lap time. You know, I don't know if it's going to come on entries, it's going to come on exits, minimum speeds, and that's why yesterday's run was important for me to understand if where is the lap time coming from. You know, I feel like, yeah, when I push it, I can get to a decent level, but I still don't know where the last 2/10 of the car are, and this is what I will need to discover during the first 5-6 races as I put more soft tires on the car to try and understand, where's the lap time going to come from in this car.
I really appreciate your honesty there, Carlos. There's a great insight for everyone watching at home. Just before we let you go, we know you're a very busy man. You want to dig into all of the data, see what your teammate is doing. Why didn't you belt out Smooth Operator at the O2? That was your moment, sir.
I know. I thought about it, I
was looking in your eyes. I was like, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. He's going to sing.
Look, I was thinking wild things. I'm going to walk in doing the Kendrick Lamar dance, the Super Bowl dance. Then I thought, nah, better I sing Smooth Operator. I don't know. In the end, I didn't have the courage to do any of these things, and I just said hello to the crowd.
Whenever you want to sing us out, Carlos, we will have a microphone waiting for you. Thank you for your time. Have a great F1 2025.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy. Bye-bye.
Carlos Sainz Jr. Fascinating answer on the transition from Ferrari to Williams, and a driver that is so methodical, proven race winner, always has capacity behind the wheel, but still figuring out where to extract performance.
Yeah, well, it's how you get most out of different cars that have their strong suits in different areas. Straight line braking, carrying speed into the corner. Where is the car going to be at its most stable, where you can lean on it? Where have you got to be just a bit cautious? We've seen Albon for the last few laps fighting, really wrestling the car as well. So probably Alex figuring out similar things, really, and many drivers up and down the field just working out which area of the corner to improve and what they can drive around as well. I think it's a fascinating answer on why he didn't sing on stage. the mindset of a racing driver.
Can you imagine if he just belted it out?
Would have been iconic.
He would have won the night. That would have been it. Carlos Sainz on top after singing Smooth Operator.
The thing is, you can just imagine the crowd all just chanting it back, and you get the whole place going.
Yeah.
But then
everyone with their phone lights on, running orders in the bin.
And it's iconic, and the night is won. But then in the back of your mind, something saying, well, what if no one reacts? What if this is just deadpan, nothing?
You just belt. Just belting out Smooth Operator to 18,000 stunned faces. People crying in the back row. Yeah, I think he probably played it the right way.
Yeah, I'd go safe as well, I think, on that.
Everyone knows the headline act of that moment was James Vowles anyway. Getting the big announcement, walking onto the stage. There's about 20 seconds to go from the big stage doors to the point where we started broadcasting that. Right, let's get an update from the pit lane with Laura Winter.
Thank you very much, guys. Loving the O2 chat, but you can see the point of my hit here being wheeled away and a body standing in front of it because no, it's gone, because the talk of the town down in the pit lane, the talk of the town is that Red Bull have a new nose. So I was going to show you the old nose and show you how it differs to the new nose, but it's been wheeled away and they're refusing to bring any other nose out for me. I have asked the question. But fundamentally, where the old nose attached to the main plane of the front wing, the new nose now doesn't attach at the very bottom, at the very front of it. So there's now a gap underneath the nose. If you can envisage that, visualize it. I have been told, though, the new nose is going to be put on the car at some point today.
Laura, I've just been looking.
Okay. Yes, Sam. I think, sorry, just one moment, Sam. I think there was an issue for Bortoletto there as he came past me. I couldn't hear too much, so I'll head up there afterwards. But yes, no new nose to show you, but one I hope you can imagine from my wonderful descriptions of it.
Well, we're just looking at Bortoletto at the moment, Laura. Nothing immediately apparent wrong with that car, but he is sitting in the box. I'll wait for you to get down there. Red Bull does definitely have a new nose. I've seen some photos of it fitted to the car, but I've been trawling through the footage from all day today, and as far as I can tell, they haven't actually run it out on track at all. My good friend Toby Gruner is down in the pit lane, and he's taken some photos of it. And so it exists, so you're right, Laura. And I think down at Red Bull, with that old nose being wheeled off to the back of the garage, that tells me that there will be another nose coming out relatively soon. And I'd be pretty sure it is the new one. So great spot there. You sent me into a frenzy of hunting for footage. But yeah, as far as I can tell, they haven't actually tested that new nose. But when you run a new nose like that, it's not ever just the nose. It's the front wing. It's the leading edge of the floor. First bit of the car to hit the airflow, it's going to affect everything behind it. So that's a big change there for Red Bull.
Yeah, attaching now at the second element of the front wing rather than the first.
Doohan looking quite loose in the Alpine once again on the C3 tyre, so he's now on the comparable tyre to the top three. They ran it quite a lot earlier, probably a good 45 minutes ago. Pretty much start of the day, Leclerc and Antonelli were smashing out their quick laps. Verstappen slightly later, and now Doohan having a go on a C3. Just loose at turn 13, but this is on the back of that really loose lap that we saw with Jack on the C2. Albon was scrabbling around as well, though, whilst we were talking to Carlos, wasn't he, on the C2 in the Williams. So plenty of teams struggling for rear grip. This is going to be the oversteer on board then with Doohan. Plenty of drivers struggling here, and it's just twitchy and nervous on the way in. Cannot commit to a smooth steering arc to get to the apex, and then he's actually just running out of road on the exit as well because he can't commit to that steering input on the way in. Running out of road, still fighting the car because he's got steering lock going on towards the exit, and a bit of time lost. Fernando Alonso drilling the rear tyres coming out of turn 10. Just power drifting coming on the exit, finds the oversteer. You can see he's turning left at that point, and then he's going to have a bit of opposite lock going on there. Lovely slow-mo. You can see the driver working at the wheel, and then full-on burnouting coming out of the corner. Just kept his foot in. Having fun out there.
What an amazing image. Power being sent through those rear Pirelli tyres. As you say, Jody, Alonso having some fun out there at the moment. Lando Norris is on an outlap, making his way through the programme. Just in terms of an overall update of the day so far, the main thing to tell you about, there's been lots of wiggly moments for the drivers. Going wide at turn 4, we've had a few lockups, we've had plenty of corrections mid-corner. The bodywork delaminated on Oliver Behrman's Haas, so he has had an interrupted morning of running.
And Norris is still playing around with the steering, still not getting meaningful times on the board just yet. He has now done a couple of flyers, but it's an outlap for him, and they're still testing things down at McLaren. So not yet into conventional running. Maybe this will be just a quirky outlap, and then we'll get into it with Lando. Alonso was on a long run at the end, and that was his last lap before he pitted, so no wonder he was just rooting the tyres, just making sure that they were completely knackered when he came into the pits. And now Lando does get into a lap, so just a quirky outlap. Maybe actually just a bit of, not necessarily data gathering, but just trying to get some temperature in the front, which is something that Lando does on outlaps anyway, just really overstressing that front axle, just to make sure, as we heard from Carlos, that the tyres are up to temp at the start of the lap. C3s with Norris.
Oh, he's nearly on the outer loop. He's nearly
still thinking about it, isn't he?
He's nearly joining the old circuit that we ran on in 2020. And Sergio Perez took the win, only time that we've run in that configuration. And Lando Norris on the push lap, looking for grip that wasn't there. He has found a reverse gear. Great to be on board at the moment where he was fully committed live, and now he's trying to venture back on to the normal circuit.
Didn't want to skip through the gravel.
No.
Quite rightly, doesn't want to give the mechanics more work than they've had so far. It was almost a replica helmet for the Marshall just in front of him as well there, the fluoro yellow that he used to run anyway. We've seen a few snaps from Lando so far this morning. They've mainly been on the constant speed runs where the tyre temper's just not there. Managed to get through turns 1, 2 and 3 pretty neatly, and then just found a absolute armful of oversteer as he turned in. Got past the apex, and it's a really big snap, and he actually got as close to that outside wall as I've seen anyone get in previous years. I don't think I've ever seen anyone hit that crypto wall there, and he almost overcorrected towards it.
Max hit that on the opening lap.
Oh, in the race on the shortened circuit though, different circuit.
Yeah, honestly, if I could show you the withering look that Palmer just gave me there for that example. Oh, it's the sort of stuff that you bottle up and it puts a smile on your face across a commentary season. No, you're quite right. No one collects that wall.
It was on the
different lap. It was on the opening lap. It was at race pace.
Good. I mean, 10 out of 10 for recollection, though.
Just one reference. One thing that Lando Norris has pointed out across the entire test so far, everyone being quite tight-lipped about the characteristics of the car, he has said on the record that he's struggling more with the rear of this year's McLaren than he would like. Downstairs to the pit lane and Laura Winter.
Thanks, guys. I just wanted to obviously see what was the issue for Gabriel Bortoleto as he came past us earlier on when we were at Red Bull. As you can see, car is going up onto the high stands. Every single time we move the camera to try and get the best angle for you guys to see what's going on, another Sauber person stands in our way. So hopefully you guys can see a fair bit of what's going on. But there is a lot of action happening right now. Gabriel Bortoleto is just over here as well. He was out the car. Bit of a puff of the cheeks as he was talking to Mattia Binotto about it, who was also in the garage a few moments ago as well. Just looking a little frustrated that he is out the car as things stand. And I think for Sauber, there's clearly, looking here, work being done at the front. There was work being done towards the rear as well, underneath the engine cover. Work everywhere seemingly being done to the car, so an extensive issue maybe. Sam, you may be able to see, as the camera can go a little bit further than the red line here that says I cannot move any more closely into the garage, exactly what is being done, but there seems work everywhere.
There does look to be a lot of work all over the car, but I think, as you can see, Laura, they've just put some covers over I think it's a charge air cooler actually in the left-hand side pod of that very green car. And one of the mechanics is on that little trolley that's gone underneath the rear of the car. I'm wondering if this is a power unit change. Ruth, you used to work for this team. What's broken?
What is broken? Well, that's the ultimate question, isn't it? Do you know what? I think it's that bad. I think it'll buff out. And the reason why I'm going to do that is human psychology, and I'm working out who is in the garage, and the most senior person isn't there yet. You can come back to me. Oh, we're going to go back to Laura, who may have worked it out.
I haven't worked it out. I've asked a question. I've been told we can't tell you, obviously. But the black screens of doom are about to be pulled across the Sauber garage, suggesting that the floor of the car is about to come off as well. So a bit of work for Sauber to do, and not what they'd have wanted on day 3 of testing. But as you can see over here, standing by to bring across the screens.
No, let's stay with this shot. I want to see the screens of doom be inflicted on Laura for the second time in this stint in the pit lane. Because we're just hearing talk of the screens.
I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure when they're going to be pulled across, but they are standing by here for the screens to be pulled across, and that means my time here is out, and I am firmly not allowed to see any more, basically, and nor are you. Sorry about that, but here are the screens. I really hope they do it soon, or else this is just quite an awkward wait for this to happen with me talking through it.
I don't think it's awkward at all, Winter. Let's carry on. The screens are about to be #unleashed.
It won't be. It won't be long, apparently. That doesn't fill me with much joy that I can continue to fill this time. I can give you a wind update while I'm here. But there's movement. There's movement of the screens. Oh my, they're teasing me now. They're teasing me.
I've been asked, why have we moved away? I was seeing how long our lead anchor could take that. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it. Right, Ruth.
So poor Laura there was actually subject to a regulation, which means that the guys there are physically not allowed to pull it over until a certain part of the floor has come off.
which is rather weird. But yeah, it's actually like a bit of a military operation you have to do in order before you can close the screens, because you get in a lot of trouble if you close them even a little bit too soon.
I genuinely like that wind update, because we've just seen Norris on a decent lap, and he's also had a Doohan-esque slide coming through turn 13 and aborted it. Laura, if you're still there, still waiting for...
yes, Palmer's taken over the direction. I've been waiting for this for years.
What is the wind update, please? Is it gusty?
Okay, wind update. I can only pretty much go by my hair. Oh, guys, no, come to me now. Look at this. They're being pulled across. There you go, the moment. There we are. Sorry, Sauber. This obviously isn't actually what they want to see. And not what they want on day 3. Not what Gabriel Bortoletto wants either in his rookie season. But we have had a live moment where the screens have been pulled across. So we hope the Sauber are out soon and the problem isn't too severe. Wind, if I can, come back out this way. Hair this way is pretty good. Ed, sorry, we're going to have to just go that way. There we are. Hair this way, not good. But it's not too gusty at this end of the pit lane as things stand. Maybe unpredictable gusts. That's all I have from the weather at the end of the pit lane. Thank you.
It's Laura Beaufort down in the pit lane there rather than Laura Winter. Just as a little thing about the screens, a little bit of technical analysis on those screens. Different teams have different design of screens to keep you from looking inside the garage, and some screens are more effective than others. I will say Sauber's screens are not the most effective because you can see through them and still see what they're doing on the car. The cameramen aren't really allowed to do that, but sometimes they do.
Thank you, Ed. We appreciate your work down in the pit lane as well. Ruth?
I would like to back up our colleague, Laura Winter, and that I often used my hair, just like Bernie did, as a strategic tool to work out just how gusty it was. And it was a tell. I had to stop doing it because I used to put my hair up as we got radio from Molly.
Wind has picked up a little bit from this morning.
Same direction.
Same direction, yeah.
They've obviously been watching Laura at work, haven't
Watching
they?
Laura at work. Yeah, when I put my hair into ponytail, it meant I was just about to fit into, so I had to stop doing it. So, yeah, wind does look like the direction analysis from Laura Winter means Ollie Behrman is going to struggle into turn 13. It's one of the most exposed corners of the track.
That's where Doohan and Norris have had their slides, and let's see Behrman through.
He laughs in the face. Laughs in the face of the Gale.
So people don't do the old lick the index finger and wave it in the air thing anymore, do they?
I do that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that come back a bit more. It's great for wind direction.
Yeah, that and a coconut.
Coconut?
You have the coconut, and if the coconut's wet, it's raining. If the coconut's swaying in the wind, it's windy, and if the coconut's gone, it's a storm.
I thought the top nonsense was Sam Collins talking about the type of screen that the teams had. But we've upgraded with the coconut. Vibes down that end of the commentary box, immaculate right now. Okay, so it wasn't an issue at turn 13. Turn 11 didn't go to plan though for Ollie Behrman.
Yeah, not laughing in the face of the wind at 11. So that's where it's pushing into 11, and probably had a natural understeer balance that meant couldn't get round 11 very neatly, and Alex Albin hasn't got round 10.
It's like a full tour of the architecture down there. You've got the support race pit lane at turn 10, and then pointing it back to the wall that Romain Grosjean hit. A most dramatic moment of this facility's history.
Can I just do something very unusual for me and comment on a car's livery?
Yes, we've done it! Ding, 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 ding.
Because I hate
Sam Collins' livery rundown.
Oh, it's just
number one.
It's just gone away, but I absolutely love the roulette wheels on the Williams. Those little...
They are great.
The wheel covers being roulette wheels, I think is absolutely wonderful.
Can I talk about wind?
Please do.
Well, we've spoken a bit about wind, but we might have, some new listeners. And why wind does affect drivers. Obviously, we've got a driver here that has been affected by wind in the past. And the headwind makes your car go slower, but it actually helps with braking. Tailwind, so when you're pushing you into braking, makes it harder. A crosswind, where the wind changes direction across a corner, is the worst of all kinds of wind. And then a gusty thing is harder for drivers because they can't predict what it will be. So a constant wind, they can kind of adapt where their braking point would change. And when it's gusty, the reason why drivers complain about that is because it's harder for them to guesstimate where the braking point is if the wind is helping you, i.e. meaning you can brake later, or hindering you, meaning you have to brake earlier.
Has wind torque picked up every year in Formula One? I don't remember when I was a boy watching Formula One, I don't remember Damon Hill getting on the radio at Williams and saying, I've got a tailwind into turn 3.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Julian. It has picked up quite significantly. Back in the 90s, no one really talked about winds. Then I think around sort of the period up to sort of 2006, 2007, 8, particularly where the cars had the really big shark fins on, those gigantic shark fins, which gave a car more stability in cornering, but it also acted like a giant sail on the back of the car. I'm thinking back of sort of the 2008 Toyota, which had a really extreme slab of a shark fin. And then when cars were going through corners, Barcelona being a great example, that long right-hand corner on the end of a valley, that saw cars really start to struggle. And then from that point on, I think the regulations and the way the cars have become, just evolving towards what we have now, I think they've just become increasingly sensitive in terms of crosswind sensitivity, head and tailwind sensitivity. But also I think the development tools and the understanding, the technology of understanding how the cars works has also improved. So teams are starting to build the cars because they have the tools to do it, to make them more sensitive, more precise, more accurate. The wind is having more of an effect as well. That's the one thing you can't really simulate in CFD or the wind tunnel.
Do you remember the 2015 US Grand Prix of Austin? Yes. And Nico Rosberg was winning, and he had just a really erratic moment coming out of the left-hander before the quadruple right, and threw it off the road. Lewis Hamilton came through, won the race, won the championship. And afterwards, Nico said, oh, it's a gust of wind that caused it. And you just thought, that's a bit of a flimsy excuse, isn't it? But actually, then I drove the year after and realised, no, this is actually, it's still not a good excuse, and the engineer's never going to be chuffed when they hear, okay, the old classic gust of wind again. But you can see it's got more legs. I just can't imagine that it wasn't affecting the intricacies of the cars 10 years before in the noughties, the Schumacher Ferraris, the McLaren, the 2008 cars, the detail on there. You think a little bit of a breeze would be making a huge difference on them?
Yeah, I fully agree. I think and convergent design in that the spread of our field is now the smallest it's ever been in our 75-year history, so 1.3%. So a gust of wind that takes out 0.2 when you're spread 3% like we were 7 years ago, or 7%. We had a 7% rule come in about 10 years ago, makes a bigger difference proportionally. And gusting is something that we actually have to plan into our kind of qualifying plans, because it's a bit like you don't know exactly when you're going to get the best chance, so you might want to have more bites of the apple because you don't know if you're going to get if the wind will be in your favour or not.
So on a windy day you do more laps?
Yeah,
or,
I mean it's a factor.
Run.
You would factor it in a little bit more, especially if it's a short lap, so kind of proportionally to the overall lap, a kind of nasty gust of wind could help or hinder you.
Yeah, I guess it's just another random element, isn't it?
Always remember it being talked about in the broadcast in Barcelona. That's the earliest I can remember wind chat appearing. Nowhere near this.
Have you got a year on that?
Like early 2000s? People talking about the turn 9 especially?
I think you have to discount wind chat at Silverstone because that's just complaining rather than people talking about the car. It's just
that's as standard.
Yeah, exactly. A big old airfield. I think it's the characteristic of the location of the Barcelona circuit. It's sort of up on a little promontory in the middle of a quite steep-sided valley, and the wind just howls down from the mountains and across the circuit. And so there's two quite long and fast corners. Joleon's driven it plenty. And I think the wind just catches the cars in opposite directions across those two corners all the time.
Well, it's funny, there's always on pretty much any circuit, there's key points on the track where the wind really affects you. And Barcelona is sort of coming out of turn 3 and then the entry into 4, where you just always, it must be where the natural landscape, you know, hills around, trees around and grandstands even, and then there's a gap and the wind channels through. And it was the race a couple of years ago, was it 23, when Max went off, Carlos went off early on in the race, and it was basically a big gust of wind as we see another tank slapper for Hadjar. And it's the same here. It's turn 4 and particularly turn 13 where we're seeing most of the slides.
Okay, Zach, so the wind is still coming up together with the track temp. So the track is not getting faster. And now it's a pure headwind in turn 1. Pure headwind in turn 1, a few kph higher wind again.
So that is one of the rookies in the field being given that information about the wind and how it's affecting things. You saw a bit of frustration from him, hand off the wheel in frustration, and this is the reason why heading into turn 1.
He's got nice airflow over the car at 1 with that headwind. Now he's got the wind behind him a bit, and wheel spin. Can't keep his foot in through turn 2, and that's a lot of frustration from Isaac Hadjar. So it looks like that was going to be a decent performance run, I think, for Hadjar and the Racing Bull. And he's on the C3 tyre. It looked like it might even be one of his last runs on the C3. He's already done a couple of sets, and maybe that was his last shot to try and put things together, given his reaction. And we heard the brief on the radio as well, giving him the information. But you've still got to drive around it. It's one thing hearing what it is, it's another thing feeling it on the track. And Hadjar, very frustrated, very animated for a test day.
He is generally in his racing career. He is an animated, vocal driver on the radio. His first year of Formula 2, it was intense every time we heard a radio message from him. That first year of Formula 2 just didn't go to plan. He wasn't really competitive in the way that many expected as he stepped up from championship contention in Formula 3. The frustration boiled over, but even in the championship contending year of last year, where he was runner-up in the championship, found himself very, very hot on the radio. And I like different drivers with that approach. You don't want everyone to be laid back, but that is something that his engineer is going to have to work on. You talked about the psychology element yesterday when we were talking about driver-engineer partnerships.
Yeah, the pit crew will be probably quite glad that Yuki Tsunoda seems to have mellowed over the last 12 months as well. Team leader now, and was very much at the same mentality on the radio, and still is on occasion. Of course, everyone, you're highly strung in the cockpit, particularly on race day or qualifying day. Small details make a huge difference, and you've got your heart rate up at 150 beats per minute for a long time, and then frustration boils over. It can be quite difficult to be on the receiving end of it for an hour and a half every Sunday.
We're looking at Kimi Antonelli on track, but I want to look at the data in comparison to Charles Leclerc. We're going to have another look at one of our AWS graphics and look at the breakdown between first and second on the timing page.
You want data, we got data. And breaking news. In fact, Kimi Antonelli was faster across the lap right up until that very point at the very, very end of the lap. So let's break it down. You can see that these two lines, red line of Charles Leclerc, teal line of Kimi Antonelli, are very well matched, with the biggest differences first coming in that high-speed section, turn 6, turn 7, where Kimi Antonelli, a bit like the whispers that came out of the Brackley camp, is very strong in high speed. And he's actually, across the lap, a bit able to carry about 5 kph faster. Again, medium speed corners. That turn 11, areas like that, he's able to be about 3/10 faster across the lap than Charles Leclerc. And it is fairly well matched. Now, that Ferrari is much quicker on the straights. So it's nearly 3.5 tenths faster across the whole lap. Which means that at the exit of turn 15, they're fairly well matched until you can see Kimi lifts. Why does he lift? I think it might be the problem that means he's in the garage.
I think that's just pure sandbag, isn't it, from Antonelli at the end, and we've just undone the whole point of his big lift. He might as well have taken the glory by the time we've shown he could be 4/10 up the road. Interestingly, we had a look at some data yesterday of Russell and Leclerc, and they were also making and losing the time in similar areas. The Ferrari looks really good on corner exits, carries some speed on the straight with good traction, and George was able to carry speed into the corners in the same way as Kimi is as well. So it'd be interesting to see as they build up their relationship together if they are indeed driving in a very similar way.
I have to interject ever so slightly, going back to the wind chat. You may have seen a brief yellow flag just a few moments ago that came up on the screen. We didn't see anybody off track. None of the cars seemed to be in difficulty, and it went away very quickly. The wind actually caught out a marshal whose plastic chair blew into the actual working section track onto one of the runoff areas. They had to run out and retrieve that plastic chair and put it back. Wind can catch people out in ways that they don't expect. Think about those big screens in the pit lane.
So out on track, Kimi Antonelli, who had the screens up earlier on, And he is now ploughing on with his work. Loves a bit of curb, loves a wide turning, does Kimi Antonelli. We've seen that all the way through the test so far. But the young Italian driver, ahead of his Formula One Grand Prix debut in Melbourne, is taking the widest possible route around the circuit, which does allow you to do that. Certainly into turn 4, but he's really getting as wide as possible into turn 11 as well. George Russell is a fine teammate to learn off, and their relationship is going to be fascinating to see how it develops. So many different dynamics. You've got Alex Albon alongside Carlos Sainz. You've got Lewis Hamilton joining Ferrari and working with Charles Leclerc. And after the first 2 hours of running, it's Leclerc, Antonelli, Norris, Doohan, and Max Verstappen, the reigning world champion, is in 5th position.
Okay, welcome down to the pit lane. Now, I've teased you so far this morning of a glimpse of Red Bull's new nose. As we came to look at the old one, it was wheeled away. I can now reveal the new nose is on the car. So the former nose was attached to the main plane of the front wing. If you can see, and it's pretty tricky because we do have people in the way, and of course it's up on the jack as well, but if you can see that now is not attached to the main plane, as we're going to be moved backwards as Max Verstappen is about to be heading out, that creates a gap underneath the nose. And this is, I believe, and we have trawled footage this morning so far, this is the first time this new nose will be heading out on track for Red Bull. Now, it's an interesting day for Red Bull. They've been relatively quieter, it seems, through this test, not making too much noise either way compared to certainly previous years where they have been the talking point, just how fast they are. Here, we've not quite seen the true extent of it. Today, in arguably the best of the conditions as well, on the third day of running, with plenty more rubber put down and slightly nicer temperatures, but some gusts of wind, as we've discovered, Max Verstappen is doing the full 8 hours in the car today. He'll be heading out soon then to see exactly how this new front nose will behave, will interact, what the characteristics of this new Red Bull Challenger for 2025 truly are. McLaren so far have beaten the team as Max Verstappen heads down the pit lane for the first taste and feel of that brand new front nose on the Red Bull, which they brought out on this third and final day. McLaren very much grabbed headlines, of course, yesterday with that long run pace from Lando Norris, with the usual caveats of its testing, fuel loads, and all of that. Plenty more work to be done for lots of teams here today on one final day in Bahrain.
Well, thank you very much, Laura. And hello, and a very happy Friday to you. Crofty and Rachel, and in a few moments' time, Ruth is coming back as well. Thank you to the breakfast shift team, we'll call them, to Alex and to Sam and to Jolien. They'll be back in a little while. And welcome to the second part of the morning session of the final day of testing, which sees this man, Charles Leclerc, on the C4 tyre currently, with a 1:30.811 to his name, and that is the fastest time we've seen. 0.07 of a second clear of Kimi Antonelli, with Lando Norris just over a tenth back in third place. Max Verstappen, meanwhile, is out on the track, ladies and gentlemen, and about, Rachel Brooks, to do a race sim, we believe.
That one, which they didn't manage to do yesterday, obviously, because of the water leak that interrupted Liam Lawson's running, so he only got 91 laps in the end. But 91 laps over the whole day, I should say. Yeah. But yes, that kind of interrupted that run, so we're waiting really to see what they've got in terms of race sim, aren't we? There's a few more I's to dot and T's to cross as far as Red Bull's running, I think.
That is what testing is all about. Now, once upon a time, on the pit wall, Ruth Buscombe-Divey would have been strategising, planning, and telling the drivers what they're going to be doing. So, for the benefit of the worldwide listenership and viewership, we got 2 hours just under of this morning session. We've had the first 2 days all done and dusted. Does everyone want to get a race sim in now, or is that the usual plan, or are there other things still needing to be learned?
Well, because we're in Bahrain, this is normally not the time that you want to do your race sim. Normally the big debate that rages on year after year is, do you prioritise the race sim in the afternoon session or in the morning session, and there is never a clear winner. So the best bit of track we're going to get is the last 2 hours this afternoon. This is okay track. The temperature now 32 degrees, so it's not terrible, but it's still not as rubbery as it's going to be there. So we're going to get a proper mix. So I can reveal Ferrari have gone for qualifying now. Right. So they're doing a qualifying sim at this session. And when we say qualifying sim is as close as you can get to the hour timings, they'll normally have a crack at that. And then others, typically race sims, usually are going to be later in the afternoon. And that's because they often like to do the whole procedure. So you kind of dust off your grid equipment. You do something called a heat soak to make sure that you actually kind of simulate as similar conditions as possible. So if you do it now, it's a bit late really for a race sim to start.
A heat soak, the car kind of standing still for a bit after it's been out for what would be the laps to the grid, simulating that.
Yeah.
Because it's the one thing that we'll talk about this with Martin Brundle a lot. Martin's grid walk's absolutely excellent. We get to see everything and hear everything on that grid. But the one thing we cannot convey on the TV, unless you're watching in a sauna, is how hot it gets down on the grid.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Rachel sticks by the toilets because there's plenty of breeze coming through there and it's absolutely fine.
I find the coolest spot or the shade or the person with the umbrella.
But you can't do that when you're on the grid.
Yeah, exactly. And often, as spies, spying on the other teams, the way that we tell if somebody's starting a race sim, because for us that's one of our best references of kind of how fast the competitor is very easy. You can do it all at home. Is the entire race team sat on the pit wall? Because that's usually the first tell. And then you see this out-in, which is a simulation of the laps to grid. The car will sit in the garage for a bit and then go out, and then you know you're right when they do a pit stop instead of putting the car back in the garage.
So my next question, and timely, we're watching Fernando Alonso's car and mechanic looking underneath at the moment, or feeling his way underneath. If you are Aston Martin, who have Fernando Alonso running in the morning and Lance Stroll coming back in the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, that is the good news from Bahrain, that he had a rough night last night, didn't get an awful lot of sleep. For whatever reason, wasn't feeling particularly 100%, but he's going to be okay. He's had a lie-in. He's done a Karun Chandler, is a bit of a lie-in, and he will be back for the afternoon. So if you're Aston Martin, and you've split your drivers for the day, which most teams have. So Red Bull Racing are running Max Verstappen all day and Alex Albon at Williams all day. Don't both drivers want to get a race sim in on the last day? Is that advisable from a team perspective? I know the benefits are there for the drivers, but is it worth the teams doing 2 separate race sims during the course of a last day of testing?
Usually, no. Actually, because it's quite hard work for a car to do 2 race distances within a day. It's not impossible, but it's usually very unlikely that the car itself will do 2 race distances in one day, because that's 600 kilometres.
Yeah.
So both in terms of time and in terms of actually tyre usage and things like that, typically you see it split, especially now we only have 3 days, that you do a qualifying sim and a race sim in the space of one day.
So Charles Leclerc will have done his race sim yesterday, and now we'll be doing, as you say, quali sims in this particular session before Lewis Hamilton takes over and does a race sim this afternoon.
Yeah, and there's another reason why we nowadays typically see the race sim in the evening session, and that's because we have one Formula 1 car and half the crew. So half the crew work overnight. So unlike a Formula 1 race where we have a curfew, we add 2 cars, we have one crew that do half the time and the other half the time. And typically teams have the bit where they overlap around 4 p.m. And in order to do full crew pit stops, if you want to practice those, you need everybody in, which is also not always, but sometimes teams want to go for that, so to have everybody there. Otherwise you have to do single crew pit stops, which are about 20 seconds and slower, which is what we do in qualifying.
See, I've learned something now.
No, me too. I've learned a lot.
I might put my feet up and quit while I'm ahead on that one.
I mean, there are a lot of people who might say, yes, let's do that.
But
I'm
not you,
messing with
Rach.
But not me, of course not me. I've been tinkering on the Williams. Alpine's back in the garage as well. I was going to say, you mentioned the Red Bull doing the race sim. They put their new nose on this morning. It's we've seen photos of this. This is the first time it's been out on track. And the very end of it is no longer attached to the main plane on the front wing. There's a small gap underneath. It's a bit more rounded as well than the one they've been using previously. So still trying new parts on the car. Ruth's got an answer for you.
Sorry.
Ruth, tell him.
Ruth, who wants to sit at the front of the class at all times, is straight up with a hand on that one.
It's very polite putting a hand in the air to answer
it's not just aesthetics. There's obviously a reason for it.
So it's more similar to their 2022 aerodynamic philosophy.
Right.
So I think they're...
Not the cul-de-sac that they went down last year.
Oh, spicy with you, isn't it?
Well, they kind of admitted that themselves.
They're trying new things, seeing if it works. Obviously, got to close the gap to those pesky McLarens somehow.
Mm-hmm.
What's the? I mean, when you look at the other noses, what's the advantage of having that gap? It's all down to their individual aero packages, because they all choose different noses. They choose different designs at the front. This is what they think will work with the rest of the package they have on that car.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And it's about kind of making sure you have a well balanced aero package. I mean, if you think about everything working in unison, actually, annoyingly for us at home, a lot of it is underneath the car. So it's how you funnel air along the bodywork, but also how you're funneling air underneath the car to create that all-important downforce across a wide speed range, because that's the biggest issue, or the biggest engineering challenge, is the combo of how you have a car that's good both in low speed and high speeds.
Marvellous. Ladies, brilliant to be in the commentary box with you both. We are trackside, of course, because we need to see how these cars are looking trackside. Alex Brundle, I've no idea whereabouts you've got to. Oh, there you are. Beautiful.
I am.
Turn 11 and 12, tell me, right, and I know it's not running at the moment, every car bar the Sauber looks kind of okay. Is that what we're suggesting from testing so far?
Yeah, well, the Sauber definitely doesn't look okay. I can tell you that through the mid corner of turn 11. Hello, guys. By the way, hello, Crofty. Hello, Ruth. Hello, Rachel.
Hi, Alex.
Hi, Alex.
It's hello all. It's interesting down here. The wind is heading this way, as it has been for most of the test. So obviously on the way into turn 11, everybody's struggling a little bit more as we've seen them throughout the test so far. Although when the track rubbers in a bit, it really helps in that braking zone. Then they kind of turn through the wind, and as long as you don't touch that outside curb too much, as we see Verstappen come through behind racing speed there, as long as you don't touch that outside curb too much, it kind of hooks up through the mid corner. What I wanted to show you here is just how uphill it is. I don't think you get a feel for it on the trackside cameras, and that's why if you make it through the mid corner of T11 and then get back to the throttle, it's actually a relatively easy run then up towards turn 12. Lando Norris, next man through. He's still out here, guys, doing the thing he was doing earlier on, where they're trying to get a feel for how the car behaves with steering lock in it and out of it. Applying steering lock as he's making his way through the exit at T11 and up towards turn 12, almost sort of pointlessly to get a feel for the car and try and build tyre temperature. But yeah, really interesting out here. Sauber's looking, a little bit ponderous. Haas looking a little bit ponderous. But I must say, everything else, even with the higher track temperature we've got today, picking up and going nicely out of turn 11 with some decent traction as well.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Alex. We're just looking at Max Verstappen there. He's back in the garage already. What did you spot, Ruth, on the data?
Well, he went out on a lovely new tyre, did one push lap, so very reasonable, 31.2, and then when starting his charge lap, decelerated, which is never good, and it looks like they've wheeled him back in. So it might be a case of, well, we use the term power cycle, which is a fancy word of saying turn it on and turn it back off again.
Control-Alt-Delete.
Control-Alt-Delete, yeah. Or it might be something a little bit more sinister. Generally speaking, body language is the best way of guessing whether it's a big problem or a small problem when the car comes in.
Well, let's talk about the body language then. That just seems like a group of people who are very efficiently going about their business. No crisis here, but I think it's more than a 5-minute job. I would suggest on that one. And very different to the days when the Red Bull was bulletproof and, you know, came out the box, put the fast laps in, went back in the box again. Max Verstappen fourth with a 1:31.2
He's still
in terms
in the
of
car,
the
though,
timings.
isn't he? So
yeah, but
planning,
it's losing time all the while, and that's, I don't know how you used to feel in the garage or not, but I just feel on a final day, the more time that car spends in the garage that wasn't part of the run plan, the more anxious you get as a team and as a crew, potentially as a driver as well, because you know you haven't got that much more time to fix things and to get it right.
Yeah, I think testing's, it's just got to be tranquilo. You know, it's not glory hour. It's not glory hour. You know, if you're missing glory hour, it's 5 p.m. It's 1 hour to go. But you know, maybe you get a longer lunch break.
You don't get lunch breaks in testing. That's outrageous.
nobody gets lunch breaks in testing. We don't get lunch breaks in testing.
Hang on, Kimi Antonelli.
He's on a quick lap here.
Antonelli being Italian for fast. But it is now, because he's gone quickest on the first sector. I just think, watching Kimi Antonelli, this guy's got pace.
He has.
He has got speed. And understandably, you're probably going to, as Mercedes would want to, dial in consistency during the course of this season. But you ask any team principal, what do you want, consistent or fast from the outset? And they'll say, I'll have fast, because you can make people more consistent once they understand the tyres.
Is that the way around it is?
Yeah, you want pace.
Them fast, and then you can make them consistent, not consistent, and you can make them quicker.
Yeah, because building up speed is not always is not always the easiest thing to do in the world. Let's just see if he's going to go top as he crosses the line, 10th down. So he was fast in the first bit, and then not fast enough to dethrone Charles Leclerc at the top. No, because the thing is, you want to, as a driver, you've got to understand these tyres. You know, they're the contact patch with the ground at all times, and they are arguably the most important thing to influence racing. Oscar Piastri found this out in his first season. You know, the pace is there, but you need that consistency on the tyres, and that's impartial. His success last year was down to his greater understanding of the tyres. This will come for Kimi Antonelli. Now he's moved up through the junior ranks very quickly, but even, you know, if you spent 3 years in F2, you've still got a new variant of these Pirelli tyres to worry about in Formula One.
You're spot on about Oscar last year as well, because speaking to him in the pen after every quali and after every race, it was a consistent story of, I need to get a better understanding of these tyres. And then when it came, you could see the improvement in his performances.
Now, if I break down the lap, it's actually super interesting, because if you hear the whispers, it's that, you know, obviously we know Max Verstappen, king of high-speed cornering. So people like Oscar Piastri, the camp in Brackley obviously think that Kimi Antonelli is the same, and he's able to carry 5 kph more in his fast lap than on that purple lap by Charles. And actually the lap times were really close, and the biggest difference, other than that high-speed cornering, was that going into turn 1, perfect edit, thank you to showing me the wind, was the loss on the straights to Charles. So he loses into turn 1, loses into turn 11, but then gains on the back straight where he's getting a tailwind. So I think those lap times are actually in real life very, very close. If anything, in terms of grip limited, potentially Antonelli is a pinch ahead.
Interesting. So why is he losing to Leclerc into turn 1? Is that braking too early, or?
It's because Charles set his lap an hour ago when it was less windy. So it's things like that where actually, you know, we're using an analogy of like in Q1, which is an 18-minute session. You know, people can get knocked out because the track is so different 18 minutes after the start of the session. Actually trying to compare apples and pears an hour between the two sessions, it isn't really possible to get a completely accurate number. And things like, you know, wind sensitivity, an hour apart can easily be, you know, a second, for example, if it's gusty, but very, very similarly. About, yes, that's about kind of 3 or 4 tenths across the lap.
I always find the analogy that works for me, we're comparing oranges and tangerines, which, you know, they're both orange, they both taste pretty much the same, but they're very different to peel. So, you know, they look the same, they do the same thing, they taste the same, but they're different peelers, aren't they? And that is what we're doing here. It all looks the same. The same tyres, you know, same track, but at different times of the day. One is easier to peel than the other.
This is very true. But do you know what it does say? It does say that we are going to have, by the looks of it, a really close season. This season looks incredible. And funnily enough, Andrea Stella yesterday was talking to the media, and he was insinuating perhaps we could have a top 5 or 6 teams. It could be that close.
6?
5 or 6, bringing in Alpine and Williams up into a top group, potentially. It could be fascinating. Well, it is going to be a fascinating season anyway, but if it is as close as it looks, or potentially looks at the moment. Yes, McLaren had a great race.
Set the fastest time of the test yesterday, second year running, and he did it in the Williams. And the Williams, I think, well, look, we know it's a better car than it was last year because it's producing way better times than it did for qualifying last year, let alone at the test. I'm not seeing in that Williams, and Ruth, you've got the data at your fingertips. I'm not seeing a Williams that I'm thinking is going to be on pole, or is going to be challenging for podiums and victories.
No, but I don't think that was the suggestion, that it was podiums and victories, as in the fight could be not just the top 4 breaking away from the rest of the pack. There could be some others in amongst it, so we're not going to have as big a divide in the middle as we have seen previously.
Yeah, I think like we've spoken about it a couple of times. It's quite exciting that last year was the tightest field in our 74-year history, was at 1.3% on average, and that I agree the ranking is Big 4 and then everybody else it looks like at the moment. But when we're talking about basically a second between the fastest and the slowest, a driver can make a big difference, a strategy can make a big difference, and potentially that's kind of what Andrea, was alluding to, was that, we're not in the era of, the big 3 teams lapping the midfielders.
Yeah, the opportunities will be there, is what he's saying.
Exactly, yeah. And I think, the wind around here is a really good example. So that northerly wind that we've got today, probably am pronouncing this correctly, which is known as the Shamal, is associated with cooler temperatures here. And we've had races where you have these 2 dominant winds. You have the Shamal and the Quaz that comes from the south that's really warm. And we've had races where teams that have been really competitive on the Friday when it's been cold, when you've had this northerly headwind that is associated with cooler track temperatures and, different corners that are tricky, different corners that are easier. Come race day, the wind from the south is warmer. It's actually changed the characteristics in the ranking.
Which is one of the fascinating parts of your previous job as a strategist, trying to work out where the wind was up below come race day, because it often can turn around a bit, and it can turn around from morning to afternoon. Max Verstappen has had his car turned around. I reckon that's just over 5 minutes that he's been sat in the garage there, and is ready to come back out again for what I think we as well, hopes is a full race sim. So we can get some data on it. By the way, we were comparing yesterday Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc. So it's another oranges and tangerines moment, I think, this one. And there's that 30 seconds, was it Ruth, over a race distance advantage that McLaren have. And they were on the track at roughly the same time, and it looked like McLaren had a super advantage over a Ferrari that was not quite as kind on its tyres towards the end of their stint. The info that I've been getting from the track is that C1 that Charles Leclerc was on, and this is the big oranges tangerines moment. Lando was on the C2 and the C1 for Charles. The C1 wasn't a particularly good compound for anyone, to be honest, and people weren't liking it very much. The C2, meanwhile, was a much more preferable hard compound tyre. And don't forget, this year, the C2 has moved closer to the C3. Apologies, this is tyre chat. I should have done a little warning for you on that one. Those that are averse to a tyre chat, please go and make a cup of tea now. But this is proper tyre chat. Pirelli have moved the C2 closer to the C3. So there's a bigger gap. It's much bigger gap between C1 and C2. The C2 is a more drivable, shall we say, tyre, has more variables, more flexibility with it in terms of the strategy, and that might have been one of the reasons we saw such a big difference yesterday between Lando Norris and Charles Leclerc.
Was it the final stint, Lando's final stint on the C2, that was phenomenal when it was lighter fuel?
Yeah, it was very strong, and again,
track temperature. It was 19 degrees track. When we come back for the Grand Prix round here, compounds that potentially are falling out the bottom of their window, so the C1 is the lowest operating range, that is too cold for a 19-degree track, which is atypical even for this time of year. If it's an absolute rager and it's warmer, could then come back into play.
Alex Brundle is listening in intently. He loves a tyre chat on a Friday afternoon in Bahrain. Come in, sir.
Yeah, it was really interesting, guys, when we had Carlos Sainz on the broadcast a little bit earlier on. And he was mentioning the change in the tyre compounds for this year. And it's exactly to your point, Crofty, you know, the apples with apples point on evaluating these race runs, that he basically said that the spin he had yesterday in the Williams was mostly because, or he put down to the fact that he jumped out on the C4 tyre, expected the grip differential that he would have expected last year on the C4 tyre, but the C4 this year is different to the C4 last year, therefore spun the car because he didn't have the grip. Now, the racing driver excuse book is big, I'll give you that, but at the same time, it speaks to a point, which is that we can't expect to see the usual differentials here, can we? We're learning about everything, from the cars to the tyres, to the track conditions as they move in these 3 days of testing.
Also, and it is worth mentioning this, Lando Norris was about 10 kilometres an hour faster at the end of this bit than he was in his previous stint. So for his final stint, it looked like he turned the PU up just a little bit. So that can also make quite a difference. Yeah, Alex?
He was. And it's always difficult here because, for example, down to turn 4, the terminal speed is still being determined by your exit from turn 2. So how much of that is power unit mode fitting to exactly the circuit? How much of that is the exit he's getting out of turn 2 with the extra grip, of course, from having a better tyre on the car? We just don't know. The one that really tells, though, is the one down towards turn 1, because you're approaching much closer to terminal speed there. So as you say, Crofty, all indications that Norris had a bit more grunt in that final stint.
Thank you very much, Alex Brundle, who is getting an awful lot of praise, as he deserves to be on X this morning, along with Ryan Johnson, who says, who's the new female, I can never say this word, it's appalling. Who's the new female analyst on F1 testing with Crofty? She's brilliant. Keep her on all season, please. Rachel Brooks and Ruth Buscombe diving with me today, and I assume they're talking about you because Rachel was here last year.
No, sorry, I'm not an analyst.
Meanwhile, the great analyst sat with us has now just pointed at the screen. That don't work too well on telly.
Well, I was saying, we look at the nose of Charles Leclerc's Ferrari, we can see there is those tiny little notches in that red paint. And that is very typical of going testing at Bahrain when we have a northerly Shamal race, because that is the rising sand that not only increases the tyre degradation, which we know that Ferrari suffered with yesterday, but shows you that the track on is really dusty and dirty. And if we were going racing, it would in the race there would be very high track evolution throughout the race, because it shows me that there was a lot of deposit of sand on there.
So can they not do anything? Can they not just give the car a good clean and get rid of all that?
Teams will repaint it before they go to Melbourne, or not use those parts. But yeah, testing in Bahrain is one of the worst things for your graphics department and your paint job, because they don't like it.
My next question is, have the teams got any kind of solution that they can just wipe over the car to get rid of those sort of dents and that? Will it work on my alloys? Because
no, because you've scuffed them too badly on the curb.
Well, it wasn't my fault. This curb came out of nowhere last night. I've got full lock on. Yeah.
Jumped out at you.
And it jumped out at me, and you hear the sound and you think, oh, that's going to be expensive, isn't it?
At least you only heard the sound, you didn't feel it.
Yeah, I was actually
from experience.
I was going quite slowly, to be fair. Look, let me change the subject a little bit from my bad driving to someone who can drive. Jamie Foster has tweeted in at Crofty F1 to say, what's your view on retiring drivers' numbers? I believe Lewis's 44 should be retired as and when Lewis retires from Formula One. What do you think? Now, it happens in football, doesn't it, when you get legends at football clubs and they retire the shirt. And the number 6 at West Ham will never be used by anyone other than Bobby Moore, as it was at the time. And we've got this year. Who's come in as number 5 this year?
Oh, I've got that for you. Wasn't it Gabby Bortoleto?
Gabby Bortoleto.
Yeah.
So Sebastian Vettel, for whom I know you two absolutely adored when he was in Formula One, now can't use the number 5. He's a 4-time world champion. He can't use the number 5 because someone's nicked it. Should it have been retired?
They have to leave a year, don't they, between the driver? 2 years, is it? 2 years, right. 2 years between the driver leaving.
But I think as a mark of respect, if you win 4 or more world championships, is it worth your number being retired in posterity?
We only go up to 99, don't we?
Yeah, and we have retired one number, obviously, for Jules.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think that's a completely correct thing that we did. And yeah, I think it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because, you know, we have like jersey retirement ceremonies and things like that in other sports. But yeah, I don't hate the idea. But, you know, we've got to think about future-proofing.
Yes, and there are 20 drivers each year, or 22 next year.
In 100 years, we've retired quite a few of them.
I mean, you can...
Yeah, but that's why I say if you win 4 or more championships, let's have a cut-off here.
With the number, so if you run 1, they don't count.
Yeah, but
controversial.
But the champion always gets number 1.
Yeah,
yes,
so
they don't run it necessarily.
Exactly.
Lewis didn't run it.
Because 33, Max only won 1 championship running 33. Yeah. Because so I think that doesn't count to his 33.
So then you retire number 1. Sorry, but that's your argument, isn't it?
No, number 1 has to stay number 1 in this respect.
I mean, number 6 here was Nico Rosberg's, was Nicholas Latifi's, as we talked about the other day.
Yeah.
It's now Isaac Hadjar's number.
Well, I think Nico was quite happy to pass it on, but he only won the 1 championship, so he wouldn't count under Crofty's new theory on this one. You've got to be a 4 or more time world champion to have your number retired, and then you can have your number. You have a little ceremony. We can award the number. You know, when you retire from the sport.
But then what about in the days when the number was according to where your team was in the championship, as opposed to
those days
the number you
Stop
chose?
living in the past.
But there were drivers then who won 4 championships.
Those days,
they had different numbers.
Those days are gone. We are living in the present, Rachel.
I love finding holes in your ideas.
No, it's not a hole at all. If we want to live in the past, I'd be handing over to Alex Brundle, trackside, and you'd see him in glorious black and white. But no, there he is in full colour. And you can even see the makings of a suntan appearing on his face.
Coming to you in UHD, no less, 4K, trackside, down towards turn 8. This is emerging in vision, I suppose, from where I was talking to you from a few moments ago. Antonelli in the Mercedes is the only, it's actually just gone a little bit wide in that Mercedes. From bothering this outside curb on the way in, he's the only driver down here that is able to get all the way across from the evil curb on the outside of turn 7, which makes the floor bounce and makes you go straight down towards turn 8. He can get right back across the road on his way into turn 8 and open the corner. Looks like he needs to. Lando Norris just being balked a little bit on his way down to 8, and it looks like he's going to throw that lap away behind the Alpine at this stage. But one thing I've noticed down here is that the Red Bull in Verstappen's hand rotates incredibly well right on the apex. This is Albon in the Williams. He's been routinely a little bit wide down towards turn 8, but I want to see Verstappen. Look, watch Verstappen come off this outside curb. Look how quickly this Red Bull rotates in the middle of the corner. Bunk, straight through the middle, and his steering velocity so much as well, really pitches it in over the apex. He's got way more front end in the low speed than almost anyone else, going for it as well in typical Verstappen style, as you might expect. Alonso looking strong, deputising for Stroll, who's on the same schedule as me this morning. Had a nice lie-in, guys, but really interesting down here at T8. Red Bull looking the class of the field in the slow corners, typically Ferrari territory, but I don't know what, Leclerc looks like he's on a harder tyre there, not quite the rotation he might want. Fascinating, the best area I've stood over these 3 days to see the behaviour of the cars as they head through the apex of T8.
Thank you very much, Alex. Slightly surreal moment. I'm listening to Alex, and I'm having a message conversation with Martin at the moment. Who says, in controversial but cheeky fashion, should Seb have even been allowed to use Red 5?
Well, this is it, you see. It would have been Nigel's.
I believe he picked it for Nigel, because I asked him.
Say that again.
I believe he picked it as a homage because he wanted to be red 5.
Now that's absolutely fine.
Yes.
If you're doing it as an homage, I like that. Unlike Nico Hulkenberg, when he was asked why are you using 27, is it about Gilles Villeneuve? It's Gilles' number. Was it? I had no idea. He had no idea about the connection with the 27. If you're going to use a famous number, yeah.
I have a fun fact. I mean, it might not be fun, but it's a fact about numbers.
Before you do that, every time you want to speak, you put your hand up. Right? Did you used to do that when you were at school?
I did win the Hermione Granger Award. Car number 4, and I was getting close to being able to use this fact at some points last season. Car number 4 has never won the Drivers' Championship. Ever.
Seriously?
Never won it.
Oh no!
And last year it got as close as it was ever going to do.
Yeah, because historically it was the second car of the second team, which is kind of like the dark, shadowy place in Lion King. You don't want to go.
We've gone from Harry Potter to Lion King, ladies and gentlemen.
Drop all the references.
That's what I call Ted Kravitz, the circle of life.
Yeah. So yeah, car number 4 never won. So Lando has a chance to make history to be the first driver to win.
Use number
the
4.
Drivers.
Ted, I expect to hear that on the notebook at some stage. Should Lando do it? Where are you, sir?
Very good. Hello, Crofty. Hello, Rachel. Hello, Ruthie. Yeah, numbers chat. Can't beat it. I'm down at the Alpine garage, where not since Lando Norris was going around handing out the teas for Fernando Alonso in the McLaren Honda years. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Have we seen Paul Aaron here? There you go. You can see it on your screen right now. Alpine's test and reserve driver, the promising F2 driver, and many think a very promising Formula One driver in the making, has come round not only with the coffees and the teas for everybody here in the garage, but also chocolate chip cookies.
Yes,
look like some very good homemade chocolate chip cookies. So Paul Aaron realising that the way to curry favour with your team is to hand out the tea and coffee. Now to more serious stuff, and Jack Doohan, as you're watching him, I think also on the screen at the moment. What lap time has he just done? Because it's this fight, 2 stories here, Crofty, really. It's this fight in the, as we have a look in the garage, this fight in the midfield between Alpine, between Williams, potentially between Aston Martin, how that's going to go. And then how is Jack Doohan doing, sorry, no pun intended, getting used to the car? So that was a new set of C3s that he's just gone out on. So I don't know whether it's moved him up the order in any way. I don't have a monitor
He's
down
fifth
here, so I
fastest
can't
with a
tell.
1:31.2. His last lap, though, Ted, was a 1:31.6.
Okay, so 4 tenths away. That's not so bad. Yeah, I just, wanting to see, as he works through new tyre runs, race runs, how his progression goes, really. Look, there's no need to underline the importance of the first few races to Jack Doohan. Everybody knows the score. Jack knows it. Everybody knows it. But it hasn't been the smoothest of tests. It's been good, solid. But I think he'll be looking to make a little bit of a step forward when he gets to his home race in Melbourne.
And if you turn around, Paul Aaron's coming back with the teas and the cookies, Ted. So you can have yourself one on the way back.
Well, they're not for me. They're not for me, Rachel. They are for the team.
Left. He's on the pit wall now.
I've already inspected the. Paul, it's very kind of you, but it's not for me. It's for the team. But well done.
I made extra just in case.
Well, that's very kind. These cookies look excellent, though. I might come and try them. They look handmade, to be honest. Did you make them?
I don't know. I didn't make them.
I've got a very good cookie recipe. I'll give it to you later. Okay. Well done to you. It's for the team. Well done to you. Good job. That's fine. Good. Well, from numbers chat to cookie chat with Paul Aaron. That's testing for you.
You're better than me, Ted. I would definitely have taken one.
We know full well that now the camera is off Ted Kravitz.
He'll be in there.
He will be going for those chocolatey dough-baked morsels.
They're very
faster
good
than
at
the
Alpine,
Cookie
by the way.
Monster on steroids.
They're
quite
very
frankly.
good at Alpine. There's a coffee competition. You can do the best coffee in the paddock. There are the best cookies too.
You can keep that one. I'm a slave to the caffeine. In comes the Haas.
In comes the heavily laden Haas.
The heavily
Spy,
laden
the
Haas.
start of a race simulation.
So race simulation, do a few burnouts like he was going to the grid, and then we'll stop right now for a practice start. So take us through the starting procedure.
So It's quite a complicated thing to start a Formula 1 car. You've got to do quite a lot of tuning. Your controls engineer is going to give you some settings. Obviously, it's not the grid, but in many cases, it's the practice. The best thing you're going to do. They're basically collecting data in the starts to tune it to basically get it as good as they can. There's a bit of driver in there. There's also just a lot of, actually, from the engineer's perspective, understanding what the grip level is. And broadly speaking, it's a risk versus reward. You can do a very safe start where you're definitely not going to get wheel spin, but then you won't get a great launch, or you can do a riskier start. And that is what your controls engineer is trying to optimise.
Love it. Touch of Yorkshire on the Haas pit wall there.
Stunning T-choice.
You'd have seen brand at the end. That's just my really bad gag.
It is a really bad gag. The newly extended Haas pit wall, double the size it was last year.
Absolutely right. So data gathered. Notice there that they've also got the radio from every other car available on the pit wall, so they can listen in. So if there's a particular battle going on, during the course of a race, they might want to have a listen to the team radio. Fascinating fact, some teams, when listening into team radio, employ AI devices that can detect whether somebody is bluffing in what they say. So it might be that you've got, I don't know, Lewis Hamilton and Ferrari against Max Verstappen in the Red Bull. And Max comes on the radio and says, yeah, my tyres are absolutely fine. But some teams will employ like a listening device
to detect the intonation in the voice.
Actually, whether the tyres are fine or not, whether there is a slight tremor in the voice, whether there is something going on that they're trying to hide. And I find this fascinating.
So there is, I actually ended up sat at a dinner with somebody who works in AI and assumed, I think like a lot of people do, that they're there to replace people and jobs. But actually what it was doing was exactly what you're talking about, is detecting down to the minutest detail, changes in behaviour, changes in voice, changes in all those kind of things, to build a picture of a person, of people. And one of the things they were doing was detecting when kids may not turn up to school because of their friends.
What?
It's incredible the lengths AI is going to now.
What, so just because their mate's having a day off, they're going to have a day off
no,
too?
because
that would never happen to children, would it?
No, but because of patterns of behaviour and things like that. They're going to it, and then obviously also working with security, the security industry as well. It's incredible what it's doing. So I can well believe it can detect whether someone's lying about the tyres or not.
AI used to be a greeting when someone walked into the garage in F1. Aye, how you doing? And that was what they would shout. Now.
Yeah, so
races.
It's a really nice way. As Max is coming in to box once again. There we go, a little bit of pit stop practice.
There is no cool way to run with a tyre strapped to your chest.
So here, as you can see, there's only one set of tyres, and they're not in blankets, so we know he is going to box the car. He's going to come in. They're just going to do a practice on and off, and then wheel that car in, because once again it did decelerate. Might be a practice. Yeah, but might be deliberate, might not.
What? So when you say it decelerated, so lost power somewhere, or?
Yeah, kind of came out, and then we had that kind of helicopter shot where we saw that he went pretty slowly, but it did recover speed for the rest of the lap and looked fine until he boxed. So again, you never really know because it's testing.
And there was another car coming up behind, wasn't there? So it's whether or not he was getting out the way or what he was doing.
Why would he deliberately decelerate? What would be the?
If they say there's traffic, so if there's a lot of traffic coming through, potentially you don't accelerate as you come out. But they don't look particularly stressed, so I don't think that's a big problem.
Helmut Marko looks like he hasn't moved, like from yesterday.
Must be a very comfortable
Actually, no, he has moved, because yesterday he was on the other side of the garage.
Yeah.
Did they just pick up his stool and carry the stool with Helmut Marko on it to the other side of the garage? Because it's exactly the same position as he was in yesterday, but in reverse. No, that doesn't make sense.
All the screens. No, but it's obviously a good spot for looking at all the screens and everything he wants to see.
Yeah, he's a proper engineer as well. He always has very technical questions and very technical chat. Which is, never underestimate Helmut Marko, would be my strategy tip.
I 100%, says Elizabeth, don't think we should be retiring numbers for champions. Agree with retiring 17, but I think it's a much better legacy for incoming drivers getting the opportunity to add to the story of those numbers and just to pretend it doesn't exist forever. Fishing for Boots says, gotta say, Crofty is right. The only numbers that would be up for retirement are 5, 33 and 44. Only 6 people have ever won 4 or more. That's a solid amount of future proofing. I agree with you, says G-Dog. I am with you on retirements. I believe they have it in MotoGP as well. But even if we don't retire 44, I think we should retire out and send this number. Nothing's weird. Jack Doohan, number 7, Barry Sheen, two-wheeled history. Yeah, well, you see, that was that's
synonymous
unsurprising,
with him.
given who Jack's dad is, and given the affinity that Mick had with Barry Sheen as well. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that Jack went for the number 7, although I think that was his karting thing as well. As Ruth, I think, is leaving us now. Thank
for a
you,
little
Ruth.
break.
And I was going to. She sent me a little message actually, rather than putting her hand up, to say that Lando Norris not only used to hand out the teas in the McLaren garage, but the fruit-based fizzy sweets as well.
I remember when he went to go on.
I was going to say, and on that alone, I would have given him a drive in Formula One. By the way, I must mention some of our amazing technical team that we're working with this week, and who have got the biggest tub of sweets.
What?
And
how have I not found this?
And yeah, you see, I've kept this quiet and have added to it as well. Adam and the boys, and they have added to that big tub of sweets by bringing in cola cubes and pear drops. If you want me during the lunch break,
cubes.
I shall be having E-numbers.
Scratchy roof of mouth, but they were worth it.
I should be eating E-numbers. Anyway, talking of childish behaviour, ladies and gentlemen, the school run is over. He is with us. Karun Chandok, hello.
Morning.
Well, it was when we turned up.
Yes.
Boom.
Hi, Karun.
Hi, how are you?
Very good.
He walked
Very
straight
good.
into that one. I like that.
It's very good, though. I apologise, Crofty. I thought about stopping at McDonald's to bring you a takeaway breakfast, but then I thought you'd be more upset if I was 4 minutes later.
He'd have been very happy.
I know.
You know how happy
I did
that
think
makes
of
him.
his double egg, double sausage, McMuffin, hash brown. Other breakfasts are available.
If you'd have brought in a hash brown, I'd have loved you forever.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be here. What's going on? The sun's out.
They say don't apologise for not being here, because it was lovely to have Ruth alongside Rachel and myself. Not only is the sun out, but there are cars out as well, with a bit of an engine cover trouble with Ollie Ben. Other than that, occasional dips of tyres into bits of gravel. Charles Leclerc has gone fastest. Kimi Antonelli's looked pretty impressive too. Max Verstappen's gone out, come in, gone out, come in. He's kind of doing a bit of an okey-dokey on this one today. He's not quite putting his whole self in, his whole self out at the moment. He's somewhere in between, and that's. We've had no red flags. We've had reliability. I mean, I'm with Jolyon Palmer. What's going on with testing these days?
Well,
last time you said that, there was a power cut, so let's not. It's been very reliable running.
And that has been really the only issue is the lights.
Well, I mean.
So what do you want to add to it? Or
Well, the weather
to go back home
at the moment, this looks like the best day of testing, isn't it? The wind has died down a little bit. The sun's out. We're not, track temperature is finally representative. 32 degrees. This is what it's supposed to be if you've gone out to Bahrain, not the 15, 16 degrees that we had yesterday.
So those teams that were enjoying the cooler temperatures because it suits their cars better.
Well, we don't know which ones they are.
Well, exactly, but they'll be able to see now whether it was just the cooler temperatures or whether they have got those improvements.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think yesterday we saw people doing their race runs in the afternoon, didn't we? We saw them doing those sort of shorter balance check runs in the morning. We're sort of seeing that now. 7-8 laps, something like that. Albon done a 12-lap run there, but really the bulk of the work is done in the afternoon. And I was doing, you both know, I love a bit of number crunching. I like an Excel sheet.
Yep.
Lando Norris's race run yesterday, if we look at, I think he did a run, Leclerc did a run, Antonelli had one, Hadjar had one. I had Norris winning the Bahrain Pre by some margin. He was like
12 seconds, was it? I think.
You've just read an article on the internet. Did you crunch the sheet?
I didn't crunch the numbers.
There you
No,
go.
I'm really sorry, Karun. But I also, I
so ruined his day on that.
But it was it.
No. I sat there and crunched all the numbers, Crew, and I worked out exactly how to do
Have
it.
you?
I crunched all the numbers.
Yeah.
I can show you, but my laptop's not here this morning, I'm afraid.
I don't actually know what the total was, but I had him winning by like 3/10 a lap, basically. So, yeah.
But it was really impressive, wasn't it?
If you compare...
Go on. He's gone.
I'll just go back home, shall I? Bye.
I think this is absolutely brilliant. What you don't realise, Karun has come in this morning desperate to make up for the fact that he had to take his kids to school and he was going to be a little bit late. And he has produced overnight an amazing piece of work. It is like the best show and tell ever.
But he hasn't shown us.
Except he's come in with his best show and tell to find out that there's a kid got to school earlier with exactly the same thing.
Read it on the internet.
Yeah, honestly. Rachel.
I did some prep.
Yeah, you read it on the internet.
And I listened to you guys all day.
He stayed up
yesterday.
all night for this. Look, he's not even had a shave this morning.
Just blindly believe the internet.
I didn't. I did sit down and work some numbers out.
Okay, very good.
And I looked at some graphs
Anyway,
as
the
well.
point still is,
Yes.
this afternoon, I hope that they all do some long race runs in the warmer, more representative temperatures, because that will be more, it'll be a more pure indication of what we're going to have for the season. We expect very few races to be down at 16 degrees track day.
Your workings out and your Excel spreadsheets, I use body language.
You
know
use
this.
body language?
You know this.
You use
I
psychic?
look at the body language. No, I look at the body language of the teams, of the crews, of the team principals and of the drivers. And Lando's body language yesterday was pretty positive and upbeat. His body language was pretty, there were smiles when he was trying not to smile. And I like to see that, because that means teams are feeling pretty good about what they've got.
What happens when they're playing poker? Do you read their body language then?
There are certain people in that paddock, on that grid, I would not play poker with. Let me think. I mean, I would play poker with Lewis. I would play poker with Lando. Who are the ones who are hard to read? I'm going to have to come back to you on that. Max occasionally, but usually Max on a Friday afternoon, you can tell what the car's going to do that weekend. You speak to him on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
Fernando, wouldn't play poker with
Wouldn't play
Fernando.
poker,
Would
yeah.
never play poker with Fernando.
So Ollie Behrman, what's he been up to this morning? He's just started this run on the hard tyre, hasn't he? He's been in the medium so far. And what's he done at 37.3? So they're a team who haven't really shown their hand in this test, have
They've
they?
been running very heavy, haven't they?
They've sort of, yeah, they've kept it all under the radar, which is kind of what they did last year. They didn't really do any fast laps, any performance runs until they got to the first race, and it worked well for them because they've been quick all season last year.
Jack Doohan's come back out again. The Alpine spent fair time in the garage. Oh, no, it's in the garage. Oh, no, this is a replay. This is them putting on the Flowbeer's paint. So what they've been working on in the garage all that time, they are now going to go and see whether or not it's going to work on track.
It doesn't really go with a pink, does it, the green? But it's not there for aesthetics, I suppose.
No, it'll stand out.
Well, that's the idea, obviously, so that they can get the patterns of airflow, and they can visualise. They don't have to visualise; they can actually see it. There it is, live on track, in the hands of Jack Doohan, who has put in so far today 45 laps, which it sounds like a lot, but it's not really compared to what the potential is with so much better reliability come these testing sessions.
Well, it's nearly a full Grand Prix though, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it
What
is.
Is it 57?
57
laps, yeah. Yeah, I mean, these cars just go... It's incredible to think of how good the reliability is these days. And actually, so on one hand you go, well, 3 days, really not a lot. But if you calculate the kilometers they're doing in these 3 days versus 20 years ago when they did 8, 9, 10 days of testing, they're doing an awful lot of mileage in these days.
They won't next year.
They won't?
That's my prediction anyway. They won't do.
They'll have more days, won't they? Isn't it going back to 6 days next year?
Yep.
The new regs.
Is it 6 days?
I believe so, yeah. I believe that's what was agreed by the teams and the FIA.
Yeah, so there'll be a 3-day Bahrain.
I think it's 3 days in Europe and then 3 days in Bahrain.
3 days in Europe spread over 5 days, but you can only do 3 days.
I can't remember the details of that, but yeah, I can imagine 3 days of Barcelona or something, and then 3 days of Bahrain.
Would make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the early days.
It's about as good as you can get Bahrain in Europe at that time of the year on a representative track. Yeah, you can go down to Jerez, but it's not quite. Yes, Rachel.
I think it might be three-day tests.
Really?
Well, I'm just reading.
Okay.
I will.
That was the original intention.
Yeah, so I don't know whether that's gone through
That's a lot
with the World Motorsport Council or
But
not.
the thing is, the first test is all about engine.
Yeah.
So it could be it's a mule car, just looking at the engine and gearbox, and more importantly, the fuel as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're sort of preempting that the car's going to be broken down a lot, aren't they? If you think back to remember those early tests of 2014 where anyone with a Mercedes was going round and round and round, and everyone else was struggling to get out of the pit garage.
Yeah, no, it's very true.
Well, then I think were you with me, Crofty, that when we went to the early Honda test when they came back, McLaren Honda, and every time we saw Fernando Alonso, it was coming. Oh, actually, it was Ted who was down there with me. They were coming. The car was coming back on the back of a truck, and it was another sort of Fernando shrug of.
I remember.
I'm back.
I remember getting to Barcelona for the test, and I don't think Ted was with us at Barcelona for some reason, and it was the Fractious doesn't quite cover the relationship between the Honda side of the McLaren hospitality area and the McLaren side. Dave Greenwood, ladies and gentlemen, who we pointed out yesterday, and I should give Dave Greenwood his official new title with the team, Racing Director.
Sounds very official.
Sounds like a man not to be messed with.
So what's...
Yes, sorry, as far as I can tell, the plan is for 3 lots of 3.
Okay.
So 9 days of pre-season. I'm trying to find out if that's been confirmed yet or not.
Well, I'm sure you'll be very excited for that, Rach. You love a bit of testing.
I remember the days in Jerez and Barcelona, and the freezing cold days where my voice never survived the full stint of testing. There was always a day where I completely lost my voice.
Happy times.
For you guys, yeah.
Sorry, no, I was just remembering back the days. Sorry, I wasn't necessarily meaning you, Rach, on that one. Constant speed, constant aero test for Fernando Alonso down the main straight. Let's go back to Bahrain, shall we? Bernie Collins, hello, good morning, welcome. How you doing?
Good morning, Crofty, and everyone back in London in the comms box. We're just in front of the Red Bull garage here. A lot of work has been going on in the rear of the car, which hopefully you can see on your screens now. Looks a bit like a standard setup change, that they've not quite been able to get the components they're trying to get in and out of the rear of that car there. Verstappen we can see in the back corner of the garage just getting suited up, getting his helmet on. But interestingly, the car just gone back on high stands, I think just to allow the mechanics a bit of freedom. You can see them now clambering underneath the car to try and get those rear suspension components changed. There's a quite frantic in that there's a lot of mechanics around the back of the car, but they are trying to get the change done as quickly as we can. And then you could just see this new front nose that we talked a little bit sat on front of the car, just been taken off in order to allow that car on the high stands. But a bit of setup, aero work tweaking going on that as well before it goes back on. But hopefully, if they can get the components that they're working on at the back changed in time, and we can see the guy standing by with the engine cover, so it does look under control. Verstappen should be back on your screen shortly.
Thanks ever so much, Bernie. I'm watching 2 screens there. I'm watching Bernie and listening to Bernie talking about Max Verstappen and Red Bull. And then someone arrived at Aston Martin with a rucksack, which looked like they had a load of computer games in the rucksack. Has the F1 game arrived in the Aston Martin garage, or is Lance Stroll about to play Call of Duty before he goes out, or whatever they call the FIFA game these days, FC 25, I think it's called.
I have no idea.
No idea.
Or Wii Golf, which is or Mario Golf, which is my favourite. You never played Mario Golf?
No, I played Wii Golf.
Oh, Mario Golf's great. You do like a proper swing. It just looks like my real game. Everything has a fade on it. But then they have like stupid courses in the middle of cities, and that's brilliant. Bet you Lando Norris has played Mario Golf. He can't stop playing golf.
I've got a confession to make, Lofty. My maths was wrong. Karoon's maths was better.
Go on.
It was much more than 12 seconds. Come on,
you
Karoon.
went ploughing down this path, so carry on. You know.
For those just joining us, what you read on the internet wasn't right. Is that what
No,
you're
so
saying?
I read an article on the internet. I listened to a podcast, and I also looked at some graphs.
Well, you had a busy night, didn't you?
I did my prep for today, and it's nearer 31 seconds, do we believe, if it was a full race distance in comparison. However, obviously you need to adjust for
you have to look at it
time
across
on
the different
track
stints.
yeah.
And in there was a delta in terms of tyres, and there's some assumptions there that you have to make. But the way it sort of shook out in applying offsets that I tried to do is it kind of worked out about 3/10 a lap across, when you factor in different fuel load, they had the same fuel load, you assume that because they've all done 58 laps. But there's a tyre delta because on one stint, the last stint especially, I think there was a tyre delta there.
Yeah,
so
C1 for Leclerc, C2 for Lando Norris.
Yeah, and C1 for Antonelli as well.
Yeah, that's it. And
but anyway,
the
yeah.
C1 was not a good tyre across the board.
But that particular stint, it was over a second. His average was quicker, 1.2 seconds, which I still don't think all of that can be tyre. So I think the bottom line is, I kind of concluded out of yesterday, in those temperatures, that the McLaren had the best package, and they were sort of 2-3 tenths. Ferrari and Mercedes very close. What we didn't see was a race run from Red Bull, so we don't know where Red Bull are.
But 0.3 over the 57 laps would be about 17 seconds, so somewhere.
Yeah, again, as I say, it all depends on when you apply which tyre,
So now you've stopped just throwing numbers up in the air. Corrected, taking into account everything, what are we saying the difference is? 31 seconds or
less.
Much less?
No, I think 3/10 per lap yesterday. Right. In yesterday's race run, and caveat by saying it was in yesterday, in those temperatures, in those conditions, on those tyres. Let's see what today brings. And that's the more important thing, is this is a much better day in terms of being representative.
3/10 is a lot.
It's a lot.
And over 57 laps, that's where you get 17 seconds from.
I would take your word for that.
Only because I just did it on the calculator to check.
Put it on the podcast. The only numbers I cared about last night were the numbers 2 and 0.
Was that the menu on your... Oh, it wasn't the menu. I thought that was the food order menu.
Did your team win at the football?
Yeah.
Yes. That's why I've got the lucky socks on today. You see that?
You have lucky socks after the game?
Well, I have lucky socks for the day of the match.
So you've worn them twice, 2 days in a row?
I've got 2 pairs right now. I have lucky socks for the day, and I have lucky socks for the day after the win.
Are they playing tomorrow?
No, just to celebrate the fact that we won. Doesn't happen very often.
Very good.
Right, let's see. We need to see. They're not going to do a race run now, though, are they? They're going to leave it to this afternoon.
No, it's only an hour to go now.
So, well, we'll have to wait and see if he does it this afternoon.
No,
just trying to see who's out there who looks like they might have had a go already.
Jack Doohan?
He's only just gone out, though. He's got the aero paint on.
Yeah, no, he has.
Yeah, I think he's doing short runs if you look at what they've done so far.
Oh, Ollie Behrman, sorry. That was the one who we thought we saw doing a practice starts.
Maybe. He's 8 laps on this particular stint.
Look at that. I say Ollie Behrman, and there he is, ladies and gentlemen. 1 apex. 2 apex.
Is he coming in the pits? No.
I say that, Karoon. 1 apex, 2 apex, just to indicate that it's 2 corners.
False.
I heard this argument.
I don't know how many times you've driven that corner, Crofty, but if you try to take a second inside apex, you'd be horrendously slow on the starting straight.
Yeah, well, I'd be horrendously slow anyway, and having run the track on several occasions, I can tell you I jink to the right and I jink again, and then fall over.
The car looks heavy, doesn't it? It looks...
Well, his last lap was a 1:38.7.
Yeah.
So that you think, that's really, really slow. Hadji's going around with a 1:38.6. So actually, that's
Ollie's lap before was a 1:39 as well.
Yes, but that's 2 very similar times there, and similar.
It's like a different category. 9 seconds slower than, the benchmark pace. It's quite something, isn't it?
Right, Bernie, Collins has made her way down to Aston Martin. So the question is, Bernie, the man with the rucksack arrived. What video games are they playing down there?
Well, Crofty, I'm not quite fit to tell you that, just as we see Fernando Alonso come into the pit box here. What I was going to bring you, what I was aiming to bring you, was a little bit of insight to how different teams set up their pit walls, how they set up their garages at this point in the weekend. So you can see over my shoulder, the Aston Martin pit wall actually looks pretty sparse. We've got the management on the right-hand side, 2 race engineers on the left-hand side. And those guys are working on Fernando's car, looking through the data. In the garage, we have Fernando's pit crew. But if you look further down the pit wall, the Alpine pit wall very full, the Haas pit wall, almost full seats on that pit wall as well. So different teams take different approaches to the number of people that they bring at this point in the race weekend. One of the things that I never did as a strategist was I never attended a winter test.
Really?
For the last 10 years, I've not made it. Yes, I've not made it to Bahrain. And one of the reasons for that is the mission controls are so well set up that you can actually do a lot of the analysis from the factory. And a few things to add to that. Because we have day crew and night crew in terms of mechanics, as I said, Fernando Alonso's crew working on his car, Lance Stroll's crew isn't here. So Lance Stroll's crew will have been doing the night shift, and they'll come in later on this afternoon, and they'll have a crossover period where you might see teams start to do pit stop practice when both crews are on the ground, full crew around the car, and then they'll take over the night shift as they would have done the last 2 nights in order to get the car set up for the next day. So a bit of split strategy across the teams and which crew are on site, which crew are on the night shift, how many strategists are on the pit wall. I always like to look to see who's made the trip out to Bahrain and who's really enjoying having some time home in the UK in the slightly offset time zone, but doing all their analysis from back there. That's all from me down here, Crofty, for now.
Thanks ever so much, Bernie. Mission control basically is 4 or 5 rows in an auditorium style with screens in front of every workstation, a massive big screen at the front. All the teams have got these. Some have got viewing galleries, so you can go in and see the mission control while it's in operation. It's like an extra engineering stroke strategy base that the teams have that enable them to run exactly the same amounts of staff as that they used to run and have to go to the racetrack, but to do half from back at base, because obviously you're limited to the amount of passes you get for people working on the car at a Grand Prix. And with the beauty of undersea fibre optic cabling, it's absolute instantaneous transfer of data and conversations. I remember when Mercedes first put in their mission control and had senior engineers back at base. Lewis Hamilton was at Spa, and it was a great conversation when he said to Andrew Shovel, "Shovel, are you here at the racetrack?" He went, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, you sound like you were here, but I haven't seen you all weekend." This was like on the Saturday afternoon. "So I haven't seen you all weekend." He went, "No, I'm back in Brackley." "Well, you sound like you're next door." He went, "Well, that's good then. That's how these things are meant to work, Lewis. I am here with you in Britain." There is Andrew Shovel.
There is, definitely in Bahrain.
He was...
well, we had Toto Wolff chip in, didn't he? Remember there was a race,
yes,
was it Austria somewhere? He was at home, and he came in on team radio.
Home,
was it the COVID year, maybe? Can't remember what it was. It was a year where he just came in the team radio, didn't he, in the middle of the race?
Pat Simmons famously had his own mission control at home as well.
Yeah.
And would make lots of key decisions from his cupboard under the stairs.
Well, Vijay Mallya had...
Pat Simmons and Harry Potter, very similar upbringing.
No, Vijay Mallya had that at his house for years, and he had the full pit wall set up. I mean, it's funny nowadays with the internet.
Leave the house very much. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. You know, it's quite impressive actually when you go. A friend of mine, Dario Franchitti, does work with an IndyCar team, and his same thing. The setup at home these days, you really do feel like you're there.
Can I just say 3 words I want to mention? What 3 words? Rear end instability.
Yeah.
Discuss. That's been happening a bit with the McLaren, isn't it?
They thought they'd got it a little bit better by yesterday afternoon, but they're struggling again today.
Maybe the temperatures, we've seen in previous years this hasn't been a great circuit for them, and they put it down to the fact that the coarse asphalt overworks the tyre, and they're not able to get the car to work. cooler temperatures yesterday would have helped that, and maybe, I don't know, maybe, but the lap time's still there, isn't it? 35.4 for Norris, 35.5 for Antonelli, so yeah, it's not, where are they on the tyres? Yeah, Norris's tyres 8 laps old, Antonelli steps off to 4 laps, so yeah, it's still there, but yeah, you're right, it doesn't look easy.
No. Bernie, back down to you.
It's clear enough, Crofty, but just looking at some flowbiz on the front of this Alpine here, you can see it being cleaned off just in front of us, but it's almost like the car came in with an issue, and they've been working on the rear engine cover. Now they've just started to take the pictures of the flowbiz, get that cleaned off, but lots around this front left wishbone structure, the pull rod that you can see there, and actually you can see how far it spreads down the whole car into the side pod, along the side of the floor, pretty much getting everywhere around that. You can really smell them trying to take this flowbiz off. It's really, really strong. And even it's gone so far as the very rear suspension. That's not the bit that they were intending to get the flowbiz on, but that's how far it has stretched in the time that they were trying to put it on these front wishbones. And just to point out, Crofty, the flowbiz dries actually pretty quickly when you put it on the car. So you want a very nice outlap, and almost by the end of the outlap, that flowbiz will have dried. So you won't do a launch at the end of the pit lane, because that'll allow it to dry when you're sitting stationary, which is not what you want. And you'll try and get lots of clear air, no traffic on that outlap, to get the most perfect read you can of how the airflow is flowing undisrupted over your car.
Thanks, Bernie. I remember Lando came in yesterday, he had the car covered in flowbiz, didn't he? He said it was on his helmet, it was on his overalls, and he could smell it the whole way around the lap. Unpleasant.
Kimi Antonelli sat tucked up behind Alex Albon. He's going for the lunge, Crofty.
Well, I thought you were going to take over the commentary and carry it through there. Not only did he go for the lunge, he got the lunge. He got it done. Well done.
Is Albon going to come back at him into turn? No, he's not.
That was Antonelli Welly.
You're sticking with that, aren't you?
I've got one for you. So we were talking about hammer time and what they're going to use now for Lewis at Ferrari.
No, we weren't. We were talking about Kimi Antonelli. What they're
no, you were. I heard that.
So you've completely changed the subject, but carry on.
Well, it's a similar vein, though, isn't it? Because you were talking about what they're going to say to Antonelli. Anyway, in Italian, "let's go" is andiamo. So
Right.
it'd be andihamo.
No.
No?
Don't work.
No.
Oh, I tried.
No.
It's the only Italian word I know, you see. It's literally the only Italian word I know.
Stick to the numbers, Rach.
Can't even get that right.
I know. Look, Rach, we love you, but that's not one that we're going to use.
It's the only Italian word.
I did.
Ciao. Grazie. You know a few others.
No, I know those. Yeah, they weren't shouted at me by an Italian.
We're just seeing the replay here, by the way, of Antonelli, and when he does get that move done, and
Antonelli's not going to work.
No, it's not.
No. I'm not.
Give it some Welly Antonelli.
I'm going with kimchi time.
No, but that's just rubbish as well. Here it is. And look, I'm pretty certain that Alex Albon knew it was coming and left the door open. But it's a good little bit of practice. And if he does that in the race, thank you very much indeed. That will be warmly applauded. Not necessarily on Alex Albon, but any driver.
Yeah, not so much the overtaking. I actually think it's useful for Antonelli to learn how to drive around in dirty air. You know, the wake coming off a Formula 1 car and the effect is much different to a Formula 2 car. And I actually think for rookies, it would be useful for the 6 of them to spend a bit of time just driving around in the dirty air and experiencing that.
Someone sent me a tweet last night saying if car number 6, if Isaac goes for an overtake and doesn't quite make it, can you come up with a line, nearly had you? Which I thought was quite good. No.
Firmly headed into granddad joke territory there.
It's not even dad anymore, it's granddad.
It wasn't even mine.
You know there's a notebook somewhere filled with them, don't you, ready for the season?
Dave Fraser says, I went on a factory tour at Mercedes, and when I was in mission control, they said that they picked something up there on Rosberg's car, and within a few corners he changed the engine mode. Would have led to the same failure that Lewis Hamilton had in Malaysia.
Wow.
Yeah, honestly, these mission controls, it is just like being at the racetrack, and everything is very much on time. Alex Brundle, I have no idea where Alex Brundle is trackside at the moment, and if I say this, Alex, I will think of you whenever I come to the commentary box. Crofty, try left the door, Hajar.
That's better.
That's better. It's less granddad, more dad.
Oh, red flag.
Oh.
Is this a test, Crofty?
No, it
This is
shouldn't
an actual red flag.
It actually should be an actual red flag, so everyone's
see
going to
anyone
stop
stopped.
and return to the pits. Maybe there's a big puddle of water from the tears that Alex Brundle is crying, of happy tears, that I read his gag out on air. Or maybe it's something else. I'll tell you what it isn't. It isn't the lights this time around in terms of the floodlights, because we don't need them because we've got bright sunshine in Bahrain. And all I've got on our timing page 3 is just to say is a red flag, and then clear in sector 1, clear in sector 18. There's mini sectors on the track. Oh, that is why we have a red flag. Now, what is this
Load of
on
gravel.
the pit straight?
It's not a gantry.
Has that come from the start-finish boxes?
Fallen down from above.
As something, actually, something might have fallen
And shattered.
from and shattered.
That's
yeah,
glass.
from the the start-finish box. Now, I wonder if a glass panel's exploded.
What?
Because it's the same colour, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's tinted glass.
How does that happen, though?
Well, it sometimes happens in heat. Glass can do this. There it is.
It is. The window's missing.
Wow. I mean, I've heard of glass cracking when it's cold. I've not heard of that. Are you sure the man just didn't bump the window out?
Well,
that
is also possible. Bernie Collins, are you actually outside the start-finish line? Can you see what's being discussed and who's discussing it down there?
Crofty, can you rely on me to be where you want when you need me?
Always.
I am here. It's not me. I didn't hit the glass, but hopefully you can see the start, where we have the checkered flag normally. We're just in front of the start-finish lights. And you can see, hopefully, a missing pane of glass. So in that box, there's normally glass on all sides, and the one that's closest to the track, top left as we look at it now, you can see a shard of glass that was held in position, and the rest of the glass is missing.
So go on, Bernie, name and shame. Who knocked it out? Go and find out.
Oh,
there's a broom. There's a man with a broom.
There's a man with a brush. There's a man with a brush. So
he's on the track though, doesn't he?
He's in the wrong place.
He's in the wrong place. He should be further down.
There's a guy on the track as well. So I think there's a bit of work here to make sure they can clean this all up. And we've often seen them in the past with those sort of sweepers on track, but obviously, depending on how big those shards of glass are, you don't want any risk because a tyre puncture or anything at this stage of the test, because very high speed, obviously, going across the start-finish straight here and walls on both sides.
Without making a sweeping statement, this is a real pain.
Can I just say...
and that's gone over your head.
No, it hasn't. I did
a thoroughly well-made point.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is not something that should happen.
That box,
it's ridiculous.
That box... one of the panes is normally missing anyway, isn't it? Because they lean out of it to look down the grid.
Well,
so the other ones are...
I still want to know how it fell out. It's just bizarre. I mean, on the list of reasons to have had a red flag, power outage, lights going off, and window pane from start box falling out were not on my bingo card.
No, quite. My first car, the back window once exploded. Outwards, as it were. I thought someone had tried to break into the car, but all the debris was on the outside, and I was told that glass can weaken, and sun gets on it and expands, contracts, or whatever. That can happen, but it is more likely that someone has leant on the glass and it's just come away, but right in front of you, Corinne. But that is. Yeah, not what we want. We want to see some running. We're 43 minutes to go until the break, and we might be a few minutes before any action happens on the track. So I'll tell you what, let's go and hear from Pirelli's Director of Motorsports, talking a few moments ago before the red flag to Laura Winter.
Yes, I found Mario Isola of Pirelli down in the paddock. Mario, it's not just a test here for drivers and teams, but I guess also for yourselves as well. How have you found the last 2.5 days or so?
Yeah, absolutely. We want to confirm what we have seen during the development phase. You know that we wanted to improve the performance of the C2. Last year, teams were focused more on C1 and C3 in Bahrain, skipping the C2 because of the level of grip. It should be better. Yesterday, some teams were testing the C2 and the result is positive. Clearly, we are waiting for hotter conditions that are more representative, because the C1, for example, was not working properly in this cold condition.
Yeah, it's been unusually cold, hasn't it, for Bahrain? I'm here in a full winter coat. I know you had to get a jacket from somewhere at the start of the week as well. We do have sun today, so that should warm the track somewhat. But how has that altered or changed what you expected to see in testing, the track temperatures, and for the teams?
It is changing the result quite a lot, because you cool down the tire much easily. So if you look at the long run from yesterday, the level of degradation was much lower than what we have usually in Bahrain, especially on the C3, that is the soft compound during the race. The other element that is unknown also for us is how much teams are hiding the real potential. The real performance. We know that it's all about strategy, but at least we can have an indication of our tires. This track is not very hard for graining, so we wanted to improve our compounds in terms of graining resistance, but I believe we need to wait for Melbourne, where we use softer compounds. For Bahrain, if you test a C5 or a C6 is useless, because the track is too high severity for this kind of compound, even if some teams decided to select one set of both.
Well, I was going to ask you that. So some teams have selected to bring a C5 and C6, and there's been a fair bit of chatter about what tyres teams have brought to this test, because we did have rain yesterday. And so Haas were very happily chugging around on their intermediates. Aston Martin also brought an inters and a wet. It was never quite wet enough, was it, for the full intermediate performance? But how do teams select those tyres? How long in advance is that selection? And what do you deduce from what they are selecting?
They have the freedom for the pre-season test. We decided to keep this option for them, so they can use 30 sets of tires in 3 days, but they have the flexibility to select 35. That's why probably somebody decided to pick one set of C5 and one set of C6, because in any case they have the flexibility. They have plenty of tires, honestly, for a test. And in the selection you have to also to consider intermediate and wet. The point is that in the last, I remember the last 15 years, we never had rain in Bahrain, so most of the teams decided not to select any intermediate or any wet tire. In the past, we had the possibility, because Bahrain was the first race of the season, to use some tires that were allocated for the race. Not this year, because the first race is Melbourne. So we have just the tires that have been selected for the test. That's why yesterday it was difficult for some teams without any rain tire to run, but I believe that also running in wet condition was not really representative for the tires. Maybe for them, for the cars, to test components was useful, but not for us.
So those 5 tyres that they haven't used will be given back to you, won't they? And then looking ahead for the C6 tyre for this season, that's being used at certain street tracks, isn't it?
Yep.
I know back in sort of November you weren't sure you'd had enough data on it, keen to get more in Abu Dhabi. Do you feel you have enough data on that C6?
More data for sure, not yet enough to properly characterize the C6, but we are planning to use the C6 not only in Monaco. Everyone is talking about the C6 as a compound for Monaco. I believe the C6 could be a good option also for Imola, Montreal, maybe Las Vegas, maybe Singapore. So we are now in the process of defining the selection for those races, and I believe that we could see the C6 in 4 or 5 races this year.
Great stuff. Thanks so much, Mario. Enjoy the rest of the test.
Thank you.
Thanks. See you in Melbourne.
I'm all up for a new softer compound for this year. And if we do see the C6 in 4 or 5 races, it'll be well worth it. A Monaco with a minimum 2 pit stops and a tyre significantly softer than we've had before could spice things up beautifully.
It would, yeah. I mean, I quite like the 2 pit stop rule. I think we were talking about it yesterday. Are there 2 cars going around the track?
Well, yeah, Antonelli and Alonso are allegedly on the track. I can see them on the on our GPS tracker, but we still officially have a red flag. We officially have a red flag. Now, it said the session will resume at 13:21. So they will have got there, and I'm sure there would have been a brief green light, but I'm told there was also a quad bike on the track. So they might have gone out on green. The flag would have gone red when race control sussed that there was a quad bike on the track, which would be, for any reason, possibly the people that were sweeping up having to then get themselves back off the track again. So these two will return to the pit lane, come back into the garage, I'm sure, and then go back out again.
Yeah.
That would be my thoughts on that one.
It does, it does say resume 13:21. Green,
here they
green
are.
light, pit exit open, red flag.
Ideally for them, it'll go green when they come in, and they can just drive straight through, can't they? Just keep going.
As long as the track's
because there's a queue at the end there.
Hurry up and wait.
Right, track is now clear. DRS is enabled, and we've got 30 seconds to wait until the session will resume once more. And there's that queue. So Kimi Antonelli has definitely gone straight on to the end of the pit lane. And he's going to have to wait a
There's
lot.
a headwind into turn 1, which is, I think, Crofty explaining some of that rear instability at turn 4. Because if you got a headwind down in turn 1, it creates that tailwind as you come past the apex, mid to exit of turn 4, and it gives drivers that sort of snap of oversteer.
Right, 35 minutes then to go until the end of this morning's session. And look at that, bit of a stampede out of the pit lane. A single file, they make their way around turn 1, and before they get out of turn 2, Lando Norris thinks I'm going to get on with this. Thank you very much indeed. I've got a more aggressive approach that needs to be done.
So 35 minutes, you could do a third of a Grand Prix, couldn't you, in that? If you want to just keep going around and around, fat load of fuel. He's on a new set of hard tyres, Lando Norris.
And if he's handing the car over to Oscar, will he do that, or does he want to do a quick glory run before he hands the car over?
I think it's going to be up to the team, really. Isn't it?
Well, yeah, no, it is. Would you want to, your last half hour in the car before the first Grand Prix, would you like to just really open it up and see what it's got?
No, I think you have to follow program. You ultimately, you have to look at the big picture. If there's things that need to be tested and evaluated ahead of the first Grand Prix, that's what you want to be doing. You want the car to be in the best shape possible for the Grand Prix weekend. Because anyway, the first race isn't here. The first race is in Melbourne.
True.
So it's going to feel completely different anyway. You know, the grip level in Albert Park is completely different to Bahrain. The temperature will be different. So you'd rather do everything you need to get the car evaluated and signed off for the first race.
So in the past, when we've gone straight from this testing to the race in Bahrain, we've had a better idea of how the field is than we have this year, because the first race is going to be so different.
Maybe.
Can you still get a decent picture because we know this track so well and the teams know this track so well?
Yeah, I think it's just nowadays with the way the calendar is, shaped, you've got outliers for the first two races, really. Melbourne is a street circuit, low macro level on the asphalt, relatively low grip. So yeah, it's not a normal circuit. China is a circuit which puts a huge emphasis, particularly on the front left tyre, but in general the front axle, in a way that no other circuit in the calendar does. Paul Ricard was a little bit like that, but not to the same degree. So again, a very unusual circuit, very front biased. And then we come back here to Bahrain for the first sort of conventional circuit, and then Saudi again is a completely different circuit. So the calendar. Oh, sorry, you've got Japan in between, haven't we? Yeah, actually. So Japan is the first normal track before Bahrain. I keep forgetting Japan's now up there, the third round. Still confusing to me that Japan being the third round of the championship.
It is. Yeah, the calendar feels a little bit odd this year. Lando's on a good lap though.
Oh, until then
he was.
You cursed him.
I cursed him.
You didn't wear the West Ham lucky socks.
I didn't wear the West Ham lucky socks. I'm not borrowing those. It's okay.
Yeah, but a lot of rear movement there on the way into the corner. Well, Joseph, looking as calm and relaxed as ever.
Do you think they're calm and relaxed? Do you think they're calm and relaxed?
Fantastic.
McLaren? Yeah. They haven't chased glory runs.
No.
They've gone about their business. Every time the car's in the garage for any length of time, insisted it's all part and parcel of the plan. Had no major mishaps on track. It has looked a little unstable, rear end.
Yeah.
From time to time. But like that. But are they calm and relaxed underneath it all?
Well, this was the tricky one here. Watch this. As he, yeah, even before the apex, the rear had stepped out of line there. So I think they are, you know, I think they know they've got good potential in the car. They know there's underlying performance. If the base is good, which is what they had last year, right? You know, if you had a bit of a challenging FP1 or something, you can dial it out with setup and just get the car suited for the conditions. But the baseline needs to be good. And that's where, for Red Bull, it was a problem. It was their baseline had gone away from being as good as a McLaren. And whatever they did in terms of setup, they couldn't recover that.
It looks like, would you agree, Aston look like they've got a consistent baseline? They're not quick at the moment, but they seem to have a more consistent baseline than they've had the previous year.
I honestly don't know.
Okay.
I didn't, you know, there wasn't a long enough race run to look at. And that's the reason we look at the race runs is that's the only time you know what the fuel load is.
Yeah.
Because you know they've all done 58 laps. So they're going to be, you know, within 5 kilos in terms of fuel load. So otherwise, if somebody's running 30 kilos and another one's running 50 kilos, that's 6/10 of lap time in between them. So it's just impossible to tell.
I'm not sure about Aston Martin.
Yeah, I don't know.
In all honesty, I think on the face of it, Williams have looked to be in a better position than Aston Martin in this test.
Yeah,
I would suggest.
Yeah, and you know what? I really think for Williams, having two drivers offering good feedback and good experienced drivers there will make a massive difference. You know, I was thinking, ironically, the last time I could think of a top-line race-winning, like current race-winning driver dropping to a midfield team is ironically when Williams sacked Damon Hill back in '96.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen, does it? You don't get a driver who's won, when the Mexican Grand Prix is, 3 from the end, moving into a team who has finished, what were they, last year, 9th in the Constructors?
Yeah.
It's the sort of thing that just doesn't happen. So, yeah, you know, for Williams, it's a massive coup, and I think they'll hugely benefit.
They were a long way off RB in the end as well, Williams.
Yeah.
They were 29 points.
Yeah. Yeah, no disrespect to, you know, Franco Colapinto or Logan Sargent, but, you know, having Carlos Sainz in there is just going to be a huge benefit to them.
Look, this is Williams' best lineup since Felipe Massa and Valtteri Bottas.
Yeah,
it's probably
100%.
better, I think, than that particular combination. With all due respect to Valtteri and Felipe, who was at the end of his career.
Yeah.
Twice.
Yeah. Yeah,
retired.
It was bizarre, wasn't it? That colossal send-off, the whole pit lane cheer. I was standing in the pit lane when he came walking by, and the whole pit lane came out to cheer in Interlagos and all this.
I
And it's like,
remember.
oh wait, he's back.
We're not doing it again.
Yeah,
You don't get it twice.
He didn't do it the next time.
No.
There was no big send-off the next
See
year.
ya. He's had some moments in Interlagos, hasn't he?
That's the one thing you can say about Williams for this season. Their driver lineup probably could not be better.
Yeah.
Given what was on the market and who they could potentially attract.
Well, go on then.
With
I mean,
both drivers actually buying into the concept beyond the end of this season as well.
Yeah.
Which I think is the important bit. Max getting a little bit stuck here behind Ollie Behrman in the Haas. Is he going to go for a gap at the top of the hill? Yeah, I think Ollie has said after you, we're not really racing here. You get on with what you need, and Max calmly makes his way past and heads away.
Come on then, we've got, 28 minutes or so to go. What do we think are the... Should we rank the driver pairings? What do we think?
Oh, there's That's only going to get us into trouble, but let's do
But
it.
I mean, Rachel has got 2 books the size of Bibles here, so I'm sure she's written it down somewhere in here. But well, let's start, Coffee. I'm going to say Ferrari strongest on paper. It's got to be, hasn't it? Leclerc, Hamilton. You'd be hard pressed to beat that. Ooh, you're thinking.
No, I'm going to go with you on that one.
Go on, Rach. Disagree.
If you combine it with the car, I would say McLaren.
No.
No,
We're not talking about the car.
Okay, well then, yes,
The driver
Ferrari,
pairing.
yes, driver
Let's just
pairing.
rank
Then
the
I
driver
would,
pairings.
I would agree.
Okay.
I think.
Next, what do we think?
Well, 7 world championships between the 2 drivers, all in Lewis Hamilton's favour,
Yeah.
I know, at Ferrari.
Yeah.
And no one else is coming close on that one, so yes, I agree with
No, but even on current form and all the rest of it, right? It's got to be the strongest. So
on current form,
I still think so. Well, go on, argue.
No, because
debate this.
Well, hang
Go
on, current form goes out the window because you're only going by last year.
Yeah.
And whilst Oscar Piastri was ahead of Lewis Hamilton last year, in terms of the championship, Piastri finishing 4th and Lewis finishing outside the top 5 or top 6 for the first time in his career. To be honest, Oscar had a better season than Lewis, so therefore you could argue that with both drivers at McLaren finishing ahead of both Ferrari drivers on current form, McLaren have a better driving pairing, but on historical form.
Yeah. No, okay, let me reverse the question. 2025 F1 season.
Yeah.
Crofty F1, Brooks F1, Chandok F1.
Oh, God.
We can only pick the driver lineups as a pairing.
Right.
Of
Lando's out
right?
car,
So
by the way. He wants to join in the debate.
yeah, come on, let's make a list. So I would pick the Ferrari pair as my first pick.
No, I'm going to go with you because I think you take current form and what they've achieved previously into the equation on this one. So yeah, okay, Ferrari.
All right, go on, Rach. You going McLaren? Come on, we've had 2 minutes. There's a timer on these debates.
I know.
You ever do a school debate?
I will go Ferrari simply because of the few occasions where Oscar didn't come right in behind Lando.
Okay.
The opportunity when he could have
So-
done. So I will say Ferrari, then McLaren.
So are we all agreeing
too.
McLaren second then?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Go on, Crofty F1.
Would you put Red Bull ahead of McLaren?
Interesting choice.
As you're taking it as a partnership.
Yep.
So when 2 become 1 in this, and in Max Verstappen, do they have the driver that's capable of finishing?
Yeah.
You know, ahead of the 2 McLaren guys, and Liam Lawson with the potential to get in amongst them.
So I would pick Red Bull as my second.
Okay, no.
Is my pick. So you've gone McLaren, Brooks F1. Crofty?
No, I'm going Red Bull.
You're going Red Bull, okay. Third?
McLaren.
Red Bull.
Okay, I'll go McLaren. Fourth?
So fourth?
I would say Williams, I think.
I don't think
As a
that's.
pairing?
I don't think that's a surprise. I think you have to say Williams.
I would say Mercedes.
What? Because George Russell is capable of manhandling the team ahead of.
I
what
think
Carlos
if-
Sainz and Alex Albon could do, or
I think George Russell. I feel like he's got this. Yeah, he's got a bounce in his step after last year. I thought he was driving very well last year, and I think he's stepping up into a role of I am the big team leader. This is my time to shine, and I think Antonelli. There's a sparkle there. There's some special magic
I think
there.
he's great, but I've got nothing to go on in F1 with Antonelli.
Yeah.
So I have to pick Williams. in
Okay,
my
so
head.
are you going Williams Crofty for P4?
no, I'm going. Yes, I'm going Williams P4, Mercedes P5.
Okay.
And I'm with you on Kimi Antonelli. I know exactly what you're saying, but I'm trying to put the right analogy in here. He is the young horse that someone has paid a lot of money to buy at the sales, and is starting out on his 2-year-old career on the flat with the potential of winning the Derby one day, but we don't know how it's going to go.
I agree.
Or how he's going to go when he hits the track.
I agree, it's a risk. So I'll go the opposite to you guys. I'll go Mercedes 4, Williams 5th. Okay.
So then that leaves us That leaves a Sauber, Haas, Racing Bulls, Aston Martin, and Alpine. Now this is going to be.
This is where it gets tricky, isn't it? Okay.
So I'm going to go. I'm going to go number 6, Sauber.
Ooh.
Wow.
Okay.
Because for the same reason that you think about Kimi Antonelli being, you know, a real bright spark for the future, I think Gabriel Bortoletto, we're seeing on screen now, is another one, and a real great one for the future. And Nico Hülkenberg, I think, showed us that he is in. To me, he's in the Carlos Sainz, Alex Albon mould, where he has lost nothing. He is consistent, dependable, and if he ever had the right car, he would have been a multiple podium sitter in Formula One.
Okay.
And I think he is still one of the best drivers out there.
Good argument. Go on,
I've taken the mickey out of me having huge notepads in here. Kroon's just had to have a piece of paper from one of them to write his
all
list.
about you.
Anyway,
just the one rather than the forest in front of you.
Do you know how long this season is? I'm going for Haas, I think, for Ocon and Behrman at number 6.
You're going Ocon Behrman, yeah.
Yeah, whereas Crofty's gone Sauber then.
I'm going to go Ocon Behrman as well, because I think it'll be a tricky one to manage, because I think there could be some sparks there. But I think they both, I would put Ocon as a similar level to Hülkenberg, and I think Behrman, I put Behrman, you know, just he's had a bit of more F1 experience. I think Bortoletto's got a lot of potential, but at this moment, I think Ocon Behrman ahead of the Sauber one for me.
Right.
I'm struggling with 7, whether it's Sauber or Aston.
I disagree with you on the Haas thing there. I'm sticking with the Sauber.
Okay. And then who's 7?
7, I think, has to be Aston Martin.
Okay. You're going Aston
for the Fernando factor.
The Fernando factor.
And also, and also he has a teammate that made his debut in 2017. He's not exactly a rookie, you know, has been on the podium, has raced an awful lot, is the most experienced Canadian Grand Prix driver ever.
Yeah.
And should be delivering more as a team.
Yeah.
But I think on paper,
you
have them at 7. Rachel.
I've got them at 7.
Okay.
Same, that's what I said, yeah.
So
Can we stop there though?
No, I would pick them. I would still pick Sauber ahead of the Aston lineup. I like both. I like this. You know, there's a little spark in Bortoletto I quite like. I would pick that lineup ahead of the Aston one for me in 7.
Right. So I've got Haas at 8.
You got Haas at 8. I've got Aston at 8.
I've got Sauber at 8.
Okay.
Which brings us on to 9 and 10.
That's why I want to stop, please.
Well, only because, you know, you're too nice to have a weakest driver
pairing. You have to
pairing.
debate the whole thing, haven't you? This is the point of debate.
I've gone for Alpine at 9.
I've gone Alpine 9 as well.
And Jack,
because I thought Gasly, towards the last third of last season, was outstanding.
Yeah.
He's very, very strong. I ranked him in my sort of top 10 drivers of last year. In 9th as well. He was very strong. And, you know, I think we'll have to see with Jack. You know, the debut in Abu Dhabi was fine, but there was no you know, it wasn't anything spectacular. But it was in a weird set of circumstances. He was sort of dropped in it, and let's see what he can do with the winter under his belt and testing, but with the factor of Colapinto hovering over his shoulder for that seat.
Hey, listen, it could be great. The greatest bit of motivation Flavio Briatore has ever put out to any of his drivers under his care. Are we saying Racing Bulls number 10?
I think we've all
Yeah,
yeah.
I think so. I think, you know, yeah, for me, you know, is again Hajar. He's coming into it with a rookie. It's unproven. We have to see. You know, in F2 he was beaten by Bortoletto.
Just.
Yeah, and Yuki. I wonder where Yuki's head is at. You know,
well, let's discuss Yuki for a minute. So the news on Yuki this morning is that he's split with his management.
Yep.
And he's got a new management team in, which indicates to me that there's a split coming from Red Bull as well at some stage during the course of this season, and this will be his last season.
Yeah.
You know, in that Red Bull stable.
Yeah. Because Honda are off.
Yeah, exactly. Because otherwise, why look elsewhere for your management if you know your future's going to be in that Red Bull stable anyway?
Yeah.
So, A, is it a good idea to get new management in? And B, where does he fit in with anyone's plans for next year?
It's also a sign to me, I don't know what you think, Rach, but it's a sign to me that he's annoyed that he didn't get the Red Bull seat.
Oh, massively.
And sort of feels like his management,
Didn't
his previous
do the job.
manager should have done more. So to me, that's what I mean. That's a sign of where his head is at, right? He's still annoyed he didn't get the Red Bull seat. He can sort of see the end of the Honda relationship looming with the Red Bull family, and that's going to have an implication for him. So what's that going to do for him? You know, it might serve as a motivator, as it did for Perez back in the Racing Point days. Remember, he raised his game and ended up in a Red Bull. So it can go one of two ways for drivers.
They say, don't they, if you keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result, isn't that the definition of insanity or something? So if you're staying with the same, if the management are doing the job and getting the work you want, then you stay with them. If they're not, then you look to change. It does sound like that.
Where could he go for next year? I mean, he might well stay at Racing Bulls, because if Isaac Hadjar doesn't work out, then the Red Bull driver development program is not one for second chances just for the sake of a second chance. If Arvid Lindblad doesn't have enough super license points, and I know I
think he's got.
Is he
enough
got them now?
For the test, hasn't he, for F1?
Right. Okay. So he could come in, but that still would leave you Yuki's seat that may or may not get filled by Isaac for next year if Yuki goes, or they decide that Yuki's still a better option. Because as much as that man in your picture, Helmut Marko, was thinking about the driver development, I bet you bottom dollar that Lauren Mekis is thinking about what's best for his team. And they're not always exactly the same thing.
How much can you lip read, Crofty? How happy do they look with that car at the moment? P4?
They just look like they're going through the motions in front
But
of the
you're the
cameras.
body
and having
language
a
I'm
chat.
trying to read it. I'm honestly, I'm trying to read it.
Go on, read Helmut's face. That'll tell you.
He's just listening. It's the little bits of head shaking, but Max scratching his head. I mean, that's an obvious one. Scratching your head, you're trying to think. Trying to work out some answers.
I think it's a conversation that they could have had elsewhere, but they're doing it for the cameras.
Really?
Yes.
You don't think
If they were
sometimes you
talking about anything really sensitive, they'd be having it somewhere else. But
They're making dinner plans with it.
I don't know about that.
There is a tremendous curry restaurant in Bahrain.
There is.
I think that all is pretty okay and fairly standard for the morning for Red Bull, but I don't see any massive concerns on the faces there.
No.
So Yuki
quite enjoyed our
Tsunoda,
little
if Yuki
40-50
Tsunoda leaves Racing Bulls, where would he fit in? Who could he fit in? We kind of touched on this the other day. Reserve driver at Aston Martin because of the Honda connection, but if he wants more,
I think some of it comes down to the fact there's going to be, I think, again, another round of movement, because you've had a wave of these rookies come in.
Yeah.
You know, some of them may not work out.
Yeah, true.
And then you've got someone like Yuki with 4 seasons of experience under his belt. You know, could be a bet for a Sauber or who else you got rookies, Alpine, people like that. You never know, right?
Are they Cadillac, or are they too linked to
Cadillac,
Ferrari?
Listen, if you were Cadillac, absolutely, and Yuki's on the market, you'd have a think about it. Would you pick Yuki ahead of Bottas? Probably not.
No, I think for Valtteri Bottas's experience,
for a new team, I think,
proven track record,
race winner.
Yep.
Yeah. So if you
glint in Frank Williams' eyes when he used to talk about Valtteri Bottas.
Yeah.
Frank had a real soft spot for him in terms of he could see the potential that was there.
Yeah. if you were Cadillac, as we see Antonelli right up again, getting a bit of experience in the dirty air behind.
Absolutely.
Charles Leclerc here.
Yeah, if you were Cadillac, you'd go for Valtteri Bottas and a Colton Herta maybe.
I think they should go for someone again like a Frederick Vesti or a Felipe Drogovic or someone like that. I think I would go for one of those.
But does it have to be an American driver?
They've said in the last week or so that they're not necessarily going to pick an American driver.
Who said that?
I was read an interview. I'll find it for you if you want. But I was reading an interview
with Mario. I know Mario's did a couple of interviews.
Quite possibly. We'd have to check. But I did read that they were saying it doesn't necessarily have to be an American driver.
No, I'd look at a Pato Award.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, it's Alex Palou is the one, isn't he? He's two-time champion in IndyCar, and he's been outstanding in recent times. I know Herta is the one who's been grabbing the headlines because of the Andretti link.
Yes.
But Michael Andretti and the Andretti team are no longer running that program. It's now a separate team.
Yeah, it's TWG Motorsports, isn't it?
Yeah, so to me, you got Frederick Vesti, who did a very good job in F2, Mercedes simulator driver, has done some Mercedes F1 testing, and guess what? He's racing for Cadillac in sports cars. So he's in the Cadillac family, and I think Alex Palou or Pato Ward would probably be ahead of Colton Herta in the queue.
It was Dan Towers.
Did he?
Ah, the TWG.
You mentioned, yeah.
TWG.
So they aren't necessarily looking for an American driver.
Yeah.
If you're wondering, by the way, why we're talking about Cadillac being a done deal, it is a done deal according to the FIA. It needs the commercial agreements to come in, and that all the indications are that announcement and approval was going to be given before the start of the season. I still think it will be before the start of the season, and it's coming, but it's not quite there yet for whatever reason.
They're heavily recruiting, aren't they? They've run out of car park space up at the Silverstone base. So you see they're parking all. I was up there the other day, and they're sort of parking up all along the road now. And
we've got 4 units, 5 units at Silverstone now.
The challenge is, though, they've got to recruit another 400, 500 people.
Yeah.
And it's tough recruiting people in F1 right now with gardening leave and long lead times. As Haas have found out, and Audi are finding out, it is difficult to poach people from other teams.
Yeah, look, they've got some good people in already. Pat Simmons has been working there for a while. John McQuillan,
Nick Chester,
and names that have been in Formula One, experienced names. But there's a lot of other people. I went and had a look back in September last year. There's a lot of other people from various teams that are working up there and have done for some time. Coupled with they'll make their own engines for 2028. I think is the earliest. They're thinking about that, and that will all be done out of America and out of Indianapolis.
I tell you, the other one who could be a candidate there is Zhou Guanyu. Obviously, he's now Ferrari. A couple of factors. He's a Ferrari. What is he? Ferrari reserve right now.
Yes.
They're going to have Ferrari engine next year. He's managed by Graham Loudon, who's now the team principal of Cadillac.
Cadillac, yeah.
So there's a couple of good connections. And I tell you what, if you're Cadillac and you want to think about the Chinese market, if you were GM Cadillac, that's a good way in. So you got to put Zhou Guanyu on that radar, haven't you?
See, the way this is going, we're going to need a 12th team at some stage.
I'm all for it. More cars, the better, Crofty. I've been saying it.
We are aligned. There is a synergy in our viewpoint on that one.
Rarely, but on that one.
No, but it's true.
Yeah.
Do we want to see 20 cars on the grid, or do we want to see 24 maybe? As long as they're all competitive. You don't want to see,
isn't it?
With all due respect to your old team, we don't want to see HRTs coming in.
Correct.
We want to see, a Red Bull for the future coming in.
Yeah.
And Red Bull, remember, weren't always the winning machine that they've turned out to be. Talking of Red Bull, Max Verstappen will be on duty for the afternoon session. He's doing the full day today, and Alex Albon at Williams will also be taking over, will continue driving, I should say, this afternoon. Elsewhere, Oscar and Lewis and George and Lance Stroll, I think, for Aston Martin will all be coming in. That graphic did say Fernando Alonso, but the team say Lance Stroll will be back. Pierre Gasly and Esteban Ocon, Yuki Tsunoda and Nico Hülkenberg will all be doing their bit on the track this afternoon.
I think the track temperature has sort of peaked now, so we're not far away from the lunch break, are we? And I think that'll be the point where the temperature will sort of plateau and then start to drop. So I think this afternoon we should see some decent long race runs.
And we will talk about those in depth, and because it's when we get to the golden hour and the golden simulations and the final part of testing, that I think is when the times start to become a little bit more relevant. They were yesterday for the race runs as well. The morning sessions less relevant on the times, although Charles Leclerc won't be unhappy that he has the fastest time of all.
Do you read anything into it if a team doesn't do a run in that golden hour, do a really flat out run?
No, but I still think, I guess there's a lot of suppositions, but I think you would still assume that they are then chasing a balance correction. They're still trying to understand their car. If they're not yet comfortable, confident, just go out there and do a full race simulation run, you know, and where you effectively you can't change the car. You change tyres and a bit of front wing, but you can't change the car. If they're not yet happy, then they'll be changing things. I think Ferrari will be happy. You know, in general, if you look at it, pretty much every session they've been at or near the top of the timesheets. And there's a trend, isn't there, where them and Mercedes have generally been within a tenth of each other in most sessions. So they've kind of left off where, picked up where we left off from back in the last year, wasn't it? Where Mercedes, Ferrari super evenly matched, McLaren slightly ahead, Red Bull the big unknown. We don't know still where they're going to be and how they're going to shake out. And then you've got Williams. I think Williams look like they've taken a bit of a step forward. In general, they've been a bit closer to the pace, it seems. But we have to see a bit more long run running from people like Aston, I think, and Alpine to really conclude the midfield.
40 seconds to go until VSC test.
Ooh.
I know it's your favourite part of the day.
Love a VSC test. I still want to know who knocked that window out.
I don't think we will ever find out.
Oh, come on.
I think there's footage
Ted's
somewhere,
out
do
there.
you?
What are you talking about? Ted will be, this is like prime notebook territory as he...
He will find out, you're
as
right,
he
actually.
finds out,
He will absolutely
points a
find
broom
out.
at the man who knocked the window out.
Could have been someone with a broom sweeping in there, cleaning up. And just the back
What, the
end of the
handle
broom,
knocked
the
out? Yeah,
handle
okay.
knocked out the window.
Sorry,
I was
just
just looking at
distracted.
the-
My Chinese visa's turned up, so...
Oh, that's good. You'll
So
be in
VSC's
China.
out.
VSC's out. I was just looking at the top six, though, and it's what we mentioned at the start, Crofty, with Alpine and Williams jumping into that top six. They're in the top six today. We'll see if that's how it pans out.
I would suggest that these times aren't quite as relevant
No, I
as
know.
we all might
It's
think.
just
And
testing. Let's do the bingo.
No, I'm not going to say it's just testing. It's just they're not necessarily in this session, in this morning part, as relevant as
You know, that's what I
as we'd
miss.
like to believe.
That's what I miss about Barcelona testing, when the cars they were still learning more about the cars. You know, we got to this point now where they've got this convergence and everyone knows their cars much more. We used to get that final morning, the final morning of testing. I remember standing turn 4, turn 7, and Lewis Hamilton and Sebastian Vettel on a set of the soft tyres doing 3 sets of soft tyre quali sims in back-to-back and chasing the performance runs. We don't get that anymore, do we? We don't see these sort of banzai quali runs anymore.
Maybe this year we've had too much testing. Maybe we just needed one day.
I think Lewis Hamilton would disagree.
20 cars, one day.
I think for the cars, that's true. But I think the fact that 80% of the grid have a new
Yes.
driver lineup.
They're in a different car than they were last year.
If you had 2 cars,
yeah,
and all running today, give the team best possible chance to get them both out there. What are you losing as a driver? Half a day.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
Then we can, and then maybe even extend it.
You could have had a 2-day test, I guess, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Instead of 3.
But the teams, if they're trying out their 2025 cars, having just one to focus on and get it right, having 2 to focus on is an awful lot of work for the teams. It's an awful lot.
They've got to have 2 and a couple of weeks' time.
No, but at least they've got the base here with the one car.
Yeah,
you've got a night crew that comes in because
I get all that. I get all that.
They'd find that.
But I think, you know, I do think just with the reliability we've got now, it's taken the. But then on the flip side,
jeopardy out of it.
You know, this is a unique sport, isn't it? Where we're watching people practicing. You don't spend 8 hours a day watching a net session at Lord's or people running around at. I don't know. Did they broadcast West Ham's
training? No,
training.
I did get invited to go and see a training session.
I nearly thought you were going to say take part in a training session.
Well, I've played a match at on the Hallow Turf.
Have you?
Yeah. I first game of football I've played about 12 years. So
did you score?
So sore the next day. No, but I actually, it was like a rolling substitutes, but I ended up in goal for the last 15 minutes, pulled off a corker of a save, and it was on video as well. I'll show you it later. What I was going to say is actually I'd go down and have a chat with England's bowlers in the net and give them some advice based on the Afghanistan one-day international the other day. But
well, they're all coming home, aren't they? So you can chat.
Well, yeah, one more game to play. But what I was going to say is, and you're absolutely right. The point you kind of said what I was going to. Formula One is a really weird sport. We as observers want anything unpredictable is great. Yeah, and variety is fantastic, and exciting racing that comes from not knowing the most minute of details is always superb. And our hopes and our wishes are offset by the desire of the teams and the personnel within it to plan everything out into the smallest minutiae and get everything worked out strategically and engineeringly, and if that is a word, and scientifically, to stop the unpredictability. And it's an age-old battle between, you know, how you run the sports as a competitor and how you view the sport as a fan.
You know what testing needs, I think?
Points for testing.
No, well, about to say that. I think we should have just a 20-minute like Q1 or 18-minute Q1 shootout for, you know, $1 million prize or an extra 5 point. I don't know, something like that. Yeah. Just have some form of like testing bingo.
The $1 million moment.
The $1 million testing moment.
You talked about, we watched them practice in this sport. I got sent many a day to film the nets at Lord's or England football training. So we do watch in other sports.
You didn't do live commentary on it, though, did you?
I didn't do live commentary. Well, I stood at the side and talked about it live. Not quite commentary, but we did do that as well in a previous live. Not quite to this extent, though, you're right. Not 24 hours of it. That is very true.
Now, yesterday we had 3 for the standing start. Today we had 2. Yesterday, if you remember, George Russell was literally left sitting there whilst everyone went off. Basically, he was doing his own thing. He wasn't just trying to react to the lights.
The others gone?
So they've all disappeared, and we have got Gabriel Bortoleto and Isaac Hadjar. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2 contenders going in to the final round of the F2 season in 2024 are going to scrap it out on the grid in F1 cars at this pre-season test.
Hadjar stalled on that occasion, didn't he?
Don't do that. We want to see Charles Leclerc at the back of the garage. That's all well and good, but we want to see the drivers get away on the grid. We want to see this standing start. This is going to be the most exciting bit of the morning.
I want to see Rachel do a Crofty impression.
Oh, and look, you see already Isaac Hadjar has just declined to go on the front row because he knows the grip is there.
Yeah. Extra formation lap.
Formation lap. There was me getting carried away, forgetting they do an extra formation lap.
Sorry, well, Isaac, to do it again.
So as Isaac Hadjar realised there's more grip on P3 than there is on P2, will he be pulling up alongside on the front row? Will he, as you rightly say, Corinne, avoid the stall? Will he get his own back by blasting into turn 1 ahead of Gabriel Bortoleto?
Big moment.
All to be revealed. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Forget your 11s in the UK. Forget whatever food or drink intake you are going to get on before Alex and the crew come back in an hour's time. Because this is the exciting moment. Can I build it up anymore?
You've got half a lap. Keep going.
Yeah, come on. Earn your dollar.
We've all learned our coin, don't you worry about By the way, Lenny Lawler says, Crofty, read the window. Many a glass outdoor table has shattered in Australia from the heat of the day, then cooling at night tends to go off with a loud bang.
Wow.
So there you go.
It doesn't seem as though it's that hot, though, does it? It's hot enough
Well, it's
to do
80
that.
degrees.
Well, exactly. And it
They
hasn't
get like
suddenly cooled
45
down.
degrees
Well,
in the summer.
exactly. So I'd be very surprised.
I'm
if it
still
was heat.
suspecting somebody's wrong elbow.
The big elbow of the law.
Right,
There'll be a static camera that will caught it somewhere.
Ted will find out, as Karim said. I have faith.
It'll be a Development Corner notebook coming up a little later on tonight. Right, here we go. Gabriel Portoletto and Isaac Hadger. Two graduates from the School of F2. Gabriel Portoletto following in the footsteps of Charles Leclerc, George Russell and Oscar Piastri, winning F3 and F2 in successive years. Isaac Hadger, Le Petit Prost, the Parisian, making his way onto the grid now. 4 wins in 2024, and he is lining up in P3. He's decided to forego the front row here. And if he can get into turn 1 ahead of Gabriel Portoletto here, this will be some start. And it's lights out and away we go. And it's just the one driver that's going for it. All that big build up, and Isaac's just doing his thing.
It's let you down, probably.
He let himself down, I think, more than he let me down. No, he didn't. He did exactly what the team have asked him to do.
I really like this livery, by the way. I really enjoyed it when the main big team had it, similar one in Turkey.
2008?
1 year.
Was it?
No, they did a special one.
Yeah, was it the COVID year? I think. Yeah, it was the COVID year, wasn't it?
Oh,
When they cancelled the
2020.
Japanese Grand Prix and they did
okay.
it in Turkey.
All I'm going to say is easy to spot from a distance. Thank you, Racing Bulls. Thank you, Karun Chandok. And thank you, Rachel Brooks, as well. That is the final morning session of our 3-day pre-season test in Bahrain. And Charles Leclerc finishes off with the quickest time of a 1:30.8, 7/100ths of a second ahead of Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Lando Norris ahead of Max Verstappen, with Jack Doohan completing the top 5. Alex Albon put his best time in on the C2 tyre, a little closer this year to the C3. Hadger, Alonso, Bortoletto and Behrman bringing up that top 10. That is it for track action for an hour. Join Alex Jakes and Sam Collins, Jolyon Palmer and Ruth Buscombe-Davey for this afternoon session. We'll be back halfway through. One more session to go. Antonelli, Hamilton, Leclerc, Norris and Sainz, who will join them with the fastest time, we'll see. Take care, we'll be back in an hour.
stick with the plan, no attack for now.
Every time Hamilton goes off, please report it.
I mean, he's going off every lap everywhere. I'm not going to talk the whole time. It's kind of slow, mate. Okay, copy. Okay, Lou, so we now have a black and white flag for track limits. It's turn 10.
I can't keep it on the track, the car won't turn.
can see it.
Copy.
I don't need to let you know. You stick with the plan, no attack for now.
Every time Hamilton goes off, please report it.
I mean, he's going off every lap everywhere. I'm not going to talk the whole time. It's kind of slow, mate. Okay, copy. Okay, Lou, so we now have a black and white flag for track limits. Turn 10.
They can't keep it on the track, the car won't turn.
You can see it. Okay. I don't need to let you know. We stick with the plan, no attack for now. Every time Hamilton goes off, please report it.
I mean, he's going off every lap everywhere. I'm not going to talk the whole time. It's kind of slow, mate.
Okay, copy.
Okay, so we now have a black and white flag for track limits. It's turn 10.
They can't keep it on the track, the car won't turn.
limits, turn 10. They can't keep it on the track, we can't wet turn.
One final session before Formula One begins in 2025. It's day 3, it's the afternoon session, and it's pre-season testing from Bahrain. You are currently looking at downtown Manama, but a few miles away at the Sakir International Circuit. We are ready for another 4 hours of running as we find out who's looking good ahead of the season and who has work to do. You're looking at live trackside pictures as we build up. 4 minutes of build up and then 4 hours of commentary coming your way. And in a few moments' time, we will have Ruth Buscombe-Divey, Jolyon Palmer, Alex Brundle, anyone else who wants to wander into anywhere close to the vicinity of a microphone will be accommodated to analyse what's ahead. It's another windy day at the circuit. The weather, I'm delighted to say, there will be no rain in Bahrain today. It is 17 degrees, the track temperature at 30 and the humidity at 37%. Earlier on, Charles Leclerc, top of the times, ahead of Kimi Antonelli. Then it was Lando Norris, Max Verstappen, Jack Doohan, Alex Albon, and Isaac Hadjar, Fernando Alonso, Gabriel Bortoleto, and the most hair-raising moment of the opening 4 hours, the bodywork delaminating on the Haas, which interrupted Oliver Behrman's running. We also had a red flag towards the end and some fun procedural stuff to close out the final 4 hours. We have fans in the grandstand for this last stint of pre-season testing, and plenty of giant flags waving in the breeze. Jolyon Palmer, we've got 4 hours to go. We've got Charles Leclerc on top of the times. Who needs a big final 4 hours ahead of the opening Grand Prix of the year in Melbourne?
I think McLaren have got to troubleshoot some issues. Lando Norris was in the car earlier on and did a decent amount of laps, 57, which is exactly a Grand Prix distance in his 4 hour stint, but the car looked just pretty difficult on the rear end throughout a lot of the running. The best of the running earlier came in the first hour and a half. The track temper's since got up, the wind has got up as well, as we've seen, so actually the performance of a lot of cars was getting worse and the times were not troubled, Leclerc and Antonelli's top times. But in terms of the handling, I thought the McLaren wasn't great. And Piastri's back in the car now, so Norris is done. We'll see him in Melbourne. Piastri's in, and I don't think Oscar's had a great run of it so far in the McLaren. Lando has actually had the better of the running. So he'll be in, he'll do a race sim, and we'll see what that's all about. Hamilton back in the Ferrari. Will be interesting to see his last test to see how he's going to compare. And we heard from Carlos Sainz earlier explaining how difficult it is to know how to push different cars. He's used to Ferrari machinery, so Lewis is used to Mercedes, and he's been studying, he's been looking in and listening to what Charles Leclerc has been doing this morning. He's got to put that together for his final 4 hours.
There we go. Switch my microphone on. Pre-season testing in the commentary box as well. Ruth, what are you looking forward to in the next 4 hours?
I'm looking forward to my favourite session, which is the final one. For 3 reasons, the lap times are just going to get more and more exciting. So track temperature now is 30, and unlike when we used to go winter testing in cold Barcelona, the track gets better. So it should get faster as we go through the session. Secondly, this northern wind, this Shamal wind that offers us nice braking into turn 1, is going to drop. Normally drops throughout the afternoon session, and across lunchtime that will have dropped some of that dust from the sand dunes onto the track. And I think we're going to see a couple of race sims, some teams repeating some race sims, applying the learning that they had from yesterday. We're potentially going to see that C1 compound in its operating window for the first time, because it could be pretty good. And then probably some qualifying simulations as well. A bit of everything going into the final hour for the glory hour of Formula One testing, as we call it.
Ocon back in the Haas, waiting for the green light, and is about to go there. First gear, and away goes Esteban Ocon. Haas, as you mentioned, Ollie Behrman, the bodywork flying off that car, still did 59 laps and was closer to the pace of the rest of the field as well. New set of C3 tyres for Ocon jumping straight in. So I wonder if we're going to see a bit more.
Tailwind has picked up a bit into turn 13.
More wind chat. Laura Muller on the other end of the phone to Esteban Ocon, Ocon's new race engineer for 2025 as he switches to the American team. We'll be hearing that voice a lot more as the season progresses. All the drivers being updated with the condition of the wind, which has been affecting them across the circuit as well. I promised you more names. Here's another one. Alex Brundle has been trackside. He's been in the pit lane. And now, Alex, they've finally let us commentate together again.
It's been 20 cumulative hours, Jakesy, of broadcasting over the last 2 days. This is the first time we've been in the commentary box together. Now, I'm not saying that is any kind of comment on the content we might be able to produce.
I think people might have had enough, Alex. It is possible. It is possible that the combination has run its course.
I've traipsed across the desert, and I've thank you for making room in your inn for me here in Bahrain. It was really interesting this morning, standing beside the racetrack. I went down to turn 11. Palpable difference between the cars when the temperature started to come up. As soon as there was a little bit of heat haze coming up off the circuit, all of a sudden everything was moving around so much more. Out of turn 11, and also when I bent down to the exit of turn 8, things started to skip and slide. It took a few moments for engineers just to make that adjustment to a car which is trying to generate, from a car I should say, which is trying to generate the maximum tyre temperature. We heard Carlos Sainz earlier on when you had your great chat with him say, this is the first time ever in Bahrain I've struggled to generate tyre temperature. It's normally an outlier in the other direction. But from cars that were struggling to generate that temperature, two cars that were moving around and sliding very much in the way that McLaren did. And actually, I think it was an interesting session to uncover the tendencies of some of the cars, because we've had rather miraculous conditions over the last 2 days. Really cool. Yeah, it's been windy, a little bit of rain falling that hasn't affected running that much. But we haven't had those hot conditions which were affecting teams like Mercedes and various other teams all the way through last year. So illuminating, Mr. Jakes, in the early phases of well, as we move through the morning session.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what we get in the next couple of hours when we're on the microphone. Have you got to go trackside again, Alex, or are you down in the pit lane? What your busy rota?
I'm going to commute down to turn 13, I think, because it's the only place around the circuit I haven't been. But secondly, because it is an interesting one here. It's one of those corners, turn 12 I should say, it's one of those corners that as a driver you ignore, but as an engineer you really don't. It's the only 150 mile an hour plus corner on the layout here. So for winter testing concerns, although the drivers will simply drive through and tell their engineer it's easy flat and shrug their shoulders, the engineers will be looking really closely at the loads and the slip that's going on through the middle of turn 12, and then the tyre energy, the amount of temperature in the surface of the tyre as they try to brake and turn into turn 13. It's why when the track temp comes up like this, as Gasly gets himself nice and wide to start the session off, but it's why when the track temp comes up like this you see drivers struggling into turn 13, because it's where the tyre temperature actually peaks around the whole layout here. It's the end of the middle sector. This section we're coming up to now through the mid corner of 11 and then 12 is where that left front temperature peaks.
Gasly continues on. Sam Collins, been recording in your lunch break, I saw in the gallery earlier on. Enjoying the content you were laying down for everyone?
As is the case with I don't do lunch, you should know that. I never have lunch, I'm always working. I'm either staring at photos or recording something. Actually, talking of lunch, some of the teams do seem to be taking slightly longer lunches than maybe others. Alpine out on track and Ocon out on track in the now repaired Haas. It's like an Alpine track day from last year or something. But a lot of the teams taking a bit of time just to get their cars ready, get them in their final configurations they probably want to test. Maybe a few upgrades going on. We know Red Bull have got upgrades on the car, new engine cover, new nose we saw earlier on. And I think a few other upgrades are going to be sneaking in before we see those fast runs at the end of the day that Ruth was talking about. However, some teams, there was an interesting moment, we just looked into the Williams garage with the car in a state of very much undress, and a lot of the mechanics sitting around the car almost waiting to touch it, which sometimes means somebody's working on something high voltage and they don't want to go near it. But I don't know, it was a bit of a strange one. It's like they'd all been told to freeze frame while the cameras were there, but sort of the brake calipers were hanging off and...
Act normal, they're looking at us.
Exactly, but it did look like that they're quite, you know, we're not going to see the Williams for a little while. We're not going to see, well, I was about to say, we're not going to see the Ferrari for a little while, but it's become rather more complete than it was just a few moments ago when we saw it last time.
It's really impressive down there, actually, when you wander up and down the pit lane. And maybe time is just passing a little bit quicker than you think. It often does when you're surrounded by Formula racing cars. But you walk past a garage and the thing just looks in bits, absolutely in bits. No concept that it would be going anywhere. You come back what seems like a few moments later and it looks for all the world like a Formula One car again. The speed with which the changes are being completed up and down the pits has been something to behold. All test as Esteban Ocon comes in and heads out again with no specific changes on the Haas.
Yeah, and winter testing is actually one of the few times the kind of garage procedures get properly checked in terms of turnaround times. Now, hopefully you don't have to use all of them because they're often, what do we do if we have to rebuild a car to a certain number of pieces? But we actually do quite a lot of our prediction of how long it would take to take this thing apart and put it back together again. And then lunch times or in the evenings across the nights are a good way of testing that. Depending on your driver and the configuration and the complexity of the car that kind of regulation year, it's not kind of discommon that you would use more of your lunchtime. And in fact, we play it differently in Bahrain than we did in Barcelona, because in Barcelona, the bit in the middle of the day was the absolute best part of the day. And so you would put your big setup changes maybe at the first thing in the morning, whereas in Bahrain, actually, in terms of conditions, it is okay to swap. And then when you're swapping drivers as well, that also involves swapping parts, unless, of course, you're Haas, when both your drivers are the same height and basically the same shape, which I imagine means it's easier for them to change over all the parts.
Well, it is a quick change for them, isn't it? And similar for Alpine.
Red flag. Why do we have a red flag? Asked the commentator, looking at his timing pages.
The cars are all circulating.
So Gasly, we were about to join Pierre Gasly for an attacking lap, we hoped. We've got Esteban Ocon, Pierre Gasly, Yuki Tsunoda has just left the pit lane. And we have an interrupted session with all cars required to come back to the pit lane.
Check the windows, check the lights.
and unspecified interruption at the moment. It's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing Pierre Gasly circulate around the circuit. And
Yuki Tsunoda's not getting much luck in this test, is he? Every time he seems to go out on track, there's either a problem with the car or seems to be a problem on the track, which means his laps just aren't getting in there. I just get the impression he hasn't had that much track time in these 3 days, and maybe a little bit on the back foot, but the car seems okay if not a little twitchy.
All right, everyone's coming back to the pits. It wasn't exactly frenetic out there anyway.
Oh.
Wow. That's, well, it's an amazing bus tour, but not one that we wanted to see at that moment.
Do you remember last year, Logan Sargent had a really high-speed spin at that part of the circuit? Mm-hmm. It'd have ended up in the side of that bus.
Well, there's massive runoff area down at turn 10, but you never want to see that, and that's why the session was interrupted, and back to the pit lane we go with everyone. Okay, so let's get it back on topic and talk Formula One in 2025. Laura Winter had a chance to catch up with Andrea Stella with that Constructors' Trophy under his arm from 2024. They caught up a little while ago.
I'm joined by Andrea Stella. We've just been discussing what we had for lunch, but we'll spare you that chat. Andrea, pre-season testing for McLaren appears from the outside looking in to be going very well. That long run stuff yesterday certainly grabbed some headlines. What can you tell us from within?
What I can tell you is that so far testing has gone according to plan. We haven't had any major problem with the car, so we could spend pretty much all the time we had allocated on track. Even if some work we did on track was some very fundamental aerodynamic characterization, so not necessarily performance running, we had to ask our drivers to be a bit patient and do some work for the team, which they did very diligently. And then once we went into performance running, we saw above all that the car behaves as we expected, which is not to be given for granted, because we applied some changes to car layout over the winter, and we definitely came to the testing here with some question marks that we wanted to resolve. So for me, the main takeaway so far is that the car behaves as expected, and I really want to take the opportunity to praise the work that has happened from an engineering point of view, in this case specifically, because innovating a car that was already quite competitive, taking some risks, it wasn't an easy decision, but we did it based on the confidence we had in our engineering department, and they look like have been able to do a really good job.
That must be a huge relief coming into pre-season testing, because you don't know until you get that car on track exactly the work that's been done over the winter. We were seeing Lando Norris's lap times in that long run. People were saying up to a second quicker a lap, but with all the usual caveats of testing. He is talking about some instability at the rear of the car, though. We are seeing a lot of gusty winds here. Is that track specific and condition specific, or is it something you're looking to iron out further?
In terms of the long run pace yesterday, I would really be very careful, because the conditions were conditions that we know our car enjoys, you know, cold conditions, not much challenge coming from the wind. So I think we were in a sweet spot for our car. In terms of the balance issues, you're right. We would like to have more rear grip in general, but being in Bahrain, that's pretty normal, I would say, because it's such a demanding track in terms of braking stability and traction. Today, day 3, at the time of this interview, I think we are seeing the normal Bahrain, where the temperatures are higher, there's a lot of wind, and definitely driving the car is much more challenging. And those comments that Lando and surely Oscar as well in the debrief made about car balance today are quite a lot amplified compared to what they experienced in the previous 2 days. But in reality, this is more normal for Bahrain.
Oscar Piastri in this afternoon. I'm figuring they're pretty aligned in the feedback you're receiving. And what is the plan for Oscar in the final 4 hours?
So very aligned in terms of comments on the car, which is always very useful and reassuring for the engineering department, because it gives us clear objectives to focus on, to improve the car, and we do have to improve the car. In terms of Oscar today, the work will be more focused on race preparation. Oscar has been doing some fundamental car development in the previous 2 days. Today will be more about performance runs, and then a similar long run to what Lando did yesterday. But today will be more difficult for the driver in these conditions to go through the 60+ laps of a race simulation.
But we are not wishing away the sun, are we? Because it has been so cold.
No, we take it, and I'm sure everyone welcomes this kind of sunny conditions.
Thank you so much, Andrea. There must be a lot of confidence in McLaren heading into this season. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Laura Winter in conversation with Andrea Stella, who achieved every team principal's dream at the preceding race in Abu Dhabi, when it was nervy, given a retirement. Fernando Norris would have put Ferrari in position to win the title, but McLaren claimed it their first since 1998, and now we're on board with the still novel sight of Lewis Hamilton driving a Ferrari behind the wheel. He's been making positive noises all the way through his pre-season, including in the lunchtime press conference, slight alteration through turn 13 as he waits for the car to comply through the corner. But Hamilton adjusting to new surroundings. What's that journey like, Ruth Buscombe-Divey, when you join the Ferrari team and you make the transition?
Well, I went from, I can't say I was a Formula One driver or a 7-time world champion, but I did go from being a McLaren fan to my first job being at Scuderia Ferrari. So pretty similar in the scope of things. And all I can say is it was one of the most welcoming families and places you could ever be. It was absolutely brilliant. The way that kind of they say, sports are a family, but it really is. And to see the smile on Lewis's face, to see him reunited with some old friends in his physio, Angela Cullen, once again. I can't wait to see what he's going to do. A change is as good as a rest,
as they say. Sam Collins.
Ruth, I've got a bit of a question for you, because you say sports teams are like a family. Ferrari, Italian, they love a good family. Now, you've worked for Ferrari, you've worked for Haas, you've worked for Sauber. They've all got Ferrari engines. How close is the linkage between those Ferrari-powered teams? We know Haas buys a lot of bits from Ferraris, but in terms of the people, because I know you've worked your way through all of them, how close are they?
So we have the same power unit engineers, so it's pretty difficult to tell unless you know who's who, because everyone wears the same uniform, which is important. But the power unit engineers that each manufacturer, so not just Ferrari, supplies to run their power unit are Ferrari employees or Mercedes employees, and those people, effectively now I've worked with them for kind of 12 years on the trot, and they kind of do tend to rotate every couple of years between the customer teams. But yeah, beyond that, they're kind of three very distinctly different teams, of which I can confirm that the pizza and the pasta is significantly better in Scuderia Ferrari.
Whilst we're on Grill Ruth, what's the culture differences like between Ferrari fighting at the front, huge team based in Italy, Haas, the absolute opposite end, based in the UK, tiny team, and then you've got Sauber, based on their own in Switzerland. When you actually just walk into the building and just the day-to-day, is there massive culture differences?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's difficult because of the kind of the passage of time. Obviously, I was at Ferrari pre-cost cap era. I was at Ferrari when, the president was Luca, and it was still no longer a Fiat Group company. And there was you could see it was a winning machine. It was a team with a lot of resource, a lot of history, a lot of pride.
Can you feel the pressure or the tension of having wins demanded on you there?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it's the highs are higher and the lows are potentially lower in terms of the win itself. Winning at Ferrari is truly an absolutely phenomenal, special feeling. I'm very glad that I was able to do it with Seb in Malaysia 2015.
We referenced that on day
losing, yeah,
Don't
we got
worry.
that in before 3 hours 41 to go. Excellent. But I would say losing with Ferrari also really hurt. But again, that was my first reference. And I would say that every team is in a battle to win or to lose. And crossing the line P5 in Bahrain with Haas and with Romain Grosjean felt like a win to us, to quote Romain as he crossed the line. And was a combination of a significant amount of work from a lot of people in Haas, and coming P6 in 2022 with Sauber, kind of defeating the giants of Aston Martin. I think the Brazilian Grand Prix this previous year is a perfect example of the sports stories of the fact that you have Max coming from P17 to P5, the 5th time in 1,121 races, and how amazing and glorious that is at the top end. And then you have the Alpine story, 3 championship positions, and those two kind of, and the whole team working together. And I think it's when you look at it, sports really is all around.
So if we accept that working for Ferrari is quite different to working for a Haas and a Sauber, Alfa Romeo, what is the contrast between Sauber and Haas? If someone was to walk in the door and it was one team and then the other the next day, are they feeling a difference of vibe and of comparable teams there?
Yeah, I think all of the teams do feel like a different feeling, and if you speak to kind of people within the teams, it's kind of a culture that's kind of like slightly defined. But I would say even look at Mercedes, you look at Red Bull, like kind of Mercedes are kind of like Daimler, and it's still kind of quite strange to see them wearing Adidas after so long of kind of wearing suits. You go to Red Bull and they have kind of like more music and stuff like that, but it really does depend on the kind of the culture. Switzerland, it has its own culture, has its own identity.
Good cheese.
It's phenomenal.
You having cheesy lunches every day?
I don't think I could. And I'm allergic to chocolate, which was an absolute nightmare.
There's no cheese.
That's actually why I left Sauber, guys.
I was about to ask you, because the lifestyles between those teams is it's different from working their point of view. Because I've been to Hinwil, where Sauber is based, and well, if you like mountain walking and mountain biking, it's wonderful, but there's not much else there, and Zurich isn't exactly a party town. And then you've got
Zurich Slam from Sam Collins.
And then you've got to look at. Then you've got to look at.
You're not going to the right bit, Sam.
And then you've got to look at the middle of the UK, where you're going to see a lot of the people from Haas, though they have a few people in North Carolina and a few more people in Italy. And then Ferrari, the big difference to Ferrari and to Sauber, or as it's about to become Audi, is it's all in one place. It's all in one small Italian town that's quite a nice place to go. Also not a big party town, but a nice place.
Sam clearly doesn't know where to go in Modena.
There's lots of good pizzerias and pasta places, but I'm in bed far too early for anything else. The question is, though, because we heard James Key talk about it yesterday, that it's hard to recruit people to go and work in Hinwil in Switzerland. And a lot of engineers are English, and they're not so keen and necessarily able to go and work in Italy as well. So they've had to Audi are opening up a facility in the UK as a result. But from your point of view, someone who's worked for all three, and I know at one point you were commuting on a crazy journey to work, I think, for Sauber at one point and living in the UK. It was quite a heavy job. So I mean, what are the pros and cons in terms of staff recruitment, technical staff recruitment for these different teams?
I think it just depends on what you like. I mean, I lived in, I'm English, kind of grew up in England, and moved to Ferrari the day I graduated from university, and probably wouldn't have gone if my wonderful boss Giacomo Tortora had told me the truth, which was that I did need to learn Italian. Which is when I got there, I said, "Why didn't you tell me?" And he said, "Because then you wouldn't have come." Which was.
I thought you were going to say you replied in Italian, and you couldn't work out what his answer was.
I will always be ever grateful for the kind of the experience. I wouldn't be in Formula One without someone opening a door for me. That was Scuderia Ferrari. I wouldn't have a skill without them. And I've learned so much and grown so much because of that team. And probably, as it's always part of it. And then you go to Sauber, and ultimately, I was a head of race engineering for 8 years, and I learned how to be a manager, and I learned how to kind of take care of people and balance your own personal gain versus being a leader of men and women, and very, very grateful for that experience. And I think everything's just a chapter that you get to the end of one chapter, and now I get to hang out with you as you insult me, so this is the next chapter.
Alex Brundle, Racing Cultures. What can you tell us from your career?
Racing Cultures. Goodness me, that's a long book, isn't it? That's a book I think every single race driver or engineer or even mechanic could write. But you get different flavours of the same kind of person that you always end up working with. Very intense, very driven, very data driven, very factual. But then it's great that those are kind of coloured by the different nations, the different teams in which you're installed as a driver. Of course, we move around even more readily, don't we, than the sort of engineering staff. And George Russell having a bit of a spicy moment with the Alpine here, look on exit of the pit lane. I also spotted, by the way, while we're just to drop off the racing cultures topic momentarily, while we were chatting away on Grill Ruth momentarily there. Lewis Hamilton, George Russell giving Lewis Hamilton a bit of a wave. Did you spot that on the way down towards turn 11, the old teammate?
Is that your sort of thing? Wave to your old teammate?
Nah, none of them will talk to me. No, I would do. Of course. Well, we spend quite a lot of time with each other, and we're all friends, of course, in sports car racing because we all have to share the same car. So you've got to kind of like them. Otherwise it gets very, very difficult indeed.
When you think about it, Sauber is such an outlier in Formula One. We're talking about their heritage that everyone knows about Ferrari. The UK and a lot of the teams based nearish Silverstone and Brooklands and your original sites. And then you've got Sauber on their own in Switzerland. Switzerland, who haven't had a Formula One Grand Prix since 1954, Sam?
At Bern Bremgarten, out in the forests and in the city of Bern.
In 1954?
I think in 1954. There was meant to be one in 1955. It was on the calendar, but Switzerland then banned motor racing as a result of the disaster at Le Mans in 1955. So that race never took place.
Okay, so it gets even more dramatic. They've not had a Formula One Grand Prix for 71 years, and then they banned racing, and yet there's this Swiss team that Peter Sauber founded in 1991 onto the grid, and they've been an ever-present since. But we're so used to the history of Formula One and it running in the blood, particularly in the likes of Ferrari, and the passion that Lewis Hamilton and so many drivers have to go and race for these historical teams. And then you've got Sauber, who are building their own history, but kind of out of nothing on their own in a country that banned motor racing.
Sauber are an interesting one because they've been a privateer enterprise. I mean, obviously badged to various manufacturers, but they've been a privateer enterprise for so long. Of course, now going to become an OEM team. But I really think the privateers in motorsport, or privateers in Formula One, we need, because they're the entry point, aren't they? They're the entry point, especially for young drivers, where you have got, a figurehead who can say, yeah, I'm going to give you a chance, rather than a sequence of people at the head of a major enterprise. You've got your Gene Haas, you've got your original privateer team boss who can go, I'm going to throw this youngster in the car, and if it doesn't work out, then it's on me. I think if we lose that entry point into Formula One, we'd lose, and had a sequence of OEMs that were effectively always locked in to running the established drivers on the basis that, I mean, granted, what Mercedes have done for Antonelli this year is pretty much in contrary to that. But I think Formula One would be a rather different landscape without them.
Well, there is your Eddie Jordans from days gone by, isn't it? Giving Schumacher a chance on the grid, and your Ken Tyrrells giving Martin Brundle a chance on the grid. We'd be so much worse off without them.
Some of us would be, yeah, definitely.
I think the broadcast teams would have had to work slightly harder through the last couple of decades as a result. Fascinating.
So, Alpine aren't going to be very happy with us because Gasly's just gone to the top of the times whilst we've been blabbering on about Switzerland and Swiss cheese.
We can reboot it, it's fine. It's the joy of testing.
Oh, Gasly's gone top.
What a great lap time from Pierre Gasly. That's a 1:30.657 on the C3 tyre. The man, the team leader at that outfit. Enstone-based team. Their last year as a full works entry before they take on Mercedes power units in 2026, and Gasly has rocketed to the top of the times.
And not only has Gasly rocketed to the top of the times, but our friends over at Alpine, who we definitely did not forget about whatsoever, are doing a qualifying simulation. So they're actually running to the times as though they were in an hour qualifying session, or as close as they can get to it, which is useful both kind of operationally. Sometimes you have new people, you've got new groups of people working together. Also, they typically do a compound sweep. So at the moment, he's on that yellow C3 tyre. Sometimes, because they want to actually understand back-to-back without the track changing too much, you'll then see them go up in compound steps. So you might see them do a C4 in the equivalent of their Q2, and then sometimes even a C5. But it does look a little bit too warm for a C5. But expect more big things from the Frenchman in that Alpine.
He's on track again in the background, so we'll see if he can improve on that.
I was interested yesterday in the race running that was done with the full simulation Grand Prix that were being driven by various front-running teams. That actually, in the cooler conditions, the teams shifted a compound a lot from what we normally see here on a race weekend. And if I was standing here as Pirelli, watching that, as Hulkenberg gets an armful of understeer in the final corner of the lap. But if I was sitting here as Pirelli watching that, I'd think, well, how soft can we actually get away with this year in Bahrain in terms of the tyres that we're going to bring to the Grand Prix? Because these race teams appear to be able to simulate these Grand Prix distances, albeit in much cooler conditions. But why don't we give them a bit of a softer compound to deal with when we hit the track. Dealing with something as well. Red Bull still with the covers up, aren't they? And not out on track yet.
They're already locked in, the tyres, aren't they, for the early rounds of the year?
Are they locked in?
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna go wild and disagree with you. I think the C1, 2, 3 are really quite well positioned for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Bearing in mind it's going to be slightly later this year, and also bearing in mind that we've got this new C2, which may not make my fellow comms people very excited, but it makes me and Bernie Collins very excited because we've been talking about it, because he's now close to the C3 and it blows the strategy options wide open, boys.
Well, the other thing is, we heard from Carlos that he put a C4 on, which is the softer tyre, would be a sort of super soft if we were running, and he said it was actually no better than the C3, and he duly spun at the first corner.
I just like to watch the tyre manufacturer trend as soft as possible. I think it gives us better Grand Prix. I think it adds strategic options, and I think that it adds jeopardy as well, because there will always then be a couple of drivers that don't get the tyre quite right. As soon as, for me, it's a key deciding point when I first open Pirelli's document for the weekend, and I look at it. If there is a tyre which is hard, very hard in the compound range, I think, no, they're going to lean on that tyre for the whole of the Grand Prix. We're going to get a one-stopper, and it's going to detract from the weekend.
Beautiful lap from Pierre Gasly.
What a time, Pierre Gasly. Over the line, and it's even faster still. We got to practice as well. Get back in the groove.
You should have done the Pierre Gasly.
This is going to sound extremely unhinged for people who tune in at very specific times.
If people are watching with it on in the background and just getting on with the tasks, and they're just hearing us shout about Pierre Gasly, let's have a look at George Russell making his way down the hill.
Standing earlier on. Big inside front lock-up for George Russell. It's looked stiff at the front, that Mercedes, all weekend. Saw Antonelli as well, making loads of sort of similar errors, didn't we? We put it down to inexperience, but perhaps the front axle of that Merc is just a bit tricky in the braking zones.
I haven't seen Russell have so many lock-ups or scrappy moments, but that will definitely chalk up as one. The tyre, the soft or hard compounds is a big ethical question, isn't it, about racing, because this is when Pirelli were brought in back in 2011, and that was kind of the mandate, was the Bridgestones. Vitaly Petrov did the whole race in Abu Dhabi on a set of Bridgestones, and it was like, we need degradation for better races, we need softer tyres. And then you get to a point where you have loads of management, you have thermal degradation, which is the antithesis to good racing, which requires management and eventually pit stops, or you have the hard tyres, and then the drivers are kind of happier in many ways because they can lean on it and lean on it and lean on it, but there's no deg, and you don't get the tyre offsets to promote the racing. So finding a balance is the hard bit.
So yeah, I agree with you. I mean, on driver sort of enjoyment of the races, yes, important, but once you've agreed and been paid to be a Formula One driver, at that point you deal with what you're given, right? And if that, this is not a track day. It's not a load of mates driving around on some, solid.
What I mean is, what makes good racing? What do you like to watch? Do you like to watch drivers nursing tyres, and then eventually they go off dramatically F2, GP2 style, and you get wacky racing and that sort of thing? But it will also require a lot of management of various phases and tyres going off in dirty air. Or do you like to see maybe fewer overtakes, but drivers pushing lap on lap on lap because they can? And finding the balance between that, I think everyone has differing opinions on it as well.
I would split that by track, actually. I think on a prepared circuit like this, potentially to entirely contradict what I said earlier, which I'm sure will fall to the notice of no one, I'll say that it's nice to watch the drivers push. But around a street circuit, around a street circuit, I like to see them go soft. I'm a proponent. I've proposed it twice in this commentary box. I've only been in it twice. That
say it again.
I'm going to say it again until somebody listens. That I want them to get rid of the hard tyre at the street circuits as soon as we know the softest 2 compounds are safe.
Well, good news is someone has listened, and there's now a C6 this year.
There is.
We're going to go softer on compound.
They'll still go round and round and round on the C4 or whatever the hardest one is, won't they?
Is introduced to try and give the Alex Brundle high deg street circuit feel.
Brundle effect.
Sam.
Well, I've got a question for the 2 racing drivers in the room and the race strategist in the room. I'm not going to ask you, Alex, but you can answer if you want.
I will answer first.
Yes, you're right. What do you think about tyre warmers? Because there's been a lot of discussion about getting rid of tyre warmers, and I've not really come down on a personal position on it, so I'm just curious as to what you all think.
Go on, Ruth.
Well, you know, I used to be a purist F1, but I had my first endurance experience this year, and I did a 24-hour race in Daytona, and they don't have tyre warm-up. So they don't have warmers. They have like significant tyre warm-up, and there was so much strategy in the crossover between the difference between the warm-up of the medium and the soft tyre. It was absolutely fascinating. So if you'd asked me in Abu Dhabi, I would say don't do it. But now, having enjoyed so much the jeopardy, the calculation, the trade-off of degradation and warm-up, I'm all for it.
Trust me, Ruth, some of those sports cars don't have tyre warm-up either, as well as tyre warmers.
It was 17 seconds on a medium and about 7 on a soft. So it was a lot of warm-up, but everyone had to do it. It reminded me of that Imola Grand Prix where we had a lot of different warm-up on the Inter. But yeah, fascinating from a strategic perspective. So I'm not going to block it in case I had the vote, the final vote.
Alex did a faraway look when that was mentioned.
Yeah, I think we can get away with it. There are other series who are having exactly this discussion at the moment with regards to environmental issues and whether we should be taking tyre ovens and tyre blankets around the world. And they've eventually fallen to the no tyre warm-up rule, and there was much gnashing of teeth. To begin with it being sort of considered dangerous and difficult. There were various accidents and incidents, but now it's just been incorporated into the nature of the series and how they run. And I think it's actually that crossover period which is the difficult bit. I'm not sure Formula One would actually cross that bridge without binning it. I just think the pushback from teams and drivers would be too huge for it to actually ever occur practically.
I love the idea of getting rid of tyre blankets. It makes so much sense from a racing action point of view. It's still the same for everyone. There would be definitely some strategy implications, and it would be hard going wheel to wheel coming out with no tyre temperature. And I had it in my whole career until I got to Formula One. F2, GP2, no blankets. You're in the cut and thrust of a battle in the race. You come out of the pits, you've got your rival next to you, and you've got to judge somehow where to brake. And it's challenging, it's fun, it's a good spectacle. The problem is in Formula One, getting heat into this compound or these compounds of tyres is so difficult that you actually need the blankets to get the car working at all. And if it's in scorching temperatures, maybe you generate it eventually. But going out on stone cold tyres that are designed for a Formula One car, the weight of the car, the stresses that they've got to deal with, the compound is built differently. And if you just leave the pits, there'll be some races you just never generate the temperature ever, and you're driving around with 1,000 horsepower and it becomes a bit of a joke show. So it would need the tyres to change to accommodate it.
Yeah, it is important to note that it's not a case of just sticking the tyres on cold. It is an entirely different product, as you say, Palm. So that would be an issue. To be honest, the times I've done that in professional motorsport, I have had a radio message that's asked me to do a burnout, and when I asked how much of a burnout they wanted me to do, they said as big as possible, and I'd do it just for that out of the pit lane to get rear tyre temperature.
All right. So I think everyone has nicely answered Sam Collins' question there, posed to the experts in the commentary box. One of many issues ahead of us in the 2025 season. One of the main narratives of the year the new wave of talent that we have joining us in 2025. And some of those rookies were talking about the step up to Formula One in the lunch break, in the press conference.
Question for the four rookies, for all four of you to be stepping up from F2 at exactly the same time. Like, how nice is that to be sharing this together? How strange is it? Like, just what are your thoughts on that move?
Kimmy, do you want to take that first? You got the mic near you.
I mean, it feels great. I mean, Gabriel, I know him since karting, so it's nice that you know, we've been coming up the ladder pretty much. We were a bit upset because when he was in junior, I was in mini, but I mean, it was nice. But then also with Ollie last year, I think we got along pretty well during the F2 season, and also with Isaac in F2. So it's nice that we all got the opportunity, and it's really nice that we are all sharing the F1 track together.
Gabby?
I think Kimi said all of it. It's amazing. It's cool to see young drivers getting into Formula One now. For I think some years already that, you know, there was always one or two coming in, but finally a year that a lot of us managed to get the opportunity, and I think all of us deserved, you know, good results in junior series, good results in testings that we have done. So yeah, looking forward to see what we can achieve on track and the fun battles we can have as well.
Great stuff. Isaac, anything to add?
No, it just shows the, I would say, we have a strong generation, obviously, and yeah, it just highlights this, and it's good to obviously race guys I know already, so it's a bit more familiar once we get to it on track, you know.
Great stuff. Ollie, I'm going to call you a rookie as well. I don't know if you want to answer that question.
Yeah, I'm a kind of half rookie, but no, very happy to be sharing the track with people I shared the track with last year, and it's good to know that I'm not the only one in the rookie camp. At the start, I was the only rookie for a while, and then the others got announced, which was a nice feeling. You know, we're all going through the same experiences, new tracks for us this year, and stuff like that. So it's nice not to be alone on that side of things.
The rookies talking to us ahead of the new season. Interesting to get their thoughts. They have, as they were explaining there, we're looking at a replay of Oscar Piastri, sparking over the bumps down to turn number 1, but they have grown up together and they've made it to Formula One in the same year.
In a prod to producer Joe, but also to tell everybody at home, it's interesting, McLaren have reverted their rear bodywork to the original specification they started this test with, and not the new specification that Lando Norris was running with yesterday. So that's quite interesting, considering what we were saying about expecting to see the fast runs here. I've just been told I can actually show you what I'm talking about quite neatly using our tech pad here in the studio. So here you go. This is the McLaren on the first day of testing. On the right-hand side of your screen as Lewis Hamilton is having a moment with the Ferrari on the left-hand side of your screen.
Omni commentary from Sam Collins.
Exactly, but have a look at the cooling exits here in the centre of the car and on the rear of the car. I'll magnify that so you can see what I'm talking about. These little cooling slots on the exits of the car, just here and then just around here as well. Now, yesterday, McLaren came out with this version for Lando Norris. I've been given the wrong clip. And I will show you shortly the correct version of the upgraded McLaren that's a little bit different. But for now, we'll have a look at the Williams going around the track. But I'll bring up that clip in a moment.
I honestly absolutely love it when TV goes wrong until you're part of it. And then, appreciate you highlighting the changes that McLaren have made at this stage of the broadcast. Sam's still wrestling with the tech pad as we're on board with Lewis Hamilton. He set a personal best in sector 1, and he's continuing on down to turn 11. You've got the live speed there in the right-hand side. Let's have a look from the drone how the rotation of the Ferrari is looking through turn 11.
Jake, see, that Ferrari looks really difficult to drive this afternoon. I was watching it a little earlier on. Exit of turn 4, entry of turn 11. Look, way wide through the mid-corner of turn 13 as well. Anywhere where it's got its tail to the wind, Hamilton's really struggling to get it into the apex. This is going to be a better lap for him, but it doesn't look happy. Big understeer through the mid-corner. It's probably one of the better corners of the lap. Let's see what he does across the line here, but it looks really, really nasty behind the whatever they've done to that Ferrari for Hamilton, whatever they're testing. Of course, you take avenues, they don't always work, but that doesn't look friendly.
So Lewis Hamilton checking his mirrors to see where everyone is, and you can see into the garage as Hamilton continues on in conversation with the team back in the garage, and Oscar Piastri is on an outlap.
Do I see that as a new set of mediums for Lewis Hamilton as well on the tyre screen?
Getting a thumbs up, Brundle. Getting a thumbs up from the other side of the commentary box. So, yeah,
performance run on a new set of mediums.
Not dialed in.
Great. Didn't look great at all.
It's interesting seeing Hamilton, Hulkenberg there having a little slide in the Sauber as well, but also the McLaren earlier in the hands of Lando. Just a lot of the sort of front runners struggling with plenty of oversteer now in the car, and it just the cars look so good at the start of the week, and now they're probably starting with quite a conservative baseline. Get the rear doing what they want, and then you start to add front end so you can just turn the corner quicker, until you find the problem where you're finding too much oversteer and you need to dial it back. And the more front end you can run and it sticks, basically the better. But it looked like Norris had gone over the top of that given the conditions earlier on. And certainly I agree with you, Hamilton there, having to fight the car way more than he'd have liked. That car has looked decent earlier on, but again on day 3, McLaren and Ferrari just looking like they're having to work a bit harder, the drivers.
It's not terminal though, is it, mate? Because how many times in testing have you gone, I like that, just give me loads of whatever that was?
Yeah.
To just see what the limit is of whatever it does. Kind of what you're saying really with the front end. But so often you go, okay, that's given me a little bit more speed and performance. Just chuck loads of that on and let's find out where the limit is.
If you don't find the limit, then you might have untapped potential. So it could be something as simple as just cranking on front wing, get more front downforce, and if it sticks, brilliant, we're going to be really quick. If it doesn't, you have a really snappy oversteer car. We're sitting here watching it on the screens and thinking, oh, this car looks a handful, but actually they can just trim out a couple of turns of front wing and it'll come back together.
And everybody writes Ferrari struggle on day 3 of testing, and we all get steered in the wrong direction, which again is another reason why there's a generous pinch of salt to everything that goes on, but it's fun to surmise.
Esteban Ocon going very nicely. Ruth has informed me that he's on the C4 tyres. He has a personal best sector 1, personal best sector 2, and we're on board with the Haas driver who has the 14th turn of the racetrack to go, and he makes his way on that C4 set of tyres up through the gears, across the line, and improves to 6th position.
It's a Haas at speed, guys.
Can you believe it?
And it's a race sim, so that was a C4 tyre. And very interestingly, when we were chatting to Carlos earlier, he said that he was expecting 3 to 4 tenths between the C3 C4 in the similar conditions. This is as similar as we get in testing, and there was only 500ths on the straight between Ocon's C4 and C3 run, and he got 0.455 seconds between those two compounds. So actually, that Alpine able to extract the theoretical delta between the C4 and the C3 tyre in a way that yesterday Carlos, obviously different conditions, different track, wasn't able to do.
But Carlos looped it at the first corner as well, didn't he? So it might have just come down to tyre prep, or it might be that also Esteban underdrove the C3 and he's found enough. But interesting that he's found something anyway on the C4 tyre. It's one of the first uses we've seen of it actually being good. Again, Carlos referenced Leclerc yesterday, ran the C4 and didn't find much either.
Lewis Hamilton wide just a moment ago, coming through turn 10 and recovering to the circuit. A lot of lockups down at turn 10. The left-hander sends you into one of the DRS zones, and Hamilton returning to the racetrack.
It's really interesting. Earlier we got a slow-mo in the middle of Andrea Stella's interview, fab interview with Laura Winter, where he gave us loads of information. I don't know if you spotted it, the amount of undulation in the sidewall of the McLaren as it went in. It was really bouncing over that front tyre. And when you watch it as well go through turns 12 and 13, You know, you look at the frequency of the way the Ferrari's bouncing and it looks kind of quite soft. Before this run with Hamilton where the thing just looks horrid, but it looks kind of quite soft. The McLaren has a much, much more aggressive kind of undulation frequency to the bounce. It really gives you a feel for the difference in stiffness. You can kind of see it when you compare sort of, I guess, the front of the car as it dips to the road, as Piastri's on a set of hard tyres now on his way down towards turn 11. But so interesting to see those opposing kind of viewpoints of how to set up a Formula 1 car. It's something they used to tune out, of course, with the inerter dampers. You tune out that bounce in the tyre, which, of course, they can no longer do because they were banned in this most recent regulation set.
Big snap for Piastri coming out of 13. Looked like he was going to be through there easier than some, but still having to correct the sliding that's happening at the rear of the car. A little bit more at the final corner as well, and that's probably why he didn't improve his final sector as he comes across the line. I'm thinking, I don't want to harp on, but Pierre Gasly's done a great lap, hasn't he? When you see Ocon on a C4 be 3/4 of a second down, I don't think the track is in a great window. The track temp is still high-ish compared to what we've seen. The air temp 17 degrees. And Gasly's time actually stands still as a pretty solid one.
Well, I'll let you into a little secret of what goes on in the commentary box during a race weekend sometimes, particularly in free practice 2, where you start seeing some qualifying simulation runs come in. Jolien and Alex will start talking through the qualifying simulations and what's going on and talking about the action on track. And at that point, I tend to go off and fiddle and look at pictures and try and find out more bits about cars, because I'm not going to jump in and interrupt a qualifying simulation lap with a bit of a new engine cover on a car here or there. And so I was just looking at the screen sort of as I normally do when it looks like people are up on flying laps and going, oh, it looks like, the run plan, the pattern of the cars, it looks a bit like qualifying simulation time. I might go and do a bit of reading or a bit of buffing up on trying to get some more content for you for a little bit later in the day. And then I looked up and Pierre Gasly's still there on top at a 30.4, which, well, it's quick for today, but as Jolien said, it's a surprise.
Here we go, and I thought you were going to talk all over it.
Behind the scenes with Sam Collins. I was enjoying it. Pierre Gasly's enjoying his time on circuit at the moment, having gone fastest earlier on at his quali sim. He's going to better the mark. Fastest of all, Sector 1, Sector 2, add it all together, and that is the best lap of the day so far, a 1:32.82. Time to find in that final sector. He didn't put his personal best in at that point, as the graphic shows you with the yellow font, if you are one of our newer viewers. Go on.
He does also have the best Sector 3. He just said it earlier, yeah. He said it earlier. That Sector 3 was a 10th off what he'd previously achieved. And is this why? No, that's the exit of turn 4 where he's off track limits. But, that's relatively equal because I've seen them all off there, more or less. Even last night, they were being very generous with the amount of track they were using. I was worried that they were going to charge Antonelli a double track rental fee at one point. It was using so much curb on the way in and so much curb on the way out.
He is greedy on the turn-in, especially. That has been very distinct so far across this test.
Can we get a little bit excited for Alpine? Because you've got to bear in mind, I know we talk about the disaster.
This is Formula 1 testing.
I'm getting a bit excited for them. You've got to bear in mind that, we talk about the disaster of last year's car, and they kept over so many of the bits, the crucial parts from last year.
Ooh, nice and close between Russell and Hülkenberg, nearly tripping over each other, like we saw yesterday with the McLaren and the Sauber.
But let me remind us all that Gasly qualified third in Vegas in a dry session in the third last race. Hülkenberg had a little clash with someone on day one, didn't he? Someone at turn 8. Piastri, yeah. That was nearly a carbon copy.
He's chosen violence this year.
So it was the other way round, wasn't it? Piastri went in and actually caught the rear of Hülkenberg, actually.
It was, Hülkenberg going slowly, being the similar trait, but different way. Anyway, can I please talk about Alpine? Because Gasly qualified third in Vegas, and the car's got pace, basically. He was running third in Abu Dhabi. And for all the chat, they actually developed the car so well. And the Brazil was obviously a bit of a
Don't
freak
call it luck.
situation. No, it was skill.
It was a bit of a talking point after Brazil.
But it was a lot going into it. But the pace of the car in dry conditions was genuinely very solid. And this is an evolution from where they left off. And I know that it's testing, and I'm sure they're not going to be half a second clear of the field. But I'm wondering if they might be able to trouble some of those front runners on occasion.
That will be the hope for the team. This is also very much a Pierre Gasly track as well. He's always gone well here. Very good form across his Formula One. No, I'm just saying. I'm telling the people the full picture. He loves it round here.
He does have it round here. He's often beaten me round here.
So, sorry, Ruth. The other thing I found out, I'm on a roll now with hype, but McLaren haven't finished a race here in the top 6. So when we're thinking McLaren are close, and yesterday we're looking at Lando v Liam Lawson and the race runs, and we're thinking, the extrapolation of Lawson to Verstappen is maybe 2 or 3 tenths, let's say. The extrapolation of a McLaren in Bahrain, where they've never gone well, to a McLaren in Melbourne or other circuits might also be a couple of tenths. And all these things are added to the melting pot, are they not, Ruth?
Well, it is testing. But, you know, they hadn't won a championship for a while, and then they did.
Can I sound an absence klaxon, actually, for the moment, for Max Verstappen, who we haven't seen for absolutely ages, and is sitting now away from the pace in P7. This surely is a heavily interrupted test day. Bit of a disaster, no?
I'm just wondering, Alex's, if they're putting a whole load of new bits on that Red Bull, getting ready for some late performance running, because it
could easily be a very, very big setup change, and they're incredibly confident about the car as well. But we haven't seen them in a very long time.
Exactly. I mean, because the screen...
have a look on the right-hand side.
Yeah, as we come past the garage.
Last time we looked, the screens were up.
And I think they probably still will be. But that, as we've heard repeatedly, it means the floor is off the car. But that means it could be a new floor. And that is a big change. We know McLaren have tried a new floor earlier in this test. It was seen going in the back of the garage. Doesn't look any different from the outside, but it's probably new underneath, and that's what matters.
We're going to go on board with Lance Stroll into turn 11. That's our replay. Scrubbing wide. All the steering lock on, and still there was no purchase.
If in doubt, turn the wheel a bit more, and it didn't pay off for Lance there. Right over the slip angle.
I've got a question for Jolyon. It's a thing about glory runs. Glory runs are what you sometimes see in pre-season testing, where a team overperforms its expectations towards the end of pre-season testing. Now, I've noticed that Alpine has closed up all of its cooling gills, its rear bodywork has gone into its low drag configuration. I mean, they've been playing around with that all through the test, but they've gone for their lowest drag setup that we've seen so far on that blue and pink car. Are they really just pushing to try and get a lap time, impress the bosses with a fast time based on what happened last year?
Oh yeah, I mean there's no doubt it's a qualifying simulation run.
I think because they were one of the 3 teams that didn't get a race sim done yesterday, that their priorities have been either reshuffled, or this was the original run plan, which is instead of doing the race sim and then having the qualifying sim at the end of the day, they want to get this done early, get the car in a position so that they can guarantee to get a race sim in, even if they've got red flags. So I think they're probably just shifting things around a little bit to make sure they can make race distance. Because there's a real, even if it's psychosomatic, there's a real sense of getting your car to do a race distance before you go to Melbourne.
Is this going to be a reality check for them and me? As Russell on the same tyre comes through turn 11 now. Are we seeing Mercedes on more of a performance run that must be more akin to Gasly's Alpine? He's not as quick as Gasly in the middle sector. George Russell had a little bit of oversteer, or a lack of traction coming out of turn 10, really.
Dream alive for Palmer as Russell heads down towards the final sector of the lap. Go on, AJ.
Let's see where Russell goes across the line. What was that final sector like? And he moves fastest ahead of Pierre Gasly. Palmer slumps down in his chair. And it's Russell with a 1:30.054 with the fastest time so far, with 3 hours and 1 minute to go. And we can go downstairs to the pit lane and check in at Red Bull with Bernie Collins.
Hello, thank you very much. We're down here at Red Bull, so we're just looking over this car. There's a lot of work going on around the car. There's been not frantic, but quite a lot of mechanics at various points around the car. You can see the rear of the car particularly looks very stripped back. Engine covers, side pods, a lot of equipment off the car. So you can see GP just leaning in there for something he's noticed that's not quite right. No sign of Max Verstappen anywhere near the car at the moment. There's mechanics underneath that are starting to put some setup equipment on the car, and those are little targets that a scanner just slightly to our right hand side in front of the car, that is scanning the points. You can see the mechanic touching the tips of the floor, scanning the points with this scanner, tracking where he's going to make sure that that floor that they've just put on and the setup changes that they've made, that's legal and the floor is exactly where they expect the car to be. GP's just giving me a little no and nod at the moment at the side, but that's what they're doing. They're just checking that this car is legal with the setup changes that they've done before they set it out on track, and this scanner at the front is able to check all the various heights of the floor before they do that. But it looks like a considerable amount of work that has gone on in this Red Bull before it goes out on track. And then the final little thing to point out to you is if you just look at the roll hoop and the roll hoop camera. So all teams run the roll hoop camera. We have them black or yellow for various drivers. And this one's beautifully covered over by two hastily discarded mechanics cloths, if you wish to believe that. Or the roll hoop may be covered over to prevent the cameras running in the garage and other teams seeing what's going on. Back to you guys.
I'm loving that detail. Thank you for the update down there in the pit lane, Bernie, and all the glamour of Formula One, and then occasionally you're just going to put a dirty cloth over the camera to make sure your rivals can't see.
Well, the camera starts broadcasting exactly as Bernie says when the car is on, and so if the car is on, everyone else can see. So yeah, hastily discarded, JT. Tell them to pick it up.
They just hooked themselves around the highest part of the car.
What of a sticker and maker.
So
I think we were just talking to Ruth as well just now here in the commentary box. I'm of the opinion that Red Bull has just fitted a new floor based on what we've just seen with Bernie, because the car's been away for a long time behind the covers. I don't think they'd go to that effort with the legality scanner for the floor they've been running for the rest of the test, because it doesn't really matter. But Ruth, I don't think you're necessarily the same opinion.
No, I think they're getting ready for a race sim, so they want to get everything as close to race spec as possible, and then they're going to put race fuel in it. And then, yeah, I reckon about 4:30 they'll start a race sim, give them time for a bit of glory running before the end of the day. I think that's a plan. I think we all agree for once.
I think that's a valid point. I'm still not sure though. I think they might actually do this. They did introduce some upgraded parts at the start of the day. This is the last opportunity to really do that.
Oh yeah, I think they just want to make sure that the new bits they're going to do the race sim on.
Oh, you think right? Okay.
Yeah, so getting the car, doing all the checks, which again is part of the procedures because we have digital scrutineering these days, but making sure that if you're to do with like kind of both in terms of dimensions but also where the car sits, you want to get everything measured as properly as you can before you put 110 kilograms of fuel in it and potentially go out running for an hour and a half. So
it's going to be interesting to see which setup they opt to run with. They have the two different nose choices. So new nose just introduced earlier today, but not much time on it. So they're either incredibly confident with that nose, or it was just an experiment of something that isn't quite ready.
Who knows, Sam? But we'll find out shortly when that car goes out.
You could do a dance remix to Who Knows, Sam. We'll play that all season long in practice. We're riding on board Nico Hülkenberg. What year is it? He's driving for Sauber. He's returned to the team that was once part of some great drives. He had some great drives with the Sauber team. Some good personal bests of fourth through the years in the early seasons. Strong stuff for him, but he's back there before
Wind has picked up. Wind has rotated a little bit. There's more tailwind out of turn 10.
Yeah, wind definitely picked up quite a lot.
That might explain why Russell struggled a little more to get the power down out of turn 10. When you have the wind behind you, you gain straight line speed, but you lose a little bit of downforce. So it's kind of boring to hear on the radio, but it's also important information for the drivers that Hülkenberg had just oodles of understeer again as we joined him at the end of that lap in the Sauber. And I'm wondering if Sauber are not at the races at the moment. Let's see again. We've seen this a couple of times so far today. This is where, if you've got the wind picking up, coming out of 10, then it's sort of coming across into 14. So it would push the front out and give you a little bit of understeer maybe inherently, but it's been a few times now just in the Sauber not wanting to turn, and that's not really a problem many other teams are having. They're struggling more with the rear end, but that Sauber not having the front in some of the medium low speed corners is it's just a time sapper.
Yeah, I agree, and it looks like it's kind of in the middle of a qualifying simulation as well. Kind of short runs on that C3 tyre. So I think it's as good a kind of practice you're going to get in order to get a lot of data. And as we said, there's still 2 weeks between now and Melbourne. They have a lot of data, and potentially it's something that's more setup based, or condition based, or characteristic based. And by that we keep talking about the characteristics of Bahrain. It's to do with like the balance of high speed and low speed corners, temperatures. How windy it is. This is actually statistically the 3rd windiest track climatologically of the season.
Silverstone and Baku.
No, so close. Silverstone's P4 actually. It is Baku and then Zandvoort because it's on the beach. Climatologically, so on terms of average when we go racing there.
Yeah, Zandvoort is sort of protected by the dunes.
I don't just take it up with the Met Office.
I think we did see the highest wind speeds I've ever seen, certainly in F1 on an F1 session during Zandvoort last year. We had a really high winds just coming off the channel there.
Yeah, I did. I
could be skewing the data.
We did a track walk, didn't we, Ruth?
Yep, I accept your apology now. It's okay.
No, but what I'm saying, when you're down in the banking, you can't feel it. You got perfect airflow.
That's worse.
I ran a lap of the track as well. I was running
as
backwards.
Max Verstappen is now re-entered the segue from that to get ready for his racing, where he's going to be trying his new floor.
I enjoyed
perfectly
that.
inspected by Bernie Collins.
Yeah, I enjoyed that track guide. I thought that was an excellent guide between driver and strategist.
Oh, and they've got rid of
they
got rid of the rag. They got rid of the rag. Excellent. Good job, boys.
Here's Lance Stroll. But I genuinely thought it was a good track guide. Discuss it with the gallery later. Another moment at the final real corner of the circuit. Turn 14 for Lance Stroll off the road and rejoining.
We heard from Andrea Stella earlier on saying that Oscar's going to be going on to some performance running this afternoon. I think we've just seen the start of it on a C2 tyre. Bit of fuel out of the car, a better lap from him, a cleaner lap from him. And I think this could be now Piastri onto some shorter runs, and then he'll chuck in a load of fuel and do a race sim as well towards the end of the day.
Yeah, fully agree, which is kind of a similar programme to what his teammate did yesterday afternoon. You kind of end up either doing kind of a baby half qualifying run, a race sim, and then a kind of bit of glory hour running, or doing it all in one go. It all comes down to the fact if you get something like a red flag that interrupts your racing, which is strategists.
Alex Brundle earlier on, diagnosing the Ferrari's not looking particularly happy. We thank Brundle for his commentary contribution. Who knows what they've got him doing now? Pit lane.
Well, hopefully he'll go out to that turn 13, turn 12, 13, and we'll get a gauge on the wind and the cars. Hamilton, C3, 3 tenths away from Gasly, and half a second away from Russell.
Hamilton, Gasly and George Russell, the benchmark time. Personal best in all 3 sectors of the lap for Lewis Hamilton. Big gain in the middle part as well. Not much in the first sector, but up to 3rd position and jumping out of the way of the Williams going through there.
So this is a performance run for Hamilton. There's no two ways about it. Going out, doing a fast lap on a new C3, and then the car running low, that's where we're going to send Brundle to in a minute, so he can tell us all about it. And it looked better, and the time was clearly better as well. What we don't know is the fuel level. So that's the big caveat, and the engine modes as well. But for like track conditions, tyres, car characteristics, that is now the same as Russell and Gasly earlier on. And it's not particularly impressive at the moment.
Yeah, and for those of you that have been listening to us all day, Jolyon said about his love of people running 50-kilogram runs, about how much it was his favourite ever run plan. And it's only the Mercedes that are doing this kind of slightly different qualifying simulation, so not a pure qualifying simulation. They go out, they do one time lap on a brand new tyre, come back through the pits, usually do a flap adjust, and then do some constant running. And they've done that ever since kind of 2014 has been their pattern, which kind of tells you that potentially that Mercedes is not running super light Obviously, that doesn't tell us anything about the Ferrari, so they could still both be carrying fuel. But I would say the data agrees with you there, Jolien, that the Ferrari still looks like, in these conditions, a bit more of a handful.
How many laps did Russell do when he went top of the session before he came back in?
He's still out there. He's still going.
He's not come back into the pits.
He's not. He's got 50 kilograms of fuel in the car at least. You okay?
How many did Gasly do?
That's going to make you sad. He just did push, charge, push, and then boxed. So I think Gasly's probably running lower, but 0.6 of fuel is the difference between like 30 and 50. Maximum really you're ever going to get is 0.9, which is 20 kilograms of fuel plus maybe 10 kilograms of sensors. So your maximum error bound is probably about 0.9, which is huge in objectively when you think about the fact the whole season was done within 1.2 seconds. So it is a lot more about kind of comments from someone like Ronda, where you get to see the characteristic of the car and rather than the kind of raw lap time and where they're gaining and losing. And I think you're right, the kind of the high speed of that Ferrari in the 7.8 does look a little tricky.
Interestingly, Hamilton has come back in after his one lap as well. It's a kind of if you're going for sort of, in inverted commas, performance running, there's no point in running on a tyre that's not a new tyre. If you go for race running, then there's two very different things. Either you go for a qualifying run on a Saturday, or you go for a race run on a Sunday. How you drive it is very different, and your engine modes and obviously your fuel levels and everything else are very different, and the setup as well. Part Ferme rules mean you can't change very much, but it's sort of strange to combine the two.
Yeah, so I think the Lewis run plan is more of a kind of pure qualifying sim. So you did one time lap, came in, and then probably did a flap adjust, so changed the kind of the angle of the wing, which will be a translation for him because they speak in sticks rather than angles.
From one strategist to another, let's go downstairs to Bernie Collins.
Yeah, so I just wanted to quickly show you this. Aston Martin's about to do a pit stop, and one of the things we mentioned earlier, that this time of day is the time that they could have both car crews in the garage. So the night shift and the day shift will have combined so they can get a practice pit stop. Otherwise, they only have a single crew here. So that's the first time that I've been in the pit lane that I've seen both crews together be able to do that practice pit stop.
So looking down into the pit lane, thank you, Bernie, at Lance Stroll. And we were able to catch that. It's good that we were able to catch that as he came in. Now looking at the racing balls and back to the Palmer hype train that is Pierre Gasly out on track. 2 hours and 47 minutes to go. And there's the sector breakdown between Gasly on the C3 and Hamilton on the C3. Sam?
Well, I think Gasly's just been in the pits, had a little bit of fettling, and has headed back out. So I think we are about to see more Alpine magic out on track, which will make Jolien Palmer very happy, I suspect, because we've had there's been a bit of a strategy debrief going on to see what the Alpine
You are all
really
about
all
behind
about
the scenes today, Sam.
Absolutely. Jolien, I know you have an opinion because I can see you looking like you
Because
do.
he's awake.
Yeah. A personal best for Pierre Gasly as we jump on board with him up towards turn 11. Let's see how sweet this Alpine is handling. Beautifully to the apex, squeeze on the gas. You don't want to run that curve on the exit, it'll just drag you wide, and Pierre knows only too well. Easy peasy flat, he is right on it with George Russell. It's a showdown in the final sector. Beautifully not over track limits on the exit of turn 13, bobbing over the crest, down towards the final corner, braking about 75 metres, that's plumb. That is plumb. Wait for the front to turn now. There's a bit of understeer there with the wind changing round. Gasly drives to the line. Does he go top? Oh,
he's done it! Pierre Gasly, come on down. Fastest time so far. He goes ahead of George Russell by 100th of a second. Lewis Hamilton's on a personal best as well. Testing's turning in to some performance runs at the moment as the floodlights will illuminate. That's the story of day one. And Hamilton climbing the hill all the while. So Gasly putting the fastest time in there and moving ahead of Russell by 100th of a second. It's Oscar Piastri who has the ultimate speed in that final sector. And Gasly the best in the middle, and Russell still the benchmark through the first sector of the racetrack. And checking back in with the 7-time world champion. And he is checking back in with his team. So he's abandoned that after a personal best first sector.
That was the same set of tyres for Hamilton's. That was just a front wing flap adjust, we think, for Lewis coming through the pits there and going again. No time on the board. Armful of oversteer through the mid-corner, through the exit for Max Verstappen, who's back on the track. First lap for him this afternoon. 1 corner to go. C2 tyre to bed in. And there's a load of understeer, and that's why it just drags you wide onto the curb, and then you cannot commit to the throttle. And it's not going to be a great lap for Max, 1.6 seconds off, but at least he's back on track.
And you can see with Verstappen coming towards us that Red Bull has reverted to the original specification of nose that they started the test with. They introduced that new specification earlier today. It's gone away again, and that's quite a shift. It makes me think that it's a bit of an experiment, or maybe an experiment that didn't work out.
Was Max shaking his head as he came over the line there?
It looked like it, didn't it? The way to tell the noses apart, just for the reference as we move our way through the start of the season, is it's the element of the front wing that the nose is attached to. So the second one is the new one, and if it's attached to the first element of the front wing, it's the old one, which is how Sam is telling them apart. But Verstappen, I'm not surprised, he nearly was out of frame when he went through turn 13. Not the easiest lap for him as he crossed the line. The driver going for 5 World Championships in a row. This is the moment at the 13th turn.
It's loose on the very entry there for Max. He can handle the car on the nose, but it is just slower when you're having to make so many corrections, and you can just see the rear just slewing round on him as soon as he released the brakes and got the car turned in. And then the very next corner he has a load of understeer, so a bit of a mixed bag for Verstappen, not feeling the front and rear connected, which was actually a big feedback of his in the latter part of the year, just not feeling the grip. And one corner having the car like that on the edge of oversteer and over the top, the next it's just pushing into understeer, and he's not feeling the whole car act as one. And hey, it's one lap and we've just caught the end of it, but the characteristics there of the Red Bull didn't look great on that C2, and there was what looked to be a shake of the head for Max as he came across the line.
Yeah, and I think they're going to want to try and get a baseline setup, which doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, but you need to have something that is drivable before you go into your race sim, because the last thing you ever want to do is interrupt any kind of like extended high fuel running, because the car is not really drivable there. But have to see if he continues or boxes, won't we?
Well, we're going to find out right now. Into the final corner, and it looks like he's going to continue. Yep, giving it the beans coming out of the final corner, so still on the same tyre. Maybe we can keep with him for the lap.
We're riding on board through the first sector of the racetrack. We're going to let you listen in to the whole lap if we'd stayed on board, but we've gone to trackside. So probably my time to start talking at that point. And Verstappen looking for slightly more compliance as he rotates the car through turn 8. Then you climb the hill, and it's lock-up central ahead of us. So many lock-ups across the test down into the dramatic corner, and there's another one into turn 10, and off the road he goes.
Seen a few of them so far this week. Not many from the Red Bull, but that is one for Max, who was slightly down on his first sector. It looked tidy enough through the first sector, really, which is turns 1, 2 and 3. Turn 4 maybe losing a fraction. The deceleration of the car was good, got to an apex and had decent traction out of the first part. This is where it eventually goes wrong for him. Tricky section. You got 9 into 10, braking and turning, never easy, and it's a lot of entry speed, and he just cannot commit to the brake pedal with that amount of entry speed and steering lock on.
Another look at the lock-up at turn 10, and that's 2 push laps in a row where Verstappen has not been able to manipulate the car to his liking. The driver who in the press conference yesterday said this year's car couldn't be any worse than last year's. Made me smile because he won 9 Grand Prix last year, so it wasn't exactly a shocker, just wasn't as mighty as the one that had preceded it.
You're only as good as your last race, isn't it? And even though he had such a good run at the start of the year, all of those pole positions as well, it's how he ended the year and how Red Bull ended the year that was the big head scratcher. And that was the kind of feeling at the end of the year, wasn't it? The McLaren and the Form Team, and they won the Constructors. but still Max won in Qatar. They found more performance again when it mattered with an upgrade package at Austin. And it looked like they were getting back on top of their struggles. Had the tangle with Piastri in the final race, of course, and couldn't fight for the front spots there. But it was by no means as disastrous as the narrative would have you. I think the performance of the Red Bull. McLaren charged up. Ferrari were good. Mercedes had their moments, but Max was constantly there or thereabouts. There were a few races where he was just nowhere.
And I think those races where he was nowhere was really down to a engineering misstep around the Hungarian Grand Prix time. They fitted a very big upgrade package, and it didn't really work particularly well. And Verstappen didn't like it. They took it back off the car, and then they were trying different things. And the car seemed to go away from Verstappen rather than him having any issues. He was still driving well. And as we heard in the press conference, he didn't like the car towards the end of last year. But it felt to me, as Jolene said, it felt to me like they'd solved those problems towards the end of the year, got the car going back in the right direction. And then this car, as we've heard from all of the engineers, is all focused on curing all of those ills once and for all.
It's a fun stat. Alex Albon has almost exactly to the decimal point the same average finish as Nico Hulkenberg.
That is deep into the statage for this time of the test.
And Alex Albon is deep into a race sim. He's actually on the second stint of his race simulation, having done a first stint on that C3 tyre, and he's now on to the C1, which was a little bit out of the window yesterday, but potentially looking a little bit stronger today.
83 laps on the board for him. We haven't seen him too much, but he as you said, has been ploughing around, gathering the data, doing the race run, feeling the car on various different tyres.
And everyone trying to assess who has come up with the best package for Formula One in 2025. We've been getting our way through, crunching the numbers, looking at the data. You never know entirely the fuel loads, you never know the run plan, but that's speculation. That's continued all the way to the drivers. Let's get a few of their thoughts earlier on about who is looking good ahead of the new season.
Question to Lewis and Liam again. Yesterday, quite a few people in the paddock were quite impressed by the long run that Lando did in the McLaren in the afternoon. I just wondered, had you seen it? What did you make of it? And do you think that what we get this afternoon will be a little bit more relevant data-wise?
Well, obviously it's a lot hotter today, but the McLaren did a great run yesterday, and I think also Max did a decent one today, even with the temperatures. So. Again, it's hard to know what fuel loads everyone is running, as we're all doing our own programs. So you have to take everything with a pinch of salt. But they won the constructors last year. We expect them to be one of the quickest, if not the quickest, as with Red Bull, who dominated for many, many years. For us, we're just trying to improve on
the way that you actually drive this car, to be honest, that I'm learning. So we'll obviously be looking at everybody else, but at the same time, I've never been here when it's been this cold. I don't think anybody's been here when it's been this cold. So when we come here to race, I think it'll be also probably very different conditions.
Well, Lewis Hamilton talking about the speed of the Ferrari, Liam Lawson giving his thoughts on the overall picture as well, and then gearing it towards his programme as he begins his first full season in Formula One. But Lewis Hamilton with the line there that he's got work to do. The Ferrari team have got work to do, and he continues past the pit lane, and that is where we are heading to right now, where Bernie Collins is going to walk us through the architecture of what's down there in the pit lane. Well, I'm sure we'll hear from Bernie at some point. I thought that point was now, but with 2 hours and 35 minutes to go, it has turned out not to be now. That's the thing, if you laugh at the tech pad, the commentary box karma is going to get you. Fingers crossed, everyone. We're going to try again. Bernie, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can indeed. It's working perfectly.
Yes,
over to you.
Day 3, we're all testing, we're all learning. It's so true, but I'm down in the pit box, and one of the things that you get asked a lot is, what is the advantage of being P1 in the pit lane? We know McLaren are experiencing P1 in the pit lane for the first time here. Now you can see on this concrete apron some grooves running along the length of it. Those grooves are straight line through the pit lane, if you like. You can see that the McLaren pit box, the first pit box, very angled out. That's because the car has a lovely clean run in and then can be positioned back out into the pit lane. Ferrari, conversely, the next pit box down is very angled in, so the nose of the car is in, and that's because they know if they were racing McLaren, they'd have to drive around that McLaren and into their pit box. So it's only the P1 pit box that has the luxury of really angling their pit box out to get the best drive out when they've fitted those new tyres on. So just wanted to bring you that little insight. I always look at which way the pit box are positioned, try and get a read for how teams are thinking. Hopefully it brings something to you guys at home.
Brush over normally across the course of a Grand Prix weekend. Good to go into all the detail we can in pre-season testing. And position of the pit lane, Ruth, not the only thing that matters down the pit lane as well. There's also, you were saying, other advantages.
Yeah, great hit by Bernie. Absolutely love it. Strategist to strategist.
You just want to have a strategist chat?
Yeah, we just want to hang out and talk about
Bernie,
pit
can you
boxes.
still hear me? It's a bit of a risk, isn't it?
Yes, I say another advantage, other than all the beautiful performance elements that Bernie just hit, is that if you are first in the pit lane, you get to start your pack up earlier, so everybody's got to pack up at the same time, but because you have a bit more space, all the boys and girls that do pack up that are first in the pit lane have a bit of an advantage. Mercedes had it for a long time, then it went to Red Bull, which means that this year the McLaren boys and girls are likely to finish packing up on a Sunday faster. The race does not end at the checkered flag, ladies and gentlemen. It goes all the way to the next Grand Prix.
Yeah, there's wandered down the pit lane. Some days you spend all day in the commentary box and you have to actually go and stand in some sunlight at the end of the race. So whilst the post-race show was going on, I had a wander down the pit lane, saw that packing up process in Austin, and also saw Franco Colapinto's fans delirious climbing the pit wall because he'd finished in the points. I mean, what a Franco Colapinto podium would look like in Formula One would be unbelievable. They were chanting his name in Brazil, like they would a football stadium.
If he got a chance in that Alpine, could it be on the cards?
Goodness me, it's just chaos today with you. Honestly, you're bigging them up, and then suddenly the Palmer rug pull, and they're talking about potential driver change.
No, well, look, Colapinto's there. You can't ignore the fact that
we saw Paul Aaron as well. They've got an amazing lineup of incredibly talented drivers, but only 2 seats.
Yeah, and Jack Doohan has looked very solid as well in this pre-season. He hasn't put a foot wrong, and it's just a conversation, isn't it? Having Franco Colapinto sign, all the rumours about it is not. It's not very nice for Jack Doohan. So
you were saying,
if he's listening, Jack, I'm very sorry. You've done a great job so far, and
you were saying you had that experience with Esteban Ocon.
Maybe we'll have a Doohan podium in Melbourne.
We've had some crazy races in Melbourne, as Team Enstone know, from the finish to our most recent crazy race, when they didn't really do anything wrong. Do you remember all the chat about Ocon and Gasly being teammates and how it was inevitably going to end in tears? And it imploded, but it wasn't really their fault. It was just a frenetic restart at the end of the race after Kevin Magnussen pulled over, didn't he? It didn't look hugely like a red flag, but it provided a lot of drama at the end of the Grand Prix, as we see the Williams go over the line as well. And Jack Doohan, part of that Alpine Academy. That was a deliberate choice. That was a targeted choice for Jack Doohan to join Alpine and believe that he would get an opportunity through that academy. It was a deliberate choice to leave Red Bull and target that seat, and it's worked out for him.
Bit of driver chat because the Alpine's in the garage, so Jolien can't get that excited yet because they're changing some braking components there because they can see those brake parts have been removed. There's a new team in Formula One next year, which means there's 2 new seats available for drivers, and I've heard only very thin rumours about that, so I'm going to open that one now.
Ooh. What have you heard, Ruth Buscombe?
I got 2 words for you. James Hinchcliffe.
Oh man, I did not think that was the direction you were going in. Here we go.
Yeah, I think that'll be a very exciting seat and very hotly contested seat.
Yeah, it will be. as the grid expansion is fairly rare, and the quality of driver that we've got on the grid in recent years is mighty high. Nice to hear James Hinchcliffe's voice. Good luck to Hinch and our absent friend Will Buxton as they start. I'm just saying. Good luck to them as they start their IndyCar season at the start of the year.
Neither of them have enough super license points to drive for the new team next year.
You don't know what could happen this year. I'm not letting.
Sorry,
James...
neither of them.
Neither of them.
As
Sorry,
in,
you
list
thought it'd be
the
James
people you
and
thought I
Will.
was linking to the seat.
No. I was just trying to get off that subject and onto the subject of Max Verstappen, who most certainly does have enough super license points, but also has...
Who raced against Will Buxton, by the way.
He did indeed, and beat him. Red Bull have reverted to the new specification nose now. Verstappen's gone back out, and you can see there's flow visualization die on the right front corner of the car. Here's a lovely shot of it. You can see with that where the air's flowing over the front of the car, rapidly towards Verstappen's helmet, actually. But I just wonder, they're experimenting, and it feels like there's been a conversation in the back of the garage, hasn't he? Max went out, clearly wasn't happy with the car, gone back in, got the new bits on, and has gone back out again. And, car still doesn't look particularly fun to drive, does it, Jolien?
He's hanging on to it a little bit through the first sector, but it's quicker than it has been before. It still looks tricky through turn 4. Again, then it's understeering a lot at turn 8. Can't get the front end. It's not looking easy, this, from behind the wheel for Verstappen. Russell's had another crack at a C3 tyre, by the way, and didn't improve. He was a couple of tenths away from his best, so having done that elongated C3 run, he's had another go at it. This is Verstappen on a C2, understeering quite a lot through turn 11, didn't quite get up to a perfect apex. 13's the tricky one. 2 stabs at turning in, fighting in. It's cleaner. This is a C2, remember? It's a harder compound than we've seen most of the rest on. 1 corner to go. This is where he picked up all of that understeer on the previous go. And again, he's having to wait quite a long time there, turning it in, front waiting to bite, and then hovering in the mid-corner as well. And 1.2 seconds down is Max Verstappen. I think we've not seen Piastri yet on a C3 tyre, have we? Oscar's out on track. And I think that might be our reference point for what a C2 time is, for what it's worth. And Verstappen is 4 tenths down.
Looking at more of the Flovis, fantastic pictures.
Where's Sam? Where's Sam when you need him?
Sitting right next to you, Ruth. You can see the airflow. It's actually really interesting. It was really definitive there. You can see the rear lower wishbone there and how the air that's flowing over that is going up and into the cooling duct on the side pod. Really clearly. You don't normally get such a clear look at how the front wishbones are interacting with what's going on downstream, but that was so clear. Lovely bit of footage, and I think certainly we've got something we're going to be taking a long hard look at over the next few days, a couple of weeks before we all arrive in Melbourne.
Yeah, opening Grand Prix of the year, returning to Melbourne for the start of the season. Wonderful stop on the tour. We look beyond the rocks.
That's arty, isn't it?
Yeah, that's nice stuff.
That's nice.
That's nice stuff. The man heading to his home race. No Australian has ever won the Australian Grand Prix in World Championship spec. They had a non-championship race there that Alan Jones won years ago, but no one's ever won a round of the Formula One World Championship in Australia. Being from Australia, where are we looking forward to travelling to on the Formula One calendar in 2025 is the sort of question you get asked in the commentary box when it comes to day 3 of testing. What's on your highlight reel, pal? Where are you looking forward to travelling to?
Australia. I love Melbourne as a season opener.
You do. You like the track as well. You like driving the track. You're a big fan.
I was just a fan of it all, really. And the track's actually better from the days where I was racing. The track changes that came in a couple of years ago. Overtaking's now possible. It's a DRS frenzy around there. High speed, beautiful Albert Park. And when we've had the sort of European winter, the Bahrain winter that we're in now, and then you get to Melbourne, fans in full end of summer spirit. I love it, and I think it's going to be a cracking season opener for us in a couple of weeks.
Do you know what? Melbourne is a brilliant motor race every single year. It truly is. It's fantastic sporting spectacle. But it's also utterly terrible in terms of trying to understand where a car is working, which cars are good in which condition, because it's such a weird circuit. It just has this strange characteristic that a car that works well at Melbourne may not work well anywhere else on. It's one of those strange ones. Brazil is another example of that. There's just a few outlying tracks on the calendar, and Melbourne is just a strange venue. So I don't think we'll get a true picture of the pecking order in F1 until at least we get to Suzuka round 3. And even then, the weather's interrupted things so much recently, that's not that repeatable. So I don't think we're going to get a real understanding of who's strong and who's not until April or even into May, and it's great.
And also, it doesn't necessarily matter who's strong at the start of the year. You say we're not going to get a picture until April or May, but the cars will have changed potentially by May as well. Remember just last year with the tightness of the field, how small upgrades delivered right can transform a season. Where are you looking forward to most this year?
Ooh, there's a lot of stops on the tour that are exciting. Where am I going to pick? I'm excited for the first sprint race of the year in Shanghai. That's going to be pretty exciting. And always enjoy a trip to Austin, I have to say. That is one of the highlights of the season. That's turned into a real modern classic. Great track, great atmosphere. The fans are so enthusiastic over there, and then the city itself is just a dream. Ruth, what about you?
Yeah, I think Austin's definitely up there. Yeah, food overtaking, VSCs, what more can you ask for? Miami, I've got friends that are basically family that live there, which is great. But there's only one answer from me.
Which is?
Viva Las Vegas!
I forgot how much. It's been 80 odd days. I forgot how much you adore Las Vegas.
Yes, I you know, it's just like the land of statistics, of bright lights, of stunning racing.
That's not the first thing I associate with Vegas.
Yeah. Synonymous with stats.
Synonymous with statistics. I love it. Yeah, you know, different strokes for different folks. You know, I'd say if I was a Formula One driver, I probably would say something like Suzuka because I get to drive around it, but I don't. You know, Vegas it is for me.
I'm pretty sure I'm not going there this year, at least for Formula One, but I'll be here.
He's here all year, folks.
Yeah. But favourite of them, you've just mentioned it, is Suzuka. It's a wonderful venue.
It really is.
If you're a Formula One fan and you pick one race to go to all year, regardless of where you live in the world, for me, the Japanese Grand Prix at Suzuka is so special. It also has the best food.
It's magnificent. It's such a good... I had to wait a long time before I got out to Suzuka to cover the race there. And occasionally have to leave Palmer behind, commentating through the middle of the night. Watching him on Convox Cam get grumpier and grumpier. It's happening right now. It's happening again. It's the same thing.
Because I'm getting flashbacks.
It's a brilliant event. I concur with what Sam said. If you ever get a chance to Suzuka, take it with both hands. It's Pierre Gasly all aboard the hype train along with Palmer. Currently top, having done some quali simulations earlier on. George Russell in second place, then Lewis Hamilton. So third in the order, doesn't look too bad, but when we've seen the characteristics of the Ferrari, it doesn't seem too happy at the moment. Top three as we tick into our final 21 minutes behind the microphones before the real thing starts in Melbourne.
Has anyone seen Aston Martin this afternoon? Lance Stroll's done 18 laps. They've gone from being sort of quietly looking all right on day one to just being quietly not looking anything.
There was a bit of an update from the team earlier that Fernando Alonso wasn't feeling the best. So he had that early season Fernando flu that we've seen a few times. So he wasn't in the car as scheduled this morning. And as you're right, though, we haven't seen very much of that green machine this afternoon. If at all, have we? Or has it just been parked in the box? No, I don't think we've really seen it, have we?
I'm thinking, assuming the top four are going to be the top four in various order, in probably a pretty close order, hopefully. Mercedes, Ferrari, McLaren and Red Bull. We've obviously seen Alpine show something today with Gasly. We've seen Williams.
You should have mentioned it, Jolien.
I don't know if you've noticed, but Gasly's just been pumping in the times.
You should have said something.
Easily. But Sainz did the same yesterday in the Williams, and I'm expecting Albon to have a bit of a crack at some fast laps in the Williams later on today. The shot for any of these teams to potentially be fifth and nudging towards the top 4, sneaking an outside podium, seems very, very open. And I'm starting to wonder if Aston Martin have made the progress that we thought they might have done on day one. Big year for them. Transitional year. Adrian Newey joining the team. He's not going to be having any impact on this year's car, but he might be later on in the year, but really working for next year in the rule change. But it seems very, very open for everyone else to have sort of best of the rest moments.
I agree, but I do disagree about Adrian Newey, because Secret Squirrel informed me, could never possibly reveal my sources, that when he was announced in the factory, he had an 8-minute standing ovation from all the engineers. And I say that level of inspiration, I've never worked for Newey, I know him, and I got to work for a lovely man named Rory Byrne, and having a legendary designer does make you, stay a little bit later on a Friday night and push it and work for it.
Yeah, so clapping by the sounds. 8 minutes.
8 minutes.
You usually don't see that sort of reaction unless Palmer wanders into the gallery.
Yeah. So Sam and his tech hat.
But that's kind of my reaction is that all? I mean, Newey's achievements cannot be
To be fair, I would take a bullet for that man. And when he actually became my friend, I was so nervous the next day that I was like, did I make a good impression? And it was probably one of the best moments of my life.
He's a truly lovely individual, actually, Adrian Newey. I know him a little bit as well. However, you did just mention the name of his arch nemesis, his arch rival, Rory Byrne. Now, that's a name that isn't as well known as Adrian Newey. Rory Byrne is a South African engineer who's worked on a huge number of super successful designs. Michael Schumacher's championship winning cars, I think every single one of them was a Rory Byrne originated design. He's also still working as a consultant on the current generation of Ferrari cars. Not sure how hands-on he is on the design these days, but he is still involved. So we haven't seen the end of this decades-long rivalry between Adrian Newey and Rory Byrne.
Yeah, basically think Lewis, Max 2021, but with a calculator.
8 minutes of standing ovation is just staggering, really. It's like Usyk and Fury had the 11-minute face-off in boxing, and you think someone's got to stop this now. We've been doing this for 10 minutes. Someone's got to look away. After 5 minutes of a standing ovation, that's an amazing reception. I mean, but they've got twice as long to give.
8 minutes standing. Who's timing that? That's a guess, isn't it?
It could potentially. It's probably a minute.
Yeah, it felt like more than 5, less than 10. We'll call it 8.
Yeah, I can't fact check that.
Company-wide email going.
Feel
if you're going to give a standing ovation, it's got to go beyond 5 at the very least. Our new signing is a pretty big deal.
He will inspire things. And I think it's really cool, for the engineers out there, because people like you, Jolene, you get all the praises. You're the rock stars. He's our rock star.
He's a rock star, though, isn't he, Adrian Newey? He's more than just the engineer's rock star now.
He's the people's rock star.
Yeah, he's a big name in the sport, and you have to be a pretty incredible designer to become a public figure. But Adrian Newey has built so many rocket ships, designed so many rocket ships in the past with good teams, and he's going to have to. I think it's going to be a big process for him. It's not going to the work of one man parachuting in and changing the fortunes of Aston Martin. He needs a lot of change to get the correlation working from factory to track, to get the right people around him to help deliver some of his views to screen, paper, numbers, and then onto the car.
But I would say one person can make a huge difference. Again, I'm obviously biased, but if you look at kind of Fred's arrival at Scuderia Ferrari and the kind of the revival.
It's all right, we'll edit that bit out.
Yeah, we'll get the thing. Sorry, there was Alpine on screen. I thought you could have hyped them up. But yeah, I do think a single person can make a big difference. I certainly remember when Seb joined the team, Scuderia Ferrari in 2015, just like even him walking through the door before he'd even turned the wheel made a big difference to the vibe.
Vibe check complete in the commentary box. We can head down to the pit lane, see what the vibes are like down there with Bernie.
Well, the vibes are quite different down here in the pit lane, but I just wanted to show you some of the detail that the cars go into before they go into a long run. So we're stood here in front of Hulkenberg's car. He's over the side bench talking to his engineers, and you can hopefully see the mechanics going around and taping up the bodywork, and you can see it just looks like normal Sala tape that you've had at home, but no, it's very high quality aero tape. And what they're doing is they're taping up all of the little gaps around all of the bodywork, such that I guess before he goes into his long run, he has a very perfect aero surface. This happens every long run over the weekend, before the cars go into a race simulation. Anytime that you're expecting not to take that bodywork off again, you're just sealing up all those little gaps, because any little gap has the potential to reduce the downforce on the car. So the mechanics very digitally, you can see some cleaning around the car as well, just to get the surfaces in the absolute perfect condition before you start this long run, and try and get the best aerodynamics, the best downforce that this car can produce. So just a tiny bit of insight there into what the cars go through before they go into the long run. Hopefully we'll see Hülkenberg back out in the car soon. Over to you.
That's fascinating stuff there, Bernie. It's one of the things people say, does that tape make a big difference to the car? Putting a bit of tape over the cracks on the bodywork, how much aerodynamic difference does it make? Well, it's actually something I've been to the wind tunnel and played around with and put into the wind tunnel, both at scale model size and on full-scale cars. I can't name the cars, unfortunately, because it was on a previous life of mine, but it does work. The tape over the gaps on the bodywork does actually make a little bit of a difference to the overall drag. You have a little bit of a reduction on drag, but also you sometimes find bits of, particularly around the floor, if the machining of perhaps a part of the floor hasn't worked as well, by sealing that with a bit of tape, that diffuser that wasn't working well when you hadn't got the tape on suddenly comes to life and starts to work. So those little tiny details do make a difference. And the first time I've seen the tape on gaps being used in history, well before my time, was on little tiny underpowered Fiat 500s in the Mille Miglia road race in the 1950s, and they'd get sticking plaster, put them over all of the gaps on the car, including the driver and navigator's door, and go off to try to make up as much straight line speed as they could on those long straights towards the end of that very long road race.
The history hit is now presented by Sam Collins in 2025. Love that story. Thank you, Sam. And thank you, Bernie, for the update down in the pit lane as well.
Third set of C3s that Hamilton's put on, and he's not improved. Fourth set, is it, Ruth?
It's a C4, but he has also not improved. Similarly to the comments that Carlos Sainz said yesterday. But yeah, it does seem like that C4 tyre, which is, these tyres have characters, right? So if you ask, I'm sure Bernie would say the same thing. C4 is a bit of a diva, you know? He or she, or it, you know, sometimes is amazing and it gives you such great grip, and then every now and again, just when you start to trust it, it betrays you. So it betrays you either by kind of having some serious non-linear terrible problem, like, you know, graining, or, you know, it degrades more than you're expecting. But when you get it right, you know, it makes you believe in love again.
I knew the payoff was going to be worth it, and it was. The tricky tyre. Carlos Sainz didn't enjoy it yesterday at all. He was pretty negative about what he found underneath, but temperature's slightly higher today. We're looking at Yuki Tsunoda. No two ways to put it. Passed over promotion, and Tsunoda trying to show the senior management that they got that decision wrong. And he started the season last year so motivated, carried it all the way through, and kept his drive in Formula One, which was under threat at the very start of the year. Kept it for the entire season, and got a new one-year deal as a result as he climbs the hill.
Do you remember last year, there was a lot of chatter about this team, and were they going to be the big surprise? And they sort of failed to deliver on it. Well, they massively did. I think we all thought they could be the bridge between the top four and the rest, and they fell away, ended up being usurped by Alpine and Haas. They've been extraordinarily quiet this year. You said it earlier, Sam, that Yuki felt like he hadn't done as many laps. He actually had a really productive day on day one. Didn't do so many yesterday in a bit of the rain that was around when he was in the car. So 42 laps since he's been in the car. He's heading towards a race distance, and he is on a race run at the moment. So he is a bit like Alex Albon. He's out there and circulating. We just haven't seen him too much.
Something I think we haven't spoken enough about, or even at all, as far as I'm aware, over the last couple of days and into today. Yuki Tsunoda's actually got a really interesting opportunity this year. Max Verstappen due to on-track incidents last year, is right on the verge of a one-race ban due to driver penalty points. Yuki Tsunoda is the obvious choice to get promoted into that racing, even just for one race, putting Yuki Tsunoda into the Red Bull. That could be quite an interesting outcome if perhaps Max was a little bit naughty at race 2, because where would Yuki Tsunoda then be in the Red Bull? Around Suzuka, Honda's home circuit.
And Sam will be keeping across all of the penalty points and the repercussions. Kevin Magnussen last year having to sit out. Ollie Behrman taking his seat and scoring a point in his first start for Haas. And illness kept Magnussen out of the car in Brazil for his second start for Haas. And he finally begins a full season with the team this year, having completed his time in Formula 2. 9 minutes to go before we hand over to Crofty to take us to the flag for pre-season testing. And we're watching Lewis Hamilton continue to circulate out there. George Russell's in the pits, and we are looking backwards. Another replay once again. A gravel trap, the beginning of the gravel trap on the exit of turn 4 taking a battering. This is further round the lap, down the hill into turn 10 for Hamilton. Okay, let's head to Lewis Hamilton's old team. Bernie has made her way to Mercedes.
Yeah, just picking up on what you said there about George Russell being on the pits. We can see him here around the engineer's bench, debriefing what's happened in his, what we think were qualifying runs. We could see him into the garage and make some changes. Mechanics to the front of the car, trying to change some of the suspension setup, it looks like. Potentially dealing with something that they're not that happy with, because one of the chief engineers from a design and reliability point of view stood to one side of the car, overlooking changes there as well. And in the back of the garage, hopefully he's still there and you can still see him, Valtteri Bottas, keeping an eye on proceedings, listening into what's going on, maybe giving a little bit of encouragement, not sure, but quite a bit going on at the front of this Mercedes at the moment in terms of setup. Maybe a sensor that they're trying to get right in order to get this car back out again. But yeah, definitely George Russell out of the car, stood to one side, not maybe going anywhere anytime soon, but hopefully they can fix it pretty quickly.
Thank you, Bernie. Perfect timing. Max Verstappen has just done the fastest first sector around this circuit where he has had so much success. Absolutely dominated 1 year ago. Verstappen on the C3 tyre, having had a bit of a difficult time rotating the car earlier on, has that fastest first sector and is heading DRS wide open to turn 11.
First time on the C3s today for Max. He's had a couple of scrappy runs on a C2, but the Red Bull looking much more poised on the softer tyre. Flat out over the crest. Slightly down on Gasly in the middle sector. The middle sector is where the bulk of the corners are. There's longer straight line stretches in sector 1 and 3. This is sector 3 now for Verstappen. No DRS into the final corner. He had loads of understeer on the C2 earlier through there, the hard tyre. Better front end on this one. And here he comes to the line and he jumps up to third. Better. Much better on the C3.
Yeah, more encouraging stuff for the world champion and Red Bull as he tried to dial himself into the racetrack where he has multiple victories. And job done with the lap time on the board. 1:31.43. Out there at the moment as well, we've got Pierre Gasly going across the line, Yuki Tsunoda, Esteban Ocon's out there, so is Stroll and Piastri, as well as the world champion who we just saw on the circuit.
Yep, and Piastri is basically doing a copy-paste of what his teammate Lando Norris did about this time yesterday. So he's doing a race simulation, also on that C3 tyre. We're going to assume that he's got a full tank of fuel, so 110 kilograms, and whatever sensors they ran on yesterday's car, we're just going to assume it's about the same amount of weight. But he's lapping, compared to where Lando lapped, about 0.8 seconds a lap slower in the first stint. Now, is that because the car is 0.8 seconds a lap slower, or he is? No, it's the track is so much slower today
because of the wind and because of the temperatures than it was yesterday. Now, some of it might be other elements, but it is fascinating to see just quite how different it is and just how much the wind is around here. It always shocks me every year, even though I know deep down.
It's actually pretty good data this for the teams because they've got a lower deck, Bahrain, in cooler temperatures. Now the temperatures are back up, and you could see there Oscar in the final sector just struggling with the rear coming round, and this is back to classic Bahrain deck. Abrasive track. It's certainly not scorching out there, 16.8 degrees air temperature, but the track temperature is higher than it was, and it's putting more energy through the rear axle, and so it's going to be back towards your closer Bahrain deck characteristics, and that is in part why everyone's slower, as you're mentioning, Ruth, with just the conditions more than any car changes.
Yeah, you're completely right. So yesterday, basically, Lando had 0 deg on that C3 tyre. So as a strategist, we would probably just say it was dominated by warm-up and getting the tyre into the window, so 0.01 seconds a lap, whereas Piastri is doing about 0.06 seconds a lap, which, as you say, much closer to what we have in a normal Grand Prix.
And that was one of Andrea Stella's caveats earlier on. He said, yeah, Lando did a great run, but they were good conditions. We know we go well in cool conditions. It was also much less windy, so they were optimal conditions for the car. So now they've got a test of what it's like in conditions that are less optimal. Still not boiling out there, but it's breezy and it's hotter.
Slight change for McLaren in the bodywork department as well. They've gone for the tight, very tight tail section where the 81 of Piastri's number is, just around the exhaust, which is the newer specification. But they've gone for the older and slightly more open bodywork further forward, not the newer specification. So a bit of mix and match going on at McLaren with the bodywork packages, and that's what they clearly are feeling is probably the best solution for now. And they're not really working on the conditions for the circuit as it is now, because they're all thinking about what's the car going to do, not just at this track, but in Melbourne, in the first few races of the year, in Suzuka, building up through the rest of the year. That's what the focus is here. It's not on the fastest time now, though it is lovely to have it, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, teams take different approaches on that cooling. So it's one of the things a bit like downforce level. You can tell a downforce level because the rear wing is bigger. You don't need a degree to do that. Cooling level as well is just how big the kind of the exit is at the back of the car. And actually, even from a pit wall, you can look and see how open or closed the cars are. And yeah, different teams have different approaches to that. So some will run the cooling that is required. Some will run more cooling than is required to get a reference, because there's lots of tuning behind the scenes. Depends a lot on your ethos as a team, your power unit, what your power unit provider needs to have, and every millisecond can make a difference. And of course, if you've taped it up properly with a good tape, that also helps.
Any more tape chat, Sam, as we come to the end of our run?
Just at the aero tape, the proper aero tape, is really expensive, and some teams don't use it in different series just because it's too expensive, because the amount you get through is huge.
Highlight of the test, Sam Collins, that we've seen so far. Obviously 2 hours to go. Please still watch.
Yeah, for me, being slightly nerdy, it's the Red Bull and how mysterious that car still is, and how we've yet to see what it's really got. I think there's a lot more to come, and I'm quite excited about the Red Bull this year.
Ruth Buscombe-Davey, you've joined us for day 3, but I know that you wouldn't have missed a minute of day 1 or day 2. What's your highlight of the test?
Well, my highlight of the test has got to be Laura Winter's hair, because 1, she looked phenomenal. 2, it allowed me to talk about the wind, which is one of my favourite topics in terms of race strategy in Bahrain, and has segued into phenomenal wind chat for the whole day. So yeah, Laura Winter's hair, P1 for me.
Jolyon Palmer, your highlight of the test, please, with 2 hours to go.
Gasly unleashing hell in the Alpine this afternoon. Nice to see the shackles coming off that.
Anything else?
I think the whole test has just been so straightforward for everyone. I would say the power cut hour that we held brilliantly with nothing happening on the first day, or the rain hour that Chris McCarthy stepped into.
I thought you did very well both of those hours, where I might not have been in the commentary box.
So what was your highlight? Going home before the rain?
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed not having to do that. level of broadcasting. No, seeing how bulletproof the cars are and how excellent they all are on track. Still getting used to that sight with Lewis Hamilton behind the wheel. My thanks to the whole team providing the pictures on site and in the commentary box. From us, for the moment, it's goodbye. Well, thanks to the whole gallery and to everyone in commentary, the tape chat from Sam Collins, Ruth, Jolien, and this is the last from me, Alex Jakes. Let's hear now from Lewis Hamilton, moving to Ferrari and his thoughts about it.
Lewis, obviously a lot of the appeal about Ferrari was the romanticism around the team and the myth of racing for Ferrari. In your first few weeks, like, how has that lived up to your expectations? Has it gone way beyond what you're expecting in terms of the magic of Ferrari so far?
It definitely has, yeah. I think it's one thing seeing it from outside, but then when you're actually in it, it's pretty extreme. It's pretty incredible. Just from seeing, you know, speaking to the whole team, seeing the whole team at the factory all in one space, for example, and just seeing how passionate and excited everyone, walking around all the different departments and people who just live and breathe Ferrari. It's what you grow up dreaming of getting to work at, you know, in those smaller places, towns in Italy where they've grown up dreaming one day being there, so that, you know, how proud they are to work there and how much pride they take in their work is really beautiful to see. And then it's the Tifosi, which you just can't. You can see. I could see it obviously watching the previous Charles and Carlos over the years, and with Sebastian. But to be on the receiving end of it, it's a new experience that I couldn't have imagined exactly.
Welcome back then from the commentary box, just in time to see Oscar Piastri on the C1 tyre start another lap. Oscar Piastri with the 6th fastest time of the day, 35 laps completed. His teammate Lando Norris has put in the 8th fastest time of the day, did 57 laps altogether. The most lappage today, Alex Albon, unsurprisingly, as he's doing 2 shifts, 97 laps for him. Max Verstappen is also doing 2 shifts. He's on 59 laps, has the 3rd fastest time behind George Russell and Pierre Gasly. Karun Chandhok is alongside me. 2 more hours to go, Karun Chandhok, of this pre-season test. 2 more hours for somebody maybe to surprise, something to happen that we're not kind of expecting, and other than the lights going out and what we'll call the driver coach, the bus, nothing has really been that surprising so far, or has shocked us in any way, and a chance for us to look at some race runs and see who's looking in good shape ahead of Melbourne.
Yeah, it looks like Piastri's just starting his 2nd stint of his race run. He's done a first stint of 18 laps on the C3, and he's now switched. Esteban Ocon also on a race run, I think, at the moment. Yesterday we saw in this stint, Crofty, Lando Norris averaging at a 1:34.4, 1:34.39 to be precise. So,
and he was on the C1 tyres at that time at this stint.
I believe.
He then went on to the C2 for the last stint, was it?
Yeah, I believe so. So, Piastri there, 35.2, but it's only the first lap of the stint, so let's see as the fuel load comes down. Hopefully that will improve. But not a lot of cars on track, is there? There's only 3 of them out there.
Yeah.
Ocon, Gasly.
Which kind of surprised me a bit, unless we're just about to see a race simulation in the next few moments on that one.
Yeah, we've got an hour and 55 to go. There's still enough time, isn't there, to get a race simulation done if you get going fairly soon.
Valtteri Bottas is practicing a pose that I think we're going to see much of this year. The standing at the back of the garage, looking interested, trying to ignore the cameras, and knowing that the lens is focused very much on him.
Yeah, I did see quite a funny comment from Toto Wolff saying that he's now that he's back to being a representative of the Mercedes brand. I'm not sure the naked calendars and the budgie smuggling ads are going to be making a return again.
Which is a shame, because he raised a lot of money for charity. So maybe we'll do the Mike Crack calendar and just have Mike there in various pastel jumpers over his shoulder.
Okay. I don't know where to go with that. But okay.
I think there is a.
Is there a market for?
There's a market for charity calendars in Formula One, and once we've had the Valtteri Bottas, let's do the Mike Crack calendar.
Well, if anyone in Aston Martin's listening to the commentary, you can text Crofty and let him know what Mike thinks about that idea.
Sure, he'll absolutely love it. just in a great headline on motorsport.com. It says, Hamilton, I use negativity as fuel. Is he talking about 2026? Is that like the sustainability fuel for next year?
It's a new brand.
Yeah, negativity. But no, it's all about negative comments drive me forward. I know that feeling.
You know what? Shall we pick up where our colleagues, Alex Jakes and co, were talking about before, highlighted the test? And I'm going to say, actually, it's been watching Lewis Hamilton get very comfortable in the Ferrari very quickly. Yeah. He does seem at one with the car. He's sort of, it feels like he's been tracking Leclerc in terms of pace. When you look comparable tyres and stint lengths, he already looks very comfortable in that car.
He absolutely does. And he's smiling, and it's not so much looking comfortable in the car. The demeanour out of the car, I think, is also telling. And his integration within the team and the way the team have integrated with Lewis as well seems like a really good fit, doesn't it?
And it was a sign of respect, wasn't it? Ted was highlighting before that John Elkann came out to Bahrain to see the test, and that is not something that happens every year. I think that's a sign of respect from the wider Ferrari group for Lewis, and he's embraced that. There's David Sanchez, Executive Technical Director of Alpine, not just Technical Director.
Does that mean he gets to park closer to the entrance because he's part of the executive team?
Yes, must be. Max Verstappen, DRS Open on the C3 tyre. So they don't seem to be doing long runs here, do they? We haven't seen a full race distance from Red Bull.
No.
We didn't see one yesterday.
We said he didn't with Liam Lawson yesterday. We didn't see it with Max this morning. And how many laps has he done?
No, he's doing short runs. He's quicker than Gasly on this lap, so this is not race fuel.
No.
So he's, we saw Lawson do 2 stints yesterday, so 2/3 of a distance, 44 laps, and this is Max coming up to the line.
So is this what Red Bull will have put in as a normal run program, or with a lot of Flovis paint on the right-hand side of that Red Bull car, are they still just trying to understand it a bit and thinking the more time we spend understanding and working and tinkering away, the better off we'll be come Australia, and maybe we'll do that to sacrifice a race stint this afternoon?
I think that's it. We were talking about this earlier today. To me, if you are happy with your baseline car, you don't need to be experimenting with things. You don't need to be doing short runs and spending time in the pits changing things. You just go out there and pound round and round and wait for things to break and things to fall off. You're doing reliability testing, you're doing race distances, you're doing long runs. The fact that they're doing short runs and changing things in between, presumably, indicates that they still need to learn a lot. And that Flovis down the side, not only will their photographers be all over it, but every rival team will be taking pictures of that Flovis paint.
Does this kind of back up the noises we've been hearing from Red Bull as well about, and from Max? The car's nicer to drive, and that's fine. Every driver wants a car that's nicer to drive. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the fastest of the fast. You could have put in a bit more benign suspension that makes it easier on the drivers, but taking a bit of the ultimate pace out of the car in doing so. The trick is finding both.
Absolutely right. And the third element of that is finding a car that works at all circuits, because the beauty of the Formula One World Championship is that we have such a wide range of circuits. You're going from street circuits to ones peppered full of slow 90-degree corners like Miami or Baku or something like that, to then the more fast-flowing circuits of a Silverstone or a Spa. And you've got to have a car that works in every type of condition. And I think that's where McLaren were great last year. From Miami onwards, they didn't really have a weak circuit. Maybe Vegas, but I think that might have been symptomatic of the tyres, them not being able to fire up the tyres in the same way. But yeah, apart from that weekend, really, I think they didn't really have a weak circuit as such.
There's a lot of configurations in Bahrain. It's not just this track. We've raced on the outer loop as well, but there are various other configurations, including the one we have for the Grand Prix a few years ago that I hope never comes back as a Grand Prix track.
Yeah.
It wasn't the greatest race ever. But would it make sense to run different configurations each day so the teams get a better understanding of the car over different demands and disciplines?
We used to do that with GP2 testing at Paul Ricard.
Really?
Yeah. We used to do day one, I think we used to do a 3-day test, and every day would be a different configuration. And I think it was great because it meant you could test for Monza, you could test for Monaco, and everything else in between as well. And Bahrain is unique, isn't it? It's the only track on the planet, I believe, which has 4 Grade 1 license layouts.
Yeah.
So they could absolutely do that. And I think that's a good shot, actually, is you could do, I remember even a GP2 test. We even switched at lunchtime one day.
Really?
We used to do a mid-season test. We used to do a 2-day mid-season test. And we switched from whatever it was to the Monaco layout because it was pre-Monaco, and we did we all switched to high downforce package and did a Monaco layout.
Because just watch this, as Oscar Piastri gaining on Nico Hülkenberg down the straight and passes him with ease. And Nico knew he was coming, saw he was coming, moved over to the left-hand side, and the McLaren carries on its way. I mean, yes, you'd have to install various different timing loops, but you can do that ahead of time. Might have to move the cameras from day to day so we can all get the best shots, but it's a test, and the teams, I think, would get a lot more out of it. Even if you just ran the Grand Prix track and the outer loop could double up as a very nice Austria or a Monza high speed track.
Yeah, I think the slight problem is that the bit you're cutting out, i.e. the middle sector, is actually the one that's most relevant.
That's true.
For the whole calendar. So that's the slight challenge, actually.
Well, maybe they can find a 5th Grade 1 circuit within all the configurations. What it does mean, of course, staying on the same track, is that Alex Brundle only has 15 corners to go and wander around, and he doesn't have even more on the infield. So where are you? Oh, turn 13 you're at. Top of the hill.
I am. I'm at the only corner I've not yet visited over the 3 days of testing. Lights are on, guys, out here, and it's always deceptive, isn't it, when you get the TV cameras, because it's darker out here on the racetrack than it looks. Interesting down here in turn 13. It's one of the biggest challenges of the lap in terms of the balance of the car. That's the second apex. So to position you on the racetrack, that they take this second apex, but you kind of have to ignore the first kink as they come into turn 13. They've already been through the flat-out turn 12. We're expecting Lance Stroll, who's on a relatively long run in the Aston Martin. What I'm seeing down here, it's one of the areas of the circuit that forms the final sector, and there's a huge difference actually in terms of tyre compound between those drivers able to get down to this final apex and those missing it. As the temperature begins to cool down now, you can really see something of what we saw in the race runs yesterday, where the softer compounds really start to make a huge difference to the amount of grip and purchase the cars have as they try to make this really tricky turn 13 apex. Some drivers able to be a bit more accurate than others. Albon has been pounding laps in on that medium compound tyre, looks relatively accurate. Piastri looking really dialed in here in that McLaren, following around with George Russell at the moment. But trickier and trickier track conditions you sense for those drivers on sort of any of the white wall compounds, the C2 or the C1. down here in turn 13. It's something I asked the guys in the comm box last night, Crofty and Karun, but I'm interested to hear your view on this, having watched 3 days of testing here. Which car would you guys want to be in? Because I think I've more or less picked the McLaren. I'm interested in your viewpoint, Crofty, and your viewpoint, Karun, on which car you'd actually want at this stage if you had to pick one for the season.
Do you think then, Alex, that the McLaren is the best car, and therefore that is the one you've got to be in?
Yeah, from everything I've seen, especially the race runs last night, yeah, okay, it was a little bit spiky this morning, wasn't it? Andrea Stella basically said they were trying things out. It wasn't the best conditions for the car. I would pick the McLaren. What would you guys have?
Karun Chandok, which one would you be in?
The McLaren, absolutely, because Alex Brundle's been at 15 different corners and watched it up close and picked it.
But it's just so obvious. Why would you want to be in a McLaren? You want a car that challenges you. You want a car that you can make the difference for. That's maybe not the best car out there, surely.
No.
I would want to be in the Mercedes.
Because
we've got Valtteri Bottas standing by with Laura Winter, and I bet it's the car that he wants to be in as well. And if Valtteri wants to be in the car, that's good enough for me. Laura Winter, down to you.
Thank you, Crofty. That was quite the segue into this interview. Valtteri, great to see you. Thanks so much for coming out the garage and having a chat. Look, I know it must be a little bit of a weird feeling for you being at the test. How have you found it?
Yeah, for sure. Like especially day one, watching everyone doing their testing, doing their programs. It's strange to be on the side, but on the other hand, yeah, it's been enjoyable days with the team, and getting lots of insights of what's happening and how we can actually progress from here.
Yeah, of course, you still have a job to do. You're still part of a team that you had so much success with as well. How is this test looking for Mercedes? From the outside, it looks pretty good.
I think it's been quite straightforward. No big drama on 3 days, which is always good. Plenty of laps so far. Been through the whole program that was planned for the week. So I think a positive start. And both drivers saying that they can feel the improvements that were targeted for this point of the season, and of course there's a plan for the races ahead.
So any of those improvements made over the winter to make the drive of the car more stable, more predictable, everything's moving in the right direction, that's the feedback on both sides of the garage?
Yeah, it seems like everything is moving in the right direction, but I'm pretty sure it's most likely the same case with in every garage, or at least 90%. But it's as always, it's still hard to predict where you're exactly and what people are going to bring for race one.
Yeah, we can't read too much into pretty much anything, can we, at pre-season testing, and certainly those timing sheets. How's Kimi settling in with the team?
Yeah, good. Yeah, he's like a sponge, taking information. He's a nice kid. He has got a steep learning curve and ahead of him, which he's already started well. And when you're approaching your first race, there's so many new things and information that it's going to be, for sure, very exciting for him the next weeks. But so far, I think he's done a solid job, and I think he's going to learn a lot from these 3 days.
And for the team as well, Lewis Hamilton has moved on, one of the most experienced and successful drivers in the sport. You now have a brand new 18-year-old. You yourself have come back into the team as well. It feels a new chapter for Mercedes. What's that feeling like within the team?
It does feel different, of course. It has been 3 years that I was back, but when a driver like Lewis changes, for sure it changes the feeling a bit. But I haven't, obviously, I'm still yet to see the team in action in the race weekend to get a proper read. But one thing is good to see, that winning mentality and that drive hasn't disappeared at all. So nobody is going to be happy finishing second, which is good to see.
How much are you enjoying getting to Melbourne?
A lot. I'm going early, of course. Race of Champions next weekend already. So it's looking forward to getting back to Australia.
Great stuff. Brilliant to see you, Valtteri. Thanks so much for the insight. Cheers.
Valtteri's going to Sydney for the Race of Champions.
Sounds like it, yeah.
Down under it does. Well, yeah. It's his racing outlet, isn't it, for the next few months. I really hope that this is not the end of Valtteri Bottas as an F1 racer, and we do see him back on the track racing in Grand Prix. Not necessarily because I want George Russell or Kimi Antonelli to sprain an ankle or anything, but I want to see him back in the car for next year. And I don't think the last couple of years we've really seen him in a car that has enabled Valtteri to show just how good he is. Because I think he is a fine driver on his day.
Yeah, it is tricky, isn't it? Because if I look at the field today, it's a really high-quality field. You know, you've got the drivers who finished first and second in F2, graduating to F1. You've got just a very, very good lineup of 20 drivers on the grid. So I think we talked about before, the obvious then answer to the Valtteri point is Cadillac for the following season. So we'll see. You know, watch this space, I guess.
Absolutely. Did you see the bird crossing the road?
Yes, very brave.
In front of Esteban Ocon. Very brave indeed.
Very brave.
I once looked this up. I don't know if that is the national bird of Bahrain. But it looked like a flightless bird because it wasn't flapping its wings to get out of the way.
Didn't seem to be running either.
Well, he had every trust in Esteban Ocon.
Yeah.
The white-eared bulbul, that's it. The national bird of Bahrain.
Good. Fun facts, as always.
I tried.
At least you haven't discussed the camel farm.
Natalie discussed the camel farm.
What, this
on the first day.
On the first day,
Yeah.
wow.
And
That's normally your chosen Bahrain specialist subject that you reserve for FP1.
Let camel chat go since then. And one thing we did miss whilst we were hearing from Valtteri Bottas and from Alex Brundle trackside is that Max Verstappen back in the garage now, but has got the fastest time of the day, and he's dipped into the 129s for the first time as well, 129.844 for Verstappen, so knocking Pierre Gasly off the top spot there. And then last we saw of him, he was in something of a committee meeting with Helmut Marko and Christian Horner and Gianpiero Lambiase.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not as quick as we saw yesterday, is it? The lap times. So, you know, on the C3 tyre, yeah, it's a decent lap, isn't it? But it's not jumping off the timesheets.
It's half a second down on yesterday's fastest time.
Yeah, and the track, you know, is 22 degrees now, wind pretty consistent, we've seen through the day, so the track's in pretty good shape. Yeah, the fact that they're half second down is not, you know, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't strike me as something this is, my God, a sign of dominance coming up.
I don't know if we've got an onboard actually of Max Verstappen's lap that he did. It would be interesting to see because we could maybe get a feel for just how much fuel he may or may not have had in just by the body language and the behaviour of the car.
Yeah, so Piastri on this stint, so he's done 13 laps so far and he's still in the 135s. Maybe the circuit is a bit slower because this was a point yesterday where Lando was firmly into the 34s. So maybe the circuit has lost a bit of edge.
And what have we got? A tailwind going into turn 1?
Yeah, but not super strong.
No.
2.5 meters per second, so it's not particularly a strong wind. And you know, yesterday, let's think about it, we had a lot of drizzle, didn't we? A lot of rain on and off, and it wasn't great track conditions. But yeah, interesting.
I am sure our onboard team can find that Max Verstappen lap. They of the pair drop fame.
Pair drop fame?
Pair drop fame. They're the ones that brought the pair drops into it. Sweets.
Oh,
you know what a pair drop is?
No, I didn't, but I just worked it out.
Greatest sweets ever made.
I wonder, do you still have your personalised sweet jar at Alpine?
When Alpine debuted their new motorhome, they actually put a bowl of pick and mix on the counter and labelled it Crofty Sweets. Woe betide anyone who goes and delves into it. I'm told that tradition is going to carry on.
Is it?
For this season. Right, tell you what, take us through this lap with Yuki Tsunoda instead, as he's just starting a new one.
Yep, lift and coast into turn 1, lifts at about 160 meters before the corner, on the brakes for about 80 meters. Short shift there, and then powering up the hill towards turn 4. Using a bit of width on the left-hand side. This is definitely a race run for Yuki Tsunoda, 36.2 on the last lap. And I had a couple of people saying, how do you know that it's a race run? When you say the car looks heavy, just look at the rate of input. He's not aggressive with the wheel, and equally the car's not darting around. it just all looks a bit benign, a bit lethargic, and that's
sluggish. Is that a good word?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say something sluggish when they're doing over 200 miles an hour.
Yeah,
but it's just a bit lazier in terms of the reaction when compared to when they've taken the fuel out and they're going for a quali run. So, especially, you know, these change of direction sequences, you've got a whole lot of weight you need to shift from one side to the other, this sort of pendulum. And, but, you know, it looks reasonable. He's just sort of, yeah, just doing his race run, really. You know, he's driving to a target of you know, the tyre plan and the target lap time that I guess the team have given him.
So what would that target lap time be? He's put in a 1:36.3 on that lap, which is only a couple of tenths off his best time of the day for Yuki Tsunoda.
And he's
that's kind of, well, at the moment Hulkenberg's doing a 1:36.6, so it's kind of start off stint type lap. Max Verstappen's readying himself to get back out again.
Yeah, Piastri's now crept into the 34s, so he's, as the fuel comes down, but he's coming towards the end of this stint, so he's only probably got another 3 or 4 laps on this stint before he changes on, and he is a bit slower than you know, it's sort of half a second down on what we saw from Lando's race run yesterday.
But are we comparing oranges and tangerines again on this one? It might be hard compound tyres, but he's on the hardest of the hard.
The graphic says C2. No, that was his fastest lap.
That's his fastest lap.
Possibly.
Because I wonder if we're carrying on the trend where that C1 is not necessarily the tyre that most teams would choose. Bernie Collins, I can see, is now reaching for her laptop.
Waving furiously at us with the answer to this point.
Hey, Bernie.
Hi, Bernie.
Hello, gents. Hello. I am just waving to say hello.
Oh.
Just waving to say hello. I'm literally just positioned myself in the commentary box after having been in the pit lane earlier on, and I am trying my best to fire up my laptop, and I shall get you the answer as soon as I can.
All right. While it's firing up, Bernie, one of the points we're trying to work out is the circuit slower today? Do people feel the circuit's a bit slower today?
Yeah, from everything I looked at earlier, I definitely thought the circuit was slower. I think one thing I tried to look at an overlay of Hamilton yesterday to Leclerc today at a similar time of day. And it did look like, I think at that point, Hamilton was 8 tenths or something quicker, and you have to think that he was 8 tenths quicker yesterday, and you have to think they would have been on similar-ish run plans across the 2 morning sessions. So it did look slower. I put that down a little bit to it's a bit windier today, a bit hotter track temperature, particularly in the middle of the day. Now I think it should be coming back to us a little bit, but it's still a bit windier than it was this time yesterday.
Yeah, it's just interesting because Piastri's race time looks about half a second slower than Lando on the similar run plan, similar tyre. Track temperature 22 degrees is reasonable, isn't it? You know, it's not super hot, but it seems a bit slower. So you think it might be wind related then?
Yeah, I think a little bit might be wind. A little bit, certainly in the middle of the day, was the higher track temperature we had today. One of the bits of discussion was obviously yesterday we had that rain and it was quite blustery as we left last night. So I don't know how dirty the track became overnight. It had a bit of reset with a lot of sand and stuff on it. But as we get to the end of the day, it should be converging all the time. But we're still not quite there yet.
Oscar Piastri is behind Esteban Ocon, which, you know, is testing. And these sort of things happen. But this will not be helping Piastri's lap times, or indeed necessarily the condition of his tyres, albeit providing very good data as to how the tyres handle when you're running as close as he is to a car in front. Now, a bit twitchy, the Haas, as Esteban gets the power down. If Oscar was to use his DRS, I dare say there's a good chance of getting past here, but Esteban has got his DRS open as well. This could be really frustrating unless that McLaren can dive down the inside, which he does. Just like
Is Ocon going to come back at him though, up into turn 4? Do the crofty switcheroo.
The old switcheroo.
Yes, yes, Esteban.
Oh, this is going to be a bit tight. And tighter, I'm sure, than anyone at McLaren or Haas would have liked to have seen going into turn 4. And if Esteban Ocon was trying to come back, Oscar had him covered.
Good bit of racing there.
How did you think that Esteban Ocon was going to come back at him there? What led you to that conclusion?
Because he's a racing driver. And clearly, if he wanted to just let Oscar go past and carry on his run, he would have done so early on the straight. The fact that he fought him all the way to the braking zone made me think, he's going to have another go.
Absolutely. Even in testing, you do not want to be conceding position. And the man with a great bird's eye view down that turn 1 was Alex Brundle. Come in, Alex Brundle.
Yeah,
you on the
not
track,
quite
Alex?
bird's eye yet, but I got an even better view sitting down here at T1 of that little moment between Piastri and Ocon. Incredible down here. The tailwind when we were down at turn 13 has turned into a headwind, of course, as we head down into turn 1. And it's just so late, the braking down here, well past 100-metre board. When you stand beside a racetrack, it always sounds like they're braking later than they are because the sound takes a little bit of time to travel. So, of course, it seems like they're on the throttle for longer than they are. Very bumpy, actually, the braking zone here. You see other formulas move into the middle of the track to brake into this Bahrain turn 1. Formula 1 cars just swallow it up. They got so much downforce. 3 days of running. There's been so much running here, look, that the skid blocks as they go over the braking zone in T1 have actually polished the track as they go down into turn 1. Interesting, when cars come out the pit lane, we were discussing potentially not using tyre warmers in Formula 1 earlier on. But in a corner like that, which in best case scenario is a 65-kilometre apex speed, when they make their way initially out of the pit lane, I know that we're only dealing with testing here, but the cars look so ponderous and difficult to drive. So, yeah, great down here in turn 1. I am going to go for a bird's eye view, though.
Excellent. Just while you're down there, Alex, question for you. They have smoothed the track on entry into turn 1. They've got rid of some of the bumps, but and I noticed this on the first day, there are still bumps there approaching the braking zone or into the braking zone, and I wonder if that is going to have an impact when we come to the race in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, it really will. I mean, it's always a factor down here, and it's one of the reasons why you can make a move down the inside of turn 1 quite easily, as well as having a big stop down there, because actually the offline section of the racetrack is a better surface to brake on than the online section. So good fun down here. A great turn 1 for the race as well, with that tricky tight switch back into T2 that always generates drama on the exit curb.
Right, off to the tower you go, Alex. We'll see you in a bit, and in the meantime, let's head down to the paddock. Lawrence Barretto is with the Haas team principal, Ayo Komatsu.
Thanks very much, Crofty. Ayo, thanks for joining us, jumping off the pit wall to have a quick chat. It looks like it's generally been a very productive test for the team so far, but there have been a few niggles, haven't they? Just talk me through it.
Yeah, this morning we had a bit of an issue with bodywork, so that wasn't great. So it was a bit of a messy morning and really affected Ollie's program.
In terms of how Ollie feels, though, confidence-wise, he was talking about feeling like he was good in the car, could really push it, even if he'd lost a few laps. Doesn't that show how far he's come, really?
Yeah, but to be honest, even from day one, we've been working with him. He's always got good feeling in the car. His work ethic has been good. So yeah, and then this year's car, I think the baseline behavior is pretty good. So yeah, he's got good confidence.
How good do you think this car is, AO?
But this car, I think it's very difficult to tell because competition's so tight. We're doing a race simulation now. If you look at our lap time against competitions, it's really, really close. So, yeah, I think it's a good starting point, but I think the competition's going to be really tight.
So I guess bare minimum, you're at least in the fight, and it's about how quickly you can add that performance going through, the rest of this run and then the first couple of races?
Yeah, not just adding performance, but just understanding the car and get most of it. So that's been that's going to be the challenge, I think. And also, going to different circuit, different tires, track conditions, etc. So really adapting to new challenges and get most of the car.
What have you found from Esteban's feedback? Because obviously having an experienced driver, race-winning driver in the car, that maybe must help with the feedback and maybe making changes a little bit quicker?
Yeah, no, his feedback's been really good. And then we've been focusing on long-run performance. And then again, just testing some of the test items, and yeah, his feedback's been really, really good, and setting a good benchmark for Oli as well. Again, in terms of tire management as well, he's been really good.
In terms of the test overall then, are you reasonably happy, despite all those niggles, with what you've managed to achieve and what you've managed to learn?
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for this morning, I'd be happier, because the last 2 days has been really good, and this afternoon's been going well, but this morning really wasn't good enough from us. So, in this tight midfield, if we want to compete, we need to really step up. So.
And we've got this one more hour of running. What would constitute a good kind of learning from that period of time before testing ends?
Yeah, so like I said, we are in the middle of the race simulation, so finishing that race simulation, and then we have a couple of sequence of a pit stop practice. So really wants to finish on the high with a good pit stop practice.
Anyone that surprised you out there today? Because Alpine, we're putting in some decent times. Lots of the teams that you've been battling now for a year or so are looking very strong.
Yeah, again, like I said, because this is the last year of the stable regulation, I didn't expect any slow teams this year. Then Alpine, Williams, they both look competitive. I think honestly, it's interesting for the fans, because each race we go to, somebody's going to be more competitive than some others, depending on the track, depending on tires. So yeah, it'll be really interesting. Of course, it's challenging for us, but that's what we're here for.
Great stuff, eh? Well, I'll let you get back to the pit wall. Thanks very much for joining us, and I'll throw it back to you, Crofty, in the comment box.
Yeah, thanks ever so much, gentlemen. When Ayu gets back to the pit wall, he might want to see what just happened there. 34 laps in to Esteban Ocon's race simulation. Looked like he'd been called in for a pit stop and then told to stay out again, because he was coming into the pits and then had to veer at the last moment back out onto the track again, which if he did that over a race weekend, I would imagine would be a penalty, because he'd gone way beyond where the bollard number is.
Yeah, absolutely. Late call, wasn't it, to stay out, but fortunately for him, it is not a race weekend, so he's okay. By the way, I was looking at just listening to Ayu there. Max Verstappen went faster.
He did.
By a 10th. Alex Albon also improved. But George Russell's race run, also in the 36s. It's weird, isn't it? On a day where we haven't had rain, the track does seem to be slower. These first stint times yesterday we were seeing in the 35s, and everyone's just going a bit slower. It's really
does that make Piastri's times seem a little better to you then, if the track is, do you reckon the track's about half a second slower?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of assumptions, isn't it? You're assuming that Piastri's driving as well as Lando Norris is, and capable of doing the same stint. He's coming for a pit stop, so we'll see his final stint, because yesterday Lando's final stint he was down in the 32s.
Sorry, just career highlights there. I love the fact that Lewis Hamilton's average grid spot over his career is 4.4. Car 44. Average grid 4.4. 356 race starts. That's the sort of numerical symmetry.
Yeah,
you've got to expect. Anyway, carry on.
Just trying to work out. So now I'm just saying, in the last stint, Lando yesterday was in the 32s. Piastri starting off in the 33.9. So let's just keep an eye on that as the stint unfolds.
We shall. Do you want to have a look at the Esteban Ocon moment?
Sure.
Come in, stay out, come in, stay out. While we were hearing from Ayu. And he's definitely coming in. He's definitely coming in.
He would have literally driven through the bollard, wouldn't he?
Now, do you reckon that had anything to do with Oscar Piastri pitting at the same time? Because I'm trying to think why, necessarily, they would then send him back out again.
Well, he's come in and put another set of tyres on.
Yeah.
But maybe, I don't know, maybe they just wanted to do one more lap in free air, maybe?
Potentially.
Maybe they thought, we'd go on one lap at the end of the stint in free air without Piastri. But the problem is, by coming in and out of the pit lane, he lifted down the straights. So actually, it's not clearly representative, but he'll get a balance check anyway in free air.
So here's Oscar Piastri then. First lap was 1:33.9 on the C2 tyre. Powers his way down that main straight, across the line with 1:33.667. Right, now obviously there's no speedo on the dashboard of these cars. He doesn't know what speed he's doing.
Some of them do.
Some
of them, they're on the speed. Some of them do have a speed on the dash.
Wow. So I was going to say, how do they know how do they judge the speeds down the straight? Is it always with that delta reference that they've got?
Yeah, you also just get a feeling, you know, having done so many laps, you do get a feeling. You get references like shift points. It's, you know, you'd come out of the corner and you'd see where you're shifting up the gears. And that's generally a good way to tell, you know, when you get a tow or you get a gust of wind or something, you know, you'll see the lights, the shift lights come up faster or slower. But also, drivers like Piastri and Russell and stuff, they would be so in tune with the sound of the car by now. They'll be able to tell if they've got a couple of extra 100 RPM. At that same point, they'll know they're just coming a bit quicker into the corner.
You know, it says in the rules, in the sporting regs, the driver must drive the car alone and unaided at all times.
Yeah.
Is there an argument that says when you've got the lights on the dashboard to tell you when to shift up, you're not driving unaided?
I mean, you're opening up quite a philosophical debate there, because then you're saying...
Well, we've got time.
Yeah, but then you're saying all of the information on the dashboard is in aid to help them. So should we go back to completely plain steering wheels with no electronic dashboard?
Excellent idea, and H-pad gearboxes, as we all know, rule. But my point is on this one, if we're looking for ways to spice up Formula One from time to time, and to take some of the engineering out of the live sport equation, and you rightly say that drivers are tuned in to the sound of their cars, and the best drivers will be more tuned in than others. If you took those lights out of the equation...
Well, they use beeps.
Yeah, and take those beeps out of the equation.
Yeah.
Would it make things interesting? Because sometimes you're short shifting and sometimes you're on the limiter a little bit longer because you're not using the beep or the lights as a reference. And would it make the racing better?
It'll make it more challenging for the drivers, but again, I always think the cream will always rise, and I don't know if it will make the racing better. I think if you went to manual gearboxes, you could make the racing better, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it's a massive challenge to drive, you know, it's just one hand on the wheel at places, and you really having to think about what gear to use where. Fernando Alonso getting ready?
Yeah, talking of gear, Fernando Alonso's got his racing gear on. Now, if you remember, if you were here earlier, we were telling you that Lance Stroll didn't have the greatest of nights in terms of sleep, and wasn't feeling 100% and a little bit rough, and has been out for 34 laps this afternoon. He was meant to do the morning session, didn't. Fernando jumped in, and it looks like Lance isn't fit enough to carry on this afternoon.
So that's the work that's going on. It's changing the seat and pedals back to Fernando's seat and pedals.
Now, this is not ideal on many, many levels. First and foremost, I hope Lance is okay, and it's nothing too serious. And I'm sure he would want to be in that car if he could possibly do it. Secondly, from a team perspective, you're losing quite a bit of time while you're changing over the seat and the pedals, and you're going from Lance Stroll cockpit to Fernando Alonso cockpit.
Yeah.
So what you were planning this afternoon, which I would imagine is a race simulation for Lance Stroll, obviously hasn't happened because he's only done 34 laps, and you're losing out on the time to do it with Fernando Alonso as well.
Yeah, man, there's been no communication from the team. You know, they're normally on the ball in terms of sending out updates and information on their information channels, but yeah, nothing from the team. Quite clearly, we could see Fernando Alonso and his seat about to go into the car, so I think all of our assumptions are correct. Piastri, a 34.6. Pierre Gasly's done a 34.1, but his tyres are much fresher. George Russell, he's into the 37s, so that's a long way off on his stint. Bernie, you look poised and ready, microphone in hand, like you are about to jump in.
Not necessarily jump in. Never jump in over you, Corinne. Never jump in over you. Yeah, I think it's interesting that a lot of the teams are into the long ones, and like you say, it is disappointing for Aston to see Alonso getting in now and that disruption to their day in this very, very important final day of testing. Looking at the long runs, I'm trying to get a proper read on the difference between Norris's long run yesterday, which we discussed a lot, and how quick that looked, even compared to McLaren the year before, compared to most others that were running yesterday. I think it was over 2 seconds faster than McLaren achieved during the race here last year. Obviously that wasn't their best performance, and the car did improve a lot through the year. Looking at Piastri today, I think Piastri is in the region of 6 to 7 tenths slower first stint to first stint Norris, so that is a read on where the track is, because as we know, those two were reasonably close at times in race pace, let's say. So I think the track, particularly the first stint that Piastri done, he's now on stint 3, was a long way off. So once we get this final stint that he's on now, we will get a better read on how the track is, if the track is coming closer to what we had towards the end of the day yesterday. But that makes it reasonably complicated for the strategist to take apart, because the track improvement through today will be very, very different to the track improvement through yesterday. Today's track improvement will more closely match what we had in previous years related to the high track temperature in the middle of the day, but we're still quite a way off. You know, today we reached a peak of 33 track temperature. Last year this time we had 39, so still 6 degrees off, but that 33 today is a full 15 degrees hotter than we had yesterday. So it's a big difference in track improvement, a big difference in lap time, and that means that yesterday in the cooler temperatures fit to push a little bit more in those tyres with not so much overheating.
So let's just put that succinctly if we can, BC. The track's about 6/10 of a second slower, you reckon?
Something like that, yeah.
And I reckon the track temp is about 6 degrees hotter. So 6 degrees warmer, shall we say, is worth 6/10 of a second slower.
Yeah, I think at this point the track is that much hotter. At the middle of the day when this comparison maybe comes, it was more than that, so it was more like 15 degrees. So maybe 2 degrees of track temperature to a tenth of lap time. Let's do something like that.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, and I think that's where there's something even more strange going on, because Piastri's last stint, and now the track is down to 21, which is, you know, yesterday I think it was down at 15, 16, the Lando's third stint. I think your point earlier, Bernie, about the wind and maybe some other factors blowing the dirt, I don't know what it is, but, you know, Piastri at the moment, 33.6, 33.7, you know, at this stage Lando was firmly into the 32s. You know, we're 8 laps into Piastri's final stint, so it does seem like the track is further away.
6/10, that's the number to remember. That's what we reckon is going on. Track about 6/10 slower than it was this time yesterday.
I think might be even more. We'll see. We'll see, as Bernie will have a tremendous amount of data to crunch through and tell us, because there'll be an offset. Come on in, Bernie. What do you think? I mean,
I was just going to say my flight home is going to be a real toss-up between sleep and crunching numbers, Corinne.
Where's your commitment, Bernard?
Did you just use Bernard?
Well, you just use BC, so there's a whole range of names on the go today.
Well, I just thought
you're going to be Dave soon.
Well, I just thought we got BC, DC, and KC, and it sounds like a Eurovision Song Contest entry, quite frankly, as the worst band name ever. But you know, let's bring it in. It's testing. We're testing things out, Bernie.
Well, yeah, maybe we should do a vote. We should do a viewer vote, which name they would like to be carried forward for the remainder of the season.
You can have BC, Bernie Collins, or Bernard. It's entirely up to you.
Oh dear, I'm going to regret that, am I?
You certainly are. Meanwhile, we sent him to the tower, and we're going to go to him in just a moment, but I have an update. I have an update from Will at Aston Martin, ladies and gentlemen. Following an initial session in the car today, Lance subsequently felt unwell. Fernando will finish the test today.
Oh, that's a shame.
Get well soon, Lance.
Yeah.
And I hope you're feeling much, much better when you get to Australia. Meanwhile, at the tower, Alex Brundle.
Yeah, this is what happens when you profess to have visited every corner on the track. They send you up the tower. I'm not too sure that Bernie has too many numbers to crunch, because I reckon she's nailed it actually. With a warmer day, the track stays hotter for longer because it obviously maintains the temperature. But having come up here, it's much windier now. The tailwind heading down towards turn 11, much stronger than it was even earlier on when I was down in turn 13. visiting turn 10 again. Interesting to see Piastri on a decent long run. They take this really wide line in and roll through the middle of the corner. Russell still pounding away at race runs. We'll have to do all of the we might have to do a little bit of number crunching actually. Maybe Bernie can do that on the plane home to see what these race runs actually look like in terms of an average, but we'll get a feel for it at the end of the day. What a place, hey? 495 light poles, 5,000 lights on over F1's traditional testing venue. It's been a pleasure. That's the last you'll hear from me, guys. I'm sure I'll see you through the season. And
where are you going? There's an hour and 10 minutes to go.
Later on in the year.
What are you
I'm
doing?
off, mate. I'm off. I've got the lift's broken in the tower, so I've got to climb all the way back down again.
Also, your hair gel is clearly doing an excellent job. It's not been moving. People complain that I've got Lego hair.
This is the compound you need. This is the compound you need.
Do you know what there, Brundle? I have not seen such a work-shy attitude since your dad said to me at the end of a race last year, right, traffic's really bad. You can cover a bit after the champagne, after the national anthems. I'm going to get on my bike. Honestly, I see he's passed out all the tips to you.
Up. Sorry, I'm walking out of the circuit.
Outrageous. But it has been an absolute pleasure to be with you for the last 3 days. That's just appalling, isn't it?
I mean, over an hour to go. I think we need to get another text to Brundle Senior.
Honestly.
Have a complaint.
In the words of Pierre Gasly, ooh, Alex Jakes, ooh, Ruth Buscombe-Davey, where is Jolyon Palmer?
They've done their shit.
Ooh, Sam Collins, ooh, Alex Brundle.
They've done their shit. They've done it.
What is going on, Karun?
Meanwhile,
it's the 3 C's.
We are 22 hours and 52 minutes into testing, and Bernie's just turned her laptop on. There's the commitment. There is the commitment.
Yes, the
she
woman who never went to a
race
test
team anymore.
Yeah, never went to a test, but now being made to stay until the bitter end. Fernando Alonso's out. Well, Lance Stroll's out, sadly for him. But Fernando Alonso's in. It's like cricket, isn't it? You're out, you're in, you're out. But he's, yeah. On this, his first run, he thought he'd put his feet up for the day and had finished, basically.
Lucky he didn't go back to the hotel or the airport.
Yeah, I'm told, I said this earlier, Lance had a really rough night last night, got very little sleep in, and actually did well to get to the track today. Was, in all seriousness, wasn't feeling at all well. Clocked up the 34 laps, but couldn't carry on anymore. And his team principal, Andy Cow, and the rest of the senior management decided that no point continuing on with Lance if he didn't feel up to it. Not when you've got the young rookie Fernando Alonso standing by and raring himself for action. But the upshot is, away from the personal side here, Aston Martin have lost a fair bit of running that they would have been expecting to get in.
Yeah, I mean, the car's been sitting in the pit garage for, what, an hour or so, hasn't it? So, yeah, absolutely. Valuable track time lost. Who is out there, Crofty? So, Piastri, 33.8 last time. He's now done, where are we now in his particular Grand Prix? He is 39. He is 51 laps into his Grand Prix. So, he is, 7 laps away. He's come in, actually. He's cut short the last stint, so he's not quite done a full Grand Prix distance. McLaren clearly feel they got enough information, so he has come in. Esteban Ocon in the 35s. It's a bit confusing, this, isn't it? Because Ocon at the moment, so he's in his final stint, less fuel on board. Russell in his middle stint of his particular Grand Prix, and he's in the 35s as well. So Russell in the 35.4 last time round. Piastri was in the 34s, so high 34s. So Russell's race stint is still looking a little bit slower than Piastri's. You know, if we disregard yesterday's times, it still looks like McLaren's race pace a bit ahead of the Mercedes.
I think that Lando Norris stint yesterday is going to be like the headline race time of the session.
Yeah, but I think there's enough. Yeah, absolutely. But I think today we got Piastri, Ocon. Albon's done like the first 2 stints of the race. He's done 39 laps. Russell's on a race run at the moment. So there's a few people out there. There's only 4 of them with some race run data from today. Red Bull's a question mark, though, isn't it? Red Bull is absolutely the question mark. We've seen 1 double stint from Lawson, and that's it. It does a long run analysis.
Which means that the first time we get to see a Red Bull this year, do a full race distance in one go would be in the Grand Prix in Australia.
I mean, Bernie, I'd love to get your thoughts on that, because, you know, in your sort of former job, that's one of the things you'd look at, wasn't it? Is you know, I was saying earlier that the race runs are useful because then you know the fuel load. You know, you kind of work on the assumption everyone's 95 or so kilos. What would you know, put your team hat back on? What would you do in terms of trying to understand Red Bull's performance and where you think they might be?
Yeah, I think you're totally right, Karun. From this stage of test and everyone, we look, you know, at the headline numbers, who set the fastest lap time on what day, but from a strategist side, from a team side, your best data is when teams do the 57 laps that would make up a race at Bahrain. And there's different ways of doing that. You know, most of the people that we're talking about today, Piastri, Norris, for example, they've done, you know, proper beginning at race fuel, ran it down across the stints, done proper like pit stops in between. A few days ago, we'd seen teams that, you know, refilled at each pit stop. So they might have done 3 stints to get to 57 laps, but they'd done them all at 60 or 70 kg. So it wasn't proper race start fuel to race finish fuel. And as a strategist, that's hard to pick out the exact number. What you want is a 100 kg race start all the way down to 0. And it's clear in the data when that's happened, and that's reliable to take out. There might be a little bit of engine mode here and there, but the difference in engine modes now is small, much smaller than the fuel effect. So that is what you're looking for. That is the ideal situation when you get that. Now, with only 3 days of testing, such limited running, often teams don't do the full race distance. We know these cars are much more reliable than they used to be. So teams often don't feel they need it, or they do the other situation, which I said, is refuel in between, and then they sort of hide their fuel load from those of us trying to work it out. So you have to take as educated a guess as you can do. Some of that is based on how many laps they've done, so you know their minimum fuel that they have in the car. That's one end of the range. You can see what their lightest fuel that they maybe ran over the weekend was, what their best lap time was. So that might give you a maximum fuel that ended up being, because you know that could only be a certain level. So you're trying to work within these bands of confidence and then try and make a feel for how the cars are ordered. We use GPS way more now than we've ever done to look around this track, look at how cars are performing low, medium and high speed, and then maybe, you know, cut and shot, if you like, a lap together, put that into Melbourne. Where do we think that car will perform at Melbourne in the low fuel? But at this stage of the game, there is a lot of estimation of car pace, and that makes qualifying in Melbourne particularly difficult, because you don't quite know how easy it is going to be to get through Q1 or Q2. You don't quite know how confident you should be in your tyre set selection. As you go through the initial races, you become more and more confident of where your car pace truly lies.
Yeah. So in Melbourne, you've probably got to be in it to win it, rather than saving a set of tyres. Now, Ted Kravitz. Haven't heard from Ted Kravitz for ages. Not that he hasn't been a busy boy. Paul Aaron has been in touch with him via the Twitter, and Ted has actually posted a chocolate cookies recipe for Alpine and Paul Aaron. Is that what you've been up to for the past couple of hours, Ted? Baking?
Hello, Crofty. Hello, Karun. Hello, Bernie. Yes, hello, everybody. No, Crofty, I haven't. I've been making TV programmes for
cookery programmes.
I've been busier. No, that was one thing I did for about 30 seconds in reply to Paul Aaron, because he's a nice chap and we gave him a little interview earlier. I've been busier than Steve the horse wrangler down here, Crofty. So don't you ask. You'll find out what I've been doing when you watch Ted's Testing Notebook on Sky F1 later this evening, and then when you watch another programme after that called Development Corner.
Wow, not Development Corner.
It's
It's
back
back again.
Exactly what I've been doing. It is. And I've been listening to, speaking to Charles Leclerc and Fred Vasseur. But let me tell you what's going on here at Aston Martin. And keep an eye on this lap time of Fernando Alonso. This is a brand new set of tyres. And let's keep it that. Just you pick it up and see him across the line. Because then we'll see.
He's on
they are very keenly... Sorry, go on.
Yeah, he's on a race sim, mate. Or he's not on low fuel. He's on the C2 tyre, is Fernando Alonso. So,
well, that's what I thought. But then you have a look at all the mechanics who are eagerly anticipating the result of this lap time.
Yeah.
And it did make me think, because they're all looking at the monitor like they know something special is going to happen. And if it's on the end of a race run, which indeed looks like it is,
he's done a 1:35.7.
5 seconds off
without DRS.
Yeah. Okay.
He's just started.
They're very keen to.
He just started a run, Ted. He's literally
good.
It's his first lap on the tyre, so yeah.
Okay, good. Well, they're
just very keen on race running.
They really are very keen on race running because they're happy to get him out again. The story is, as you said before, wasn't feeling. Lance had a rough night, wasn't feeling 100% this morning. He went in the car, did 37 laps, but then felt unwell, and Alonso is back in for the happy hour and a half. What else would you like to know? Would you like to know the top lines from the Fred Vasseur, Charles Leclerc press conference, or do you want to carry on with Aston Martin?
That would be lovely.
Right, well, maybe it was a matter of grammar, or maybe it wasn't, but Charles Leclerc said that they are very focused on winning, or on being world champions, plural, this year at Ferrari. And that was something I picked up on with Fred Vasseur. I said, look, are you stung, you might say, Crofty, by the loss of the Constructors' Championship to McLaren last year? Are you focusing, is that the primary focus of Ferrari this year, given how you got, the most successful driver in F1 history, Lewis Hamilton, together with the star of Ferrari for 7 years, Charles Leclerc? Is the Constructors' Championship your focus, or are you going for a Drivers' Championship with one or the other of the drivers? And he said, well, of course, they both drive for Ferrari. Our focus is doing as well as possible. We'll have to see when the season gets going, and then we'll see how it progresses. But I'm just wondering whether it is that Constructors that's kind of job number one for Ferrari. What Vasseur did say on the development of the car, which I thought was particularly interesting, was that this Loic Serra car, this design with the pull rod suspension, it does have a higher ceiling, they believe, they can tell from the data so far, than had they just developed what they had last year. And that, Crofty, is a key bit of information and good news for Leclerc and Hamilton.
Yeah, no, it is. And if they're starting to talk about we are focused on the championships, then that means they've had a good test, and they're not feeling they might get caught out by that sort of chat.
Just I've been just sort of trading messages with somebody who is number crunching today, just to try and get a sense of it. Yesterday, Antonelli in the Mercedes, his race run to Norris in the McLaren, it's about 4/10 off on average, four and a bit. And today, Russell's first stint, he's still in the second stint, was about 4 and a bit off Piastri's comparable first stint.
Okay.
We'll see how this. So it does seem like
that's where Mercedes are.
The actual number is different, but the gap is still McLaren a little chunk ahead of Mercedes, with Ferrari and Mercedes yesterday at least it was similar. We haven't seen a long run from Lewis Hamilton today.
Ruth Buscombe-Divey, would you concur with my learned colleague, Mr. Karun Chandok?
Would I concur? Well, actually, I think Russell's maybe even a touch slower than that.
Is he?
Yeah, I mean, it's... but yeah, they're definitely behind. We can conclude that. Yeah, and at the moment, it looks like, once again, it's the degradation difference towards the end of the stint that really opens up the pace. That McLaren, once again, a bit like Lando's run yesterday, is mighty compared to the field on deg, even though actually... Piastri compared to Lando yesterday is poor. Racing is a relative exercise.
Yeah, but I think just maybe to explain to what people at home what you were saying, it's about is the fuel effect outweighing the tyre effect, is what you were saying with the McLaren. In terms of as the fuel load comes down, the car gets lighter, and that negates any degradation of the tyre. Seems to be the case with the McLaren, less so with the Mercedes, because he's still in 35s, George Russell. Last time round, 35.3, and we quite clearly saw Piastri at this stage of his running, 30 laps into the 34s. Crofty.
Alex Albon has just gone fastest through the first sector.
Well, they're doing performances. I've just been looking at it.
Replacing Max Verstappen, who'd just gone fastest in the first sector. So we'll leave tyre deg chat for a moment and just focus on the out-and-out pace of Max and Alex, who are the two drivers that have done a full day today.
Yeah, do you hear the wheel spin coming out of turn 10 there? Oh, a massive amount of understeer there at 11. That's pushed him out wide. It's not able to pick up the throttle as early as he would have liked. And look at the lap time just bleed away. Understeer just kills lap time. And then the rear snaps there on the exit of 13. That Red Bull does not look hooked up to me. That is not a car that is, again, it's not connected. It's got understeer some parts, and that I think creates some of the snap oversteer, but 13 he had braking and entry at rear instability, wasn't understeered. So
that's a ball that doesn't like being pushed, quite frankly, the way that's looking.
Yeah.
C4 tyre for Alex Albon, who has now gone quicker. 1:29.6, 10th and a half clear of Max Verstappen. Williams, who were fastest yesterday with Carlos Sainz, now fastest at the moment with 54 minutes to go with Alex Albon. I turn to Ruth to my right to ask, what's the difference in tyre compound between the C3 and the C4 per push lap, would you estimate?
So it's an evolving answer.
See, I like that, an evolving answer.
Yeah.
At the moment, what have we evolved into?
Right, so at the moment...
Because I'm not taking your strategist, I haven't got a clue.
You're basically treating me like I'm your race engineer.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do some live
Welcome to our
analysis
world.
for you. So it's about 4/10 on Albon's run, C3 to C4. He's in the middle of a qualifying simulation. Looks like he's got onto his Q3, effective Q3 run. And the majority of that game was in low speed. So about nearly 3/10 of it was in those big braking into low speed corners where the extra grip from that C4 tyre is helpful.
So tyre corrected then, we can put Alex Albon round about where George Russell is in fourth at the moment. If we're tyre correcting.
Yeah, he's sort of Gasly territory, which is where Williams, Alpine, sort of similar territory, isn't it?
But yeah, George Russell did his 1:30.0 a fair bit earlier, am I right in saying? So the track conditions were a bit different. We saw the big lock-up from Max Verstappen into 9. He's aborted that run plan now.
Yeah, and one of the things we spoke about...
It's the first time you've ever nodded your head in my company ever, so thank you for that.
Big day for you.
It is the highlight of my week.
If you think about a Q1 session, somewhere like Monaco, we've seen world championship level cars getting knocked out for 18 minutes of track evolution. It's a significant amount, and now we're trying to compare things an hour apart with more tyres and more rubber on track. So track evolution, even if you have the exact same air and wind, is quite a lot even from the rubber, especially as we get to this glory hour.
The glory hour. Are we in the glory hour?
I believe we are in the glory hour. We've got 52 minutes left of a glory hour.
Love it. Glorious.
You're missing all the glory.
Meanwhile, someone's just said into my ear, Bernie Collins charts. So I don't know if this is popular music or graphs.
Sing, Bernie, sing.
It's a chart topping 3 C's, no? 3 C's and Ruth and the 3 C's almost, I would say.
Ruth and the 3 C's. Now we like that.
That's how we're going to go with it. So, unfortunately, Crofty, you're going to be absolutely blown away by strategy chat in the next few minutes when me and Ruth get going. So maybe you can have a cup of tea or something. But what we're going to do is we're going to introduce a chart, and it's going to hopefully show the comparison between Piastri, who's a solid orange line on the chart, and Norris, who's a dash line. Now, Norris's dash line long run stint was yesterday, and you can see that, it's flat line roughly between 92.5 and 93 seconds. And Piastri's laps from today, lap 3 looks or lap 4, very, very similar, but then he suffers much, much higher degradation. The final laps of the stint are much, much slower, up towards 94 rather than the 93. And that, I think, is very important. That, I think, is a function, and Ruth can jump in when she disagrees or agrees as she wishes, but that I think is a function of the slightly higher track temperature today, that higher degradation that we're seeing that is very commonplace in Bahrain. And that's why I think when you look a few laps into the stint for any of the comparisons that we're looking at, the lap times look slower. So the track has potential to be quick for that one lap that we see with Piastri. Maybe he was trying to match Norris's time, and then the tyre went off very quickly after that. I don't know what you think, Ruth.
Yeah, I agree. I think yesterday we had a very atypical Bahrain, didn't we? Where, you know, at least if my memory serves me well, about 0.05, 0.06 deg is pretty normal. So the deg we're seeing from Piastri is a lot more standard to get a two-stopper race around this place. And actually, it's showing just how good the conditions were theoretically yesterday for racing. But yeah, I completely agree. I think we've had a lot of races here where the temperature's gone up, the degradation goes up, temp goes down, deg goes down, because the mechanism's pretty thermal. And as you say, the other thing is the wind, which even if it doesn't impact the drivers going off track, does dump a load of sand on this track overnight, which I saw you do your investigation earlier. No rain to wash it away, and a bit of sand also increases the degradation here.
When we come back here, the track temperature could be up around 40 degrees, if not over, couldn't it, during the practice sessions in the daylight, because we're in, it's either end of March, beginning of April, where we're racing in Bahrain this year. So a lot of what the teams are learning is not going to be relevant for the Bahrain Grand Prix this year, because it's going to be a completely different track, a track being a living, breathing organism, basically.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think, Bernie, I'm not calling out your age here, but you'll also remember, like me, when we used to go winter testing in Barcelona, we'd often have an extra stop in the winter test, even though the lap times were faster, because cars were faster, but the degradation was higher. Usually the tyres were suffering from an effect called graining, which increases the deg, which then disappeared by the time you got to a lovely sunny May in Spain. So it is a living, breathing thing. Best example from recent years was when we did 2 back-to-back races in Austria in the 2020 season, same compounds, different strategy, a week apart.
Yes, completely. Well, we'd had a big thunderstorm, hadn't we? Had a lot of rain on the first one, second one.
Yes, we did. In between, I got very wet.
It was coming down literally with the cats and the dogs, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Bernie, and thank you, Ruth. And we're on board with Oscar Piastri coming into the pits. Now, Paul Vine, I didn't see this, but I'm sure our magnificent onboard team might have seen this. Look at who's got the monocular out in the background as McLaren make their pit stop there. Did you see something? What, like a telescope?
Today's a big day, isn't it?
The planetary alignment. Yeah, you're coming around for fish and chips, and we're watching planets. Remember?
Big day.
No, someone was actually spying on the McLaren pit stop there.
Oh, right.
In the background. I'd like to see that again as well. But did anyone see? It says Paul Vine, Max start to turn onto the first pit garage when he came into the pits. Not this year, my friend. Says Paul on that one. But it is testing, and he has been in that garage for the last few years, the first one. So it wouldn't it wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if he did get a bit confused at some stage this year.
And he won't be the first world champion or the last to get confused. We've had a couple of incidences
Lewis,
over
Jensen.
the years. Jensen, Lewis. I remember my dear friend Valtteri Bottas, I had to keep reminding him it's the other end when he moved from Mercedes to Sauber. And I'd say it's not just drivers, engineers do the same thing. I spectacularly walked straight into the completely wrong garage off of a pit wall to my next door neighbour's Haas when I was my first day at Sauber. So we can't just point the fingers. Those are glass houses. It's very easily done.
Were you on your phone?
No,
were you doing the classic, I've got my head down.
I was focused on getting back for the debrief, just into the wrong team.
That's very good.
I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often when people just on their phones looking down at the time, not looking where they're walking. Pet peeve number 463.
Well, I was going to say, nobody would do that in your presence, Crofty, because we know how much you hate a phone dawdler.
Well, it's just, I don't understand. If you're walking somewhere, look where you're going. You know, don't expect everyone else to get out of your way just because your Instagram is more important than knocking somebody flying.
Yeah, I think it's the ultimate source of shame, isn't it, to kind of be on the world feed getting nearly run over by a car. So I think that's got a good feedback loop to not to always look where you're going. It's a bit like crossing the road, kids.
Yeah, look where you're going and find out where the cameras are and who they're focused on before you make a move. Most embarrassing moment on the world feed ever? You've been on the world feed way more than we have, because cameras used to zoom in on you at every pit stop.
And isn't that lovely that we're getting less and less shots of women on pit walls, because there's so many of us now.
Correct.
It's not actually particularly interesting. But I will say what is interesting, we're having a world feed shot, which we had today, which is in our 75th birthday. We have our first female race engineer, Laura, down at Haas. And hopefully in a few years' time, that's boring too.
Well, no, but it is the ultimate sign of progression.
Yeah, exactly. You can't count them on your fingers anymore.
Exactly, when it becomes the standard.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I think the same thing with female race drivers. When I first started in the sport, I could name all three, always name drop, and now I never dare to, because I have too many friends that are female race drivers, and it will sound like I'm picking favourites, just like with my male friend race drivers. So.
You've got favourites.
Yeah, but you should never say. It's a bit like a parent. You've got a favourite kid, but you shouldn't say it.
Were you ever the favourite kid?
Oh, I was absolutely the favourite kid. Especially my grandparents. It was and they would make it blatantly obvious as well. my brother and my cousins, they're quite scarred from this actually. We'd go around to my grandmother's.
No,
I'll tell you a quick story. Mango season's a big thing in India.
Is it?
We'd go around for lunch, and my grandmother would go, "This is a special mango. It's come from this amazing farm, whatever, and that is for Karun, and the rest of you can eat this." Yeah, genuinely, I was absolutely the favoured golden grandchild. Very funny.
Karun, the mango Chandok, as he will now be forever known.
Absolutely. Yeah. My wife, when we got married, she got given one of the special mangoes. She was riding on my coattails.
But that's the ultimate sign of acceptance from the family, sure.
Well, she was just in shock. She tried to share it with my cousins because she felt bad for them. And I was like, no, that's mine.
They're not worthy enough of the special mango.
The special mango? We are losing the plot here.
Just under 44 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. You've stumbled onto Mango Chat this afternoon. Didn't think we were going there on that one, but I love it.
We are into the 23rd hour of testing for this pre-season. So,
did you ever do Le Mans? You didn't, did you?
Yeah, five times.
Did you? Did you ever finish Le Mans?
Yes, 4 times.
So you actually concentrated for a whole day?
Shut up.
I find this strange. I really do. Especially considering you're like 22 hours into this testing coverage.
Oscar Piastri, what is he doing now, Crofto?
I didn't know, by the way, you'd done Le Mans. I was just trying to set you up with
that. Very good. So he's done his race, and is he going to do some performance runs here? This is a new set of C3s.
Well,
no,
let's have a look as he gets to the end of the first sector and he's half a second down. I hope not.
Yeah, standby caller. I believe he's doing a bit of homework with aero flap adjust. He did an out in. We shall see whether or not he pits at the end of this lap or if he continues.
They did this yesterday, didn't they, with Lando?
Yes.
Lots of in and out of the box and pit stop practices. They did some practice pit stops. In fact, we actually saw one of them, didn't we, with the spy that you mentioned, roughly.
There was definitely a spy.
Yeah, but Lando, I mean, he's pushing on, isn't he? Look, we saw Lando yesterday doing... Remember he went purple, middle sector, Lando, and then boxed. And you see Piastri, their personal best in the middle sector, a 38.8 compared to a 38.4 from Verstappen, so some way off that. Ruth is going to tell me how many laps these tyres have done. I don't think they're new, are they? He's carrying on. He's going to finish the lap here.
Yeah, they do look new. Yeah, that is a
new.
brand new tyre, doing a 30.6. So this does look like the beginning of a mini qualifying sim to finish off the day.
Although he's looking in his mirrors, side by side, to see what's going on.
Yeah, he was quite wide here. We're about to see a replay. Look, at 11. So he turns in, carrying that understeer. He tries to pick up the throttle, but it's just understeered wide. He's still flat for the next one, but clearly dumped a little bit of lap time with that. Look at the rear floor, Crofty, just bouncing off the ground. It's so impressive to watch, just how much energy goes through these cars.
Jean Alesi, James Hunt. As you know, my favourite stat, this one, the 2 drivers that have won on their birthday in Formula 1.
Yep.
And as I quite often remark with Jean Alesi, it's a shame he didn't race more often on his birthday. He'd have won more races. This year, we have 2 opportunities for drivers to join the special James Hunt Jean Alesi Club, starting with the Chinese Grand Prix and Alex Albon.
Okay.
And continuing the week after with the Japanese Grand Prix and Oscar Piastri.
Okay.
And I dare say, one if not either of those two gentlemen have a chance to join the exclusive birthday club.
Yeah, I think one more than the other, but...
Alex is fastest so far.
Yeah.
Albeit tyre corrected, he should be fourth.
Yeah. Verstappen's on a quick lap here, so he's done personal best first sector, bit down, about half-tenth down on himself in the middle sector, but we'll see what the last sector of the lap does.
The McLaren looked pretty mighty in the middle sector yesterday. That seemed to be its dominant sector, I think, on this track. The Red Bull, okay, in the middle sector there, but not necessarily mighty, but good enough in the final sector for Max Verstappen to put in a 1:29.566. He goes fastest on that C3 tyre.
And wasn't that the sort of trend of last year? Is the McLaren, when you had corners, or sort of fourth, fifth, sixth gear corners, between 150 to 220 kilometers an hour, that sort of range, the McLaren was just devastating. And the middle sector of the lap is made up of that here. The Red Bull's clearly got good efficiency, good in sectors 1 and 3. And we'll see. This is a replay, Max?
It is a replay of Max while we watch this. That's Max going wide, so that would have been deleted.
Disallowed.
Let's go down to the paddock. Laura Winter with Pedro de la Rosa.
Thanks, Crofty. Someone's let me in the pit lane, actually, so I'm pit lane side, and Pedro has, very kindly joined me. Obviously, the news at the start of the day was that Lance Stroll wasn't very well. He would come in the afternoon session. Fernando Alonso's now taken over for the running. How is Lance doing? Because it must be bad for him not to complete a day of running like this.
Yes, I mean, I think he's okay, but he's obviously feeling really unwell. It was good that he managed to get in the car and we had a very good test with him, actually trying different things in the suspension, and it was very positive. But he couldn't continue. He was really struggling. He pushed himself to the maximum. We had Fernando available, and who, by the way, is not feeling great either. I mean, he has a bit of a cold, but obviously feeling much better than Lance. And now he will finish the day, which is good. We also had Felipe Drugovich here as well, so we were, let's say we were covered as a team, but we wanted, to give Lance and Fernando the most equal number of laps as possible.
How tricky, how challenging a test has this been with what's happened on this final today, and also, of course, losing a bit of time on day one as well?
Sorry, I didn't...
How tricky has this test been for you guys with today and losing some time on day one?
I think it's been tricky for everyone. The weather has played an important part. I think that part of the reason why Fernando is not feeling 100% as well is the weather. It's been tricky in the sense that there's a lot of things that will not be relevant for the race here, because we will, by April, the track condition will be much higher up, much more, So there's many things that we have tested, we have prioritized, really, that are for just the handling of the car rather than a race simulation, for example, which we decided not to do, mainly because in these conditions they're just too cold, they're just too fast, they're just too good for the race in April here in Bahrain. But it's been extremely useful, in many other senses, and we have been doing quite a lot of tests in the setup that are pretty extreme, and you would never do in a race weekend.
Okay, good stuff, good to hear, and do send our very best wishes to Lance Stroll to get better as well. Thanks, Pedro, for your time. Enjoy the last 30 minutes or so.
Thanks, Laura, and thank you to Pedro as well. So Lance not well enough to drive, Fernando also not feeling 100%, which is it something? Is there a bit of porpoising coming back on the car? Is it bouncing away, or are they just eating a couple of dodgy lasagnas for lunch? I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we've spotted any of this porpoising, which, if you're a new F1 fan, is bouncing, caused by the fact that in 2022 we changed the aerodynamic regulations, and we have ground effect, i.e. we are generating a lot of our downforce by making effectively a pocket of downforce, and when it pops, the car goes up, and then the car gets squished back down to the thing, and it goes pop, and it does that loads and loads of times, so the car bounces like a porpoise, if you are a SeaWorld fan.
Yeah.
Which is not very nice for a driver, but there are now metrics that mean that the drivers, that you cannot operate bouncy enough, so you can't have a car bouncing up and down. So if it is bouncing, I would assume it is within the tolerable allowance. But
Put it into other words, it is like the driving equivalent of attending a Metallica concert. The metrics stop it becoming a Spirit Box concert, if you know your Spirit Box from your Metallicas.
I mean, I've still refrained from going to the Download Heavy Metal Festival with you, and so...
Love it. You would love Download. You, me, in a field, a few thousand, tens of thousands of other friends, in the mosh pit, having fun in the sunshine.
No thanks.
Oh, you'd certainly love Spirit Box, mate. Mega bad. Anyway, you know Paul Vine said, did anyone see Max Verstappen turn into the first pit garage? On behalf of Paul and anyone else, let's have a little look. Here's Max coming in to the pits. Pit limiter on, 80 kilometres an hour. Where shall I go? Tell you what, I'll go into the first one. That's where I always go, isn't it? Oh, Max, that is not where we go now. I'm afraid your team finished third in the Constructors' Championship and you're a little way down. He did go into the first pit box, didn't he?
He tried to, anyway.
And then
I actually think he was trying the second one. I think he went past McLaren and nearly went into Ferrari, it seemed like. So, but yeah, they're going to be third now, so...
But it isn't a race. Jensen did do it, 2011 Chinese Grand Prix.
Yeah.
And that was a race. So
Yeah,
it is worse to
and-
do it in a race. And it is testing. So if you're testing where you're... I always forget where I park. I don't know, I think it can happen to the best of us.
I mean, you just told us how you walked in the wrong pit garage here.
Yes, maybe I shouldn't be a world champion driver. Okay.
Do you not use what 3 words?
Well, maybe that's what we should tell the Formula One drivers when they change their garage. Instead of saying box, you can go like, Penguin left 42, and then they'll never drive past the wrong one again.
What 3 words? You're too slow.
Oh, how mean.
That'll be what will come from the pit wall. No love lost whatsoever.
But it is a real. I mean, Bernie made a lovely hit earlier where she was kind of demonstrating the advantage you get from the P1 garage. P1 being the first in the championship, that you get a straight shot in. So usually that's a good couple of tenths advantage, and some pit lanes are narrower than others. The narrower it is, the more of an advantage it is. And of course there is the other end of the pit lane. So P10 also gets an advantage in most tracks around the season.
Yeah, why is it not more of an advantage to be first out, as it were, especially in qualifying, where you can see when other people are starting to come out to wait at the end of the pit lane, and you can then just zip out in front of them?
It is at some tracks.
Right.
So historically, I believe, it was chosen by the championship, and now there's kind of like an established kind of preference order. So I think if we go to a new track, the championship leader chooses. So a track like Suzuka, for example, the championship leader is the other way around, where there is more of an advantage. So it really depends on the exit layout, because we do get some tracks like Silverstone, where between the final pit box and the pit lane speed limiter, there isn't that much time. So even if you don't need to put the pit lane speed limiter on, but you don't actually get to the 80 kph before you get to the end. Then there's other ones like Monaco, for example, where it's actually quite a significant advantage to be the last box, because you can get out in front of somebody, and you cannot technically unsafe release because you're never in the pit lane.
But why would you not, if you were Red Bull, why would you not, last year, or McLaren this year, why would you not choose the last pit box in Monaco instead of the first?
Because the first is also great, because it means you can get in and you generally gain more. And then we also have kind of right-of-way rules in the pit lane for releasing. So there is a right-of-way thing, that if you're racing the person next to you, you get right-of-way. So generally, it is better to be first. And of course, most importantly, forget this championship nonsense. If you're the first pit garage, you get access to your freight with more space significantly earlier, which means all your mechanics get to pack up and go home about an hour and a half earlier.
Which
the biggest
advantage, yes.
The biggest disadvantage if you're the first pit box is if under safety car pit stop the train comes in, you come in first. Let's say Oscar Piastri, we're riding on board with, comes in, he's in the first pit box, he's one of the lead cars, pits, they can't release him. His team will have to wait for the whole train to come in under a safety car pit stop.
So as Martin Brundle points out, because he's just sent me a message going, Crofty, remember Lewis on the grid on his own in Hungary, because Mercedes were first in the pit lane, and he knew he'd have to wait forever for the pack to pass him if they came into pit. So he stayed out on those intermediate tyres when everybody else bundled in.
Yeah, they have changed quite a lot of the regulations. Well, actually, Jonathan Wheatley, when he became the man with the #1 pit box, obviously, it's a battleground of politics and making sporting regs work for you. So quite a few of their disadvantages were negated because obviously if you've used them against other people, the second they are your disadvantage. And then there's all sorts of things about weighing scales and coming in and qualifying.
Well, that's the other point. The weighing scales are right by P1, aren't they?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Piastri's on a quick lap.
You're not interrupting at all. Now is a good time to talk about Piastri.
Yeah, I've just been watching it, and the car just looks so hooked up in that middle sector. Once again, as we were saying before, that middle sector where those, high-speed corners are, the McLaren comes into its own, and not as quick as the Red Bull, or indeed the Williams in sector 1 or 3, but the middle part of the lap, Piastri very strong. His sector 1 was a long way off Alex Albon, actually 4/10 off Albon in the first sector.
Is that a bit of sandbagging? Is that them not pushing as hard in 1 and 3?
Maybe not wanting to take too much out of the tyre, but I mean the Williams is very efficient, and sector 1 really is one long straight up to turn 1 and another long straight up to turn 4 with a hairpin in between.
Engine turned down a touch then?
We'll see.
I'm just wondering why, if you're setting the best time in the middle sector.
Well, that's where most of the corners are. So if you've got more downforce, then it could be.
Now I'm totally guessing, but just trying to play super sleuth without the numbers. Ruth has got super sleuth with the numbers. Hit me.
Yeah, so in terms of the gap between Piastri and the fastest lap set by Max Verstappen, a significant amount of it was on the straights. So 0.15 seconds is on the straights, which would imply
engine turned down.
But, however, Max does have a genuine advantage in low speed corners from about 2/10 on that run, because and nearly a 1/10 in the medium speed, so could just be a bit of a better lap. But remember, 3/10 is 10 kilograms of fuel or equipment, so that could just dominate all of that, because if the weight of the car is slightly different, which it can be because we're not in a real qualifying and teams aren't incentivized to make it on exactly where it could be. It's in the noise, boys, is what I would say.
Karun.
Yeah, just look at it. If you look at the straights in sector 1, Max absolutely is gaining. Sorry, people at home can't see if I'm looking at the data here that it's got. But on the other sectors, it's actually a par. So some of it could be. There's also an element of wind. There's certain, Max did the time about half an hour earlier, so it could be a difference of wind there that. The people on the ground like Alex have been talking about how that's affected. So could be.
And track evolution, because as we were saying, track evolution in terms of at this point where it's golden hour, track is getting better, track is getting rubbered in. It always really frustrates people because they say, what's the ranking? And as a good engineer, the answer is you can't really give one. You can just give really rather annoyingly large error bounds, which I'm sure Bernie has the same thing. It was always my least favourite job of the year, because we're used to having very accurate numbers, and if you get it wrong, you find the answer after qualifying.
Yeah.
Wait 2 weeks now.
Yeah, I was just looking. It's just 2 straights that he gains on, and that's got to be another factor rather than. It's a bit strange, but anyway, all part of the intrigue, as you say, Ruth. Lots of unanswered questions, which is kind of good when we get to Melbourne or something.
Yeah,
I switched off when Ruth said I was right, to be honest. I didn't hear the rest of that.
I said you could be right. No, it's
I switched off before you said that as well then.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is that what we can say is that, there's no evidence to suggest that they're not in the fight. That's really what you're worried about as a team going into testing, is if you are, a margin off. We can work out. I remember kind of being in a team that was P10 in the pace rankings, and even if you assumed that everybody else, was on the absolute lowest fuel they could, you could see that there's no way that you'd be faster than them. That way, when you add all of the kind of track evolution and the offsets, and I think Bernie explained it beautifully earlier, when you say you kind of work out bounds of minimum and maximum, and then honestly anyone can just put their finger in the middle and say, I think it's that, and generally just listen to the loudest person or the person that's paying your wages.
Often they're one and the same.
Yes.
Karun's just put his hand up.
No, so I was just pointing to myself. I was just looking. Russell's carrying on his race run. He's now firmly into his final stint. He has done 48 laps, so he's got 8 laps to go for 6. What is it? 57, is it? The race here.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So he's on 48 now. So he's into that final stint, and on his last lap, 34.0.
Oh dear, we have a spinner. Esteban Ocon has come something of a wheel of a cropper. And he's just moving his Haas out of the way. There'll be a couple of double waved yellows down there, down at turn 1. So before he even got into the kink of turn 2, as he just overcooked it and tried to stay too tight on the track to try and make turn 2. We'll see.
Replay will tell us all.
I'm just speculating as we do, but is that the first real spin of the day?
Yeah,
I think it might be, to be honest.
Yeah. What does that tell you?
Most
tells me that
was headwind or tailwind rather than a crosswind.
Well, it also tells me that teams have got on top of cars their basic setup and giving the drivers every chance to enjoy and stretch their legs.
Oh, that was a strange one.
That is a strange spin.
It's just like the rear axle just locked.
Yeah.
It was past the apex as well, wasn't it?
It looked a little bit weird when we first went to him, the position he was in, to be fair.
Yeah, very strange.
This brings me on to my next question. Is there anything to suggest that there isn't a huge difference in the pecking order from the end of last season? Now, Alpine, way better than they were for the test last year, for obvious reasons. The car's not overweight, and, you know, they're not struggling as much as they were. Williams way better than they were at the test last year. Do we think it's the pecking order from the end of the season, or do we think that Red Bull might be a bit closer necessarily? Or I mean, we're looking at you, Ruth, because you're normally the person we go to with honest answers to speculative questions.
I've had this chat with him already, so...
Yeah, well, I think we know this regulation between, you know, kind of, 80 days ago in Abu Dhabi and now is evolution, not revolution. We're the last year of this cycle. So, you know, there is a lot of carryover. So physically, the cars are not completely different cars. You know, we've got teams like Williams, it's actually, they haven't even made a new chassis. So the extra kind of like heart of the car is the same as it is last year. Which is why, you know, if you're kind of going into the testing, people's favourites were McLaren, because McLaren was the fastest car, and there's, you know, you have a bit of a, we call it an anchor bias, but basically it's just what happened before is likely to happen again, unless you see some like massive evidence to say it's changed. So yeah, broadly speaking, I think the biggest changes is the drivers, and you know, when we see the difference that teammate pairings can make, you know, I think if you look at between Max and his teammate last year, was 0.63, I believe, percent overall in the season in terms of qualifying. Now, on average, the gap between, you know, fastest and slowest team was 1.3 in the race. Actually, a good driver that can bring a couple of tenths of percent is a massive difference. You know, a way that you operate the tyre, or your understanding, or your setup, or the tyres dropping out the window. As we see a lock-up.
That's quite a big one as well.
That's a big lock-up, isn't it?
He slid that through the corner. I don't know whether he went skiing or not in the winter break, but that was akin to trying a bit of skiing.
I think it was golfing, isn't it? Because his other half's a golfer.
He absolutely does the golfing.
So yeah, I think it's down to people like that man there, Liam Lawson, entering his first full season in Formula One and his first season with Red Bull Racing. And well, isn't that great that it comes down to, you know, every single individual in the teams, a kind of incremental effort, and of course, Mr. Lewis Hamilton, and whether or not he can close the gap. And then you look at the other side of the field. You know, Williams, they've obviously got Carlos Sainz, a proven race winner who ended the season on form. And, you know, even if there isn't a huge delta in that team, actually, you know, even bringing, you know, a couple of tenths is a massive, massive difference. We've seen big teams get knocked out of Q1 and Q2 because
of that. I think that Williams we haven't really covered, Karun, and we've talked about, you know, the fact that Carlos was winning races, you know, as near as Mexico, but it's the qualifying. If Alex Albon was, oh, there's Max. Who's had a spin? Same place.
Do we think the
As
wind has
Esteban Ocon.
increased?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I wonder.
Well, we'd know if Alex was still there, but he's, clocked out, apparently gone to the airport.
Shocking.
Shocking, really.
We needed him up the tower still to see just how breezy it was. We'll see a replay of Max, I'm sure, in a minute. But if Alex Albon was getting into Q3 and was kind of upsetting the order a little bit, here's Max right now. So
he was quite deep as well, wasn't he?
He was deeper.
It was deeper and wider. It still shows a headwind down South Finish straight. Doesn't look like it's turned crosswind. But he's clearly decided he's going to put those tyres in the bin as he lights them up and leaves some dark lines. So
let's get back to qualifying. Alex Albon, if he can get into Q3, we know he can. Carlos Sainz, we know he can get into Q3 because he did it a lot. Now he's with Williams. That's 2 Williams cars that might get into Q3 at the expense of others that would be fancying their chances for a Q3 run. So the likes of Haas might be disadvantaged by that. Alpine towards the end of the season might be disadvantaged. One of the Red Bulls was struggling last year to get into Q3. Aston Martin were struggling to get out Q1 at times, to be fair. But the pressure then gets on Liam Lawson even more, that you've got to be right up there in qualifying, and I'm not saying for a minute he can't, because he can. But that really does start to put pressure onto the drivers. Love it.
yeah, it's great. I mean, the reality is, I think we can all fairly surely agree the top 4 teams are locked in, isn't it? So in a normal situation, if Lawson delivers on what he's been signed up to do, that's the top 8 places locked out.
Yeah.
So then you've got a whole gaggle of teams, and look at the back end of last year, the last couple of races, Sauber were qualifying into Q3. They had some turn of speed. I think they introduced some bits in the last few races and they unlocked some speed. So suddenly you've got basically the other 6 teams fighting for those 2 places on the grid.
That's going to make it Q2 absolutely fascinating. Q1 back end of absolutely fascinating, and then you've got the run for pole, which makes qualifying a do not miss appointment, I think.
Which is exactly what racing should be. Racing's a relative exercise, and we should have it that on their best day, even the slowest car can achieve. And I think they weren't the slowest car last year, but you look at the Brazilian Grand Prix, you looked at what Alpine did together as a team through excellent driving, decision making, execution of the race, and that was worth 3 championship positions in the season where the gap between fastest and slowest was the smallest in our 74-year history. It was about 1.3%. So I really hope we get a really tight field, one where we've got really tight fight at the top. But when if anyone makes a mistake, the outsiders can get in.
Don't want to be doing that too often, as we see Max Verstappen.
He doesn't really, does he?
Another replay of that sprint. To be fair, he doesn't. Bernie Collins can come back and join the conversation. Where do you want to start, Bernie?
I'm back, Crofty. I'm just trying to catch up, actually, after the disaster recovery tests that happened here. So good to see that Verstappen spin again.
Hang on a minute. Don't leave us hanging. What disaster, and how did you recover?
Did you drop your drink?
No, it's not a disaster. It was a test, a disaster. Like what would happen if there was a disaster or we lost some networks. So tests continuing on this side. But it just meant that, Crofty, for your information, if you were here in the commentary box, I lost comms to you guys. I could see some images, but not a lot, and I couldn't hear you guys. So not great if you were in the commentary box at this end, Crofty.
Do you know the last time we lost all connection through the commentary box with our usual? We have like a fibre optic cable that runs the TV compound, and we also have a backup line if we lose all connection. And I'm going back a few years to the Canadian Grand Prix, and the last time we were in the old commentary boxes at the Canadian Grand Prix. You remember the ones, Bernie, right by the final chicane, that condemned wooden structure?
Oh yes, I do remember.
The most unsafe structure in Formula One history ever. The one that Karun Chandhok and I sat in 2014 with that 4-hour race, and had the best view, and actually the roof didn't leak for a change as well. Either way, we're in there, Martin and I, about to go on for the qualifying hour, and then 2 minutes before Simon Lazenby was due to hand to us, everything went. Everything went in the commentary box. Jimmy, who was our sound supervising engineer, went as white as a ghost. and there were lots of buttons flashing on his panel. He had no idea what had gone on. We had no idea. We had to go onto the backup line, so we had no team radio, we had no timing screens. Apart from one, we had one world feed screen that was coming through on a different network to normal. Had no sound effects, nothing. And eventually, after about half an hour, it all came back on again. The reason for the loss of connection, somebody had dropped a portaloo onto the fibre optic cables going back to the TV compound. A man had turned up in a low loader, taken the portaloo off the back of the truck and plonked it down on our cables.
Most technologically advanced sport in the world.
Yeah, correct. We were taken off air because of a toilet. Make of that what you will. You can pick up.
Not
Bernie,
making anything out of that, Bernie.
Oh, sorry, I was. And another World Crofty, but I was reminded of.
She was bored of your toilet story, Bernie.
Give up.
Tuned out.
Bernie's like, I'm not doing toilet humour today.
I didn't know where to go with that one, Crofty, but
neither did we.
I think that
especially when they remove the toilet.
I think from our side, you know, that is, we talk so much about testing these cars, proving out any suspension aero setup, for example, but one of the things that we don't really talk about is the teams proving out things. And, you know, I've had it at Silverstone when I was with Aston Martin, Force India. That is the closest we will ever be to our factory. And at one point in qualifying, the pit wall went down and the link to the factory went down. And we had no data, no timing. So I remember on the pit wall counting the number of times our car had went past the end of our pit wall in order to see what sort of run plan we were doing in qualifying. And to add to that, it was wet. But that was one of those situations where you can't be any closer to the factory. You can't be in what you think is a more safe position. And yet, still the systems go wrong. So there's lots of important tests going on in the background here that we don't necessarily see all of them, but we do when something goes wrong.
Yeah, I agree. My pit wall got too hot in the Malaysian Grand Prix in 2017 and everything turned off. I'd written out like a paper kind of, you know, like lap chart every race of the last 100 because I was told to do that, you know, as a backup, and I was actually quite happy I finally got to use this piece of paper. We were last, we started last, we finished last, but I knew where the car was on track and I boxed it to jump a blue flag, and I was really rather proud of myself. I was so happy that I finally got to use my paper backup. But I had a very high phone bill because that was the only way I could get anything kind of resembling like a page one timing. So the screens that we were using the comms box to even see where we were was by using phone data. And I don't think it got reimbursed in expenses.
What?
It's outrageous.
You need Dr. Crofty. He's the master of reimbursing.
But yeah, I can understand the fear from Bernie. It's just it's the worst thing in the world where the numbers all go black on the screen.
We do rely on these screens a lot. Unlike a lot of sports, you can't see the whole field of play in front of you, or if you're sat at the pit wall, anything. I know you need to be there, you know, to be in the thick of the action there in front of the cameras and stuff.
But you know what is funny? Listening to these stories, it's like the worst thing in the world, and you know, the cars are still going round and round.
Yeah.
That's actually the most important bit. It's when you have the, like, what we had the other day, that was properly scary when the circuit lights went down.
Correct.
With no backup. To me, that is when everybody's lost, because the drivers will have no, it would happen now, considering how dark it is, they would have no idea where they are.
Well, and I did say that yesterday,
yeah.
You know, when we were talking about it, and there surely must be a backup system that would kick in straight away. Otherwise, we shouldn't really be doing nighttime races.
Yeah. If they follow the rail lights, the first one gets lost into the oasis. They all follow him into the oasis.
Bernie,
Go on, Bernie. Come on in.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, you know, unfortunately, I'd just made my way to the edge of the track to watch some track action at that point when the lights went down. And like you say, there didn't seem to be any backup track floodlights. But the one thing to say to people at home who are thinking about it is all of the panels, so the light panels that show the red flags, or the green flags as it would be, we've often seen them on either side of the track to give the drivers information. All of those still worked because those are generally ran of individual generators at each light, so they're on a very separate system. Now that wouldn't be enough to guide you around the track at this sort of level of darkness, but it was enough to give the driver that red flag information. So some of the safety systems to the car, particularly those light panels, did continue to operate. So the floodlights did all go down, but some of the other systems did remain up.
Yeah, absolutely. They're on a different system, and at least they were still working. But I think the important point you make there, not enough to, you know, give the drivers any sort of decent light. So if you're barreling into turn one and the lights go out at the wrong moment, you're slamming on the brakes and hoping that you're stopping somewhere safe in time.
I know I took us down this particular rabbit hole, but I will take the opportunity to pivot us back, Crofty, because we're into the final 10 minutes. So I feel like we should...
Well, we are in half a minute, yes.
We should be, you know, summarising or...
Well, I did start kind of doing that when I asked the question, do you think the pecking order's changed much? But
yeah.
Where do you want to go on the summary?
I think, should we have a couple of clear takeaways?
So we used to play a game at the end of which we can now play together. So because it's about, you know, obviously P1 to P10 is boring. It's what everyone asks is, who do you think is the happiest team at the end of testing, and who do you think is the saddest team at the end of testing? So that's obviously about your relative improvement. So I think that's quite a good one.
Good game.
Good game to play.
Will you go first then?
I'm in charge, so I'm going to go last.
Right. It's just like I'm asking the questions. I bet you do that with family Christmas quizzes, don't you?
I've actually been banned from all of them, so yeah.
Okay, I will go. I think the happiest will be McLaren, because it's a circuit where historically they've not been great at. Admittedly, it's a colder, you know, run of days than we've had and we'll have when we come back for the race, but in general, they've carried on where they ended last season. So I think they would go away being the happiest.
I'm going to disagree with you.
Okay.
I think they're the most satisfied, but I think happiest, because I think relative to what they would have been expected, happiest Ferrari.
Okay.
Because there's a big integration at Ferrari with car number 44, and it's all gone very well. He's happy, the team are happy, the headline times have been good, the race runs weren't too bad either. I think Ferrari are the happiest.
Okay. Bernie?
Yeah, so I'd agree with you, Crofty. I would say that I think Ferrari are pretty happy. I think that Lewis has settled in there really well, and a lot of the lap times look really comparable between Lewis and Leclerc that I've seen so far. So I agree, Ferrari the happiest.
Love it. Ruth, I know it's your game.
Yeah, I think it's tough between Ferrari and McLaren, but I saw a rather smirky Lando Norris.
Smirky ladies is just a happy chap.
He looks like a happy chappy. So I'm gonna go for a marginally pip to the post. I'm gonna say McLaren marginally the happiest time.
So now you know what happens now. We have to go in reverse order for the saddest.
Saddest
you
team,
go first.
I believe, is Aston Martin, because both of them, they've not really got the mileage that they would have liked to know. They don't really have a good reference on either high fuel or low fuel, and it's a really pivotal year for them going into 2026. So obviously things can change, but I think at the end of the test, they're going to be the saddest team on the plane, which needs to be fact-checked by Bernie, by the way. So you actually have to let us know.
Before we go to Bernie, Oscar Piastri had the chance to give us a headline time right at the last, and he went too wide in the final corner. He lost a fair bit in the final sector, and third fastest is his best effort. Bernie, saddest.
I'm the saddest, or you would like the saddest from me?
I'd like the saddest from you, please. You're never the saddest.
I totally agree with Ruth. I think Aston Martin appeared to have had a struggle this weekend. There was glimmers of hope on day one, I think. Particularly the garbage looked pretty settled. But just with the limited run-in, Lance not really getting the time in the car that he might have liked. Their only thing is they've kept their driver lineup, so they should know where they need to go for race one. But I think so. And just to clarify Ruth's point, I will not be fact-checking it, but let's see. You can tell a lot, I think, by airport lounges sometimes.
George Russell, if you see him in the airport lounge, might be smiling, will be smiling. He's just popped in at the last moment, 2 100ths up on this man Max Verstappen with the fastest time of the day, 1:29.545. I turn to Carlos Sainz's times. We're still outside of the fastest time of the test overall, which was set yesterday. But George Russell has got the quickest time today. Saddest team. And I think Aston Martin, our two strategic experts here, might just have nailed that on the head. And today has kind of compounded the sadness a little bit with the inability to get the race run in that they would have wanted to do. Saying that, I'm not sure from where they finished last year, Aston Martin were expecting a big leap up to be 5th best team, which they were in terms of the overall.
But why?
Rester at Mercedes.
But why not?
Simone Rester.
That's what I don't get. You know, this thing of they weren't expecting to be better. Why not?
Well, because of where they finished last year and knowing how much they had to make up because they had dropped back so much. I don't think this year for Aston Martin is a year where they think we're nailed on or we can be 5th. We'd like to be 5th, but I don't think they feel that they're nailed on to be 5th because of how far back they went. So whilst I agree with Bernie and Ruth, I am going to pick another name, and I'm going to say Racing Bulls, because I don't think Racing Bulls, I don't think they're in desperate straits, but I don't see anything that makes me think this car will come alive and be electric and be on the fringes of that top 10 for a Q3. Which is where I think they want to be.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've not seen anything magical on the Racing Bulls for long runs and things like that. And Hajar's runs, the car still looks a bit edgy and a bit scrappy. He just needs more mileage, I guess. But yeah, I mean, the Aston thing is confusing to me though, because they lost their way clearly in terms of development direction last year, but at that point, you're midway through last year, you're losing a direction. You know the next set of rules so the next season is the same set of rules. Surely the objective has got to be to just come back, try and course correct, because if you've got a fundamental correlation issue between the design and the execution on the track, that's whatever the rules are, that's going to be a problem that you need to resolve.
Yeah.
And so to me, I would view this year as an absolute opportunity to try and course correct it somehow.
But I'm not sure it was a correlation issue.
Well, I don't
think it was. I think it was a directional issue, as in they took themselves down a direction of development that wasn't working, and then tried to compound it by going even greater into that direction. Yeah. And everything they were saying about this car was reversing away from that direction that they were going down last year.
Yeah, but I mean, Bernie, I'd like to, bring you and Ruth in on this. I mean, I look at it and go, Austin, for example, right? They brought a raft of new bits, and they've spent 8 weeks probably in the run-in from design to manufacturing. Yeah. Validating those parts, 8 to 10 weeks producing those bits. In a cost cap era, you're not going to produce physically those things and stick it on the car unless you had information from the tunnel or CFD that told you it was better, right? Like, why would you go through the cost of making it or the time and effort of making it if you didn't think it was going to deliver performance?
Bernie, come on in.
Yeah, so annoyingly my camera's not come back up, so I can't see you guys to make sure I'm not speaking over Ruth, but yeah, I do agree with you, Corinne. At the moment we are not in a position where teams can make 2 front wings, for example, and then test it on a car and carry forward the one that's better. They should only be making components if they believe they're bringing performance to the car, and we've seen that time and time again from teams. So, that does scream of a correlation issue. Potentially it also screams of a team that feels under pressure to bring upgrades to the car, even if they maybe aren't sure that they're going to definitely bring performance. So, it's not clear really which way. We never are privy to that information. One, slight thing is, Ted's mentioned a few times, I don't know if he's still online or not, but Ted's mentioned a few times about how maybe plain the Aston Martin looks. So maybe it is leaving scope for development when said aero designer comes online next week. And
he's going to have to get drawing fast if that's what the intention is.
But if your car is more a clean sheet of paper, then you can very quickly add to it. Whereas if your car is quite complex, you end up having to change your rear wing in order to upgrade a front wing, whereas if it's clean sheet, you can just add bits to it continuously, and maybe that's a quicker development direction if that's what you're thinking of doing. But it's not clear to me. I'm not an aerodynamicist, so I'd rather not get too far down that road.
Thanks, Bernie. Ruth has got some race simulation traces for us.
Yeah, wise words from Bernie, as always. And yeah, we've looked at today's race sims. Now, yesterday, all of our big 4 teams did a race sim with Lando Norris out in front of the Red Bull, with Lawson, with Antonelli, and with Charles. Today, we've only had 2 of the teams of those big 4 come and do the race sims. Once again, it is Piastri out in front. And actually, the Piastri to Russell gap is about 4/10 a lap. Yesterday, the Lando to Antonelli gap was about 5/10 a lap. So even though we can't compare, as Bernie showed earlier with our strategy tag team, that the track is very different day 2 to day 3, actually the shape of today, at least between the McLaren and the Mercedes, is pretty similar. Now, there's no red line on here, and there's no I think so. We still have a question mark over Red Bull and Ferrari going into Melbourne Grand Prix.
Lewis Hamilton only did 47 laps in the afternoon session, so whilst Ferrari are happy, that's probably not as many as they would want him to have done. Your basic headline is that whilst the conditions, whilst the location might have changed a bit, the story's the same in terms of race runs today. McLaren have a decent 4/10 advantage over Mercedes.
I think Ferrari have had some sort of a problem, because he's not run for the last little while, has he? He did a 5-lap run, and then he's not been seen on track for the last hour or so. We saw the screens up. We haven't had any information come from Ferrari of what the problem was, but clearly they've had to cut their running short, which is suboptimal. I think just looking at that graph that Ruth presented there, you could see the first stint, Russell dropped away, but actually the gap, at the beginning and the end of the second stint wasn't opening up too much, and a little bit maybe in the third. But, and we know they started on the softer C3 tyre, went to the harder one. So clearly, in terms of tyre deck, and that's what I can sort of surmise out of this, is Mercedes was struggling more with a softer tyre in terms of deck, but actually on the harder tyre, they weren't that far away from the McLaren. They were able to sort of track the pace.
And also, let's just recap a little bit here. McLaren and Mercedes both got both drivers to do a race sim. Red Bull had neither driver doing a race sim. Liam Lawson yesterday, did he do a race sim?
No, he only did 2 stints. He did a 20 and a 24. He didn't do a full. Right. He did 2 stints on the hard.
So neither driver did a race sim at Red Bull, and at Ferrari, Charles Leclerc did a race sim. Lewis Hamilton didn't manage
Hasn't had a chance yet.
So that...
My headline is advantage McLaren, but there's still 3 teams that are pretty close, so you can't count them out.
Every year we sit here for 3 days and we promise answers.
We said advantage McLaren. That was a conclusion.
That was a conclusion. But it was a conclusion with a but. George Russell's going to do a practice start on the grid, as they are entitled to do so. What the last 3 days has done, of course, is just to whet our appetite even more for the start of the season, and it is coming your way. Ladies and gentlemen, in Melbourne, we are going to be there very, very soon. The weekend of the 14th, 15th and 16th of March. The Australian Grand Prix, back down under for the first race of the season. As lovely as it is to be in Bahrain for the first race, that is one heck of a festival down in Albert Park, and a fine, fine place to have a first race of the season to kick off the 75th year celebrations. Let's have a listen to George Russell's race start. Oh, let's not. Let's go off board and watch it. Let's take this time. Pretty good. Not too much wheel spin.
No.
Seemed all right to me. Fernando Alonso decided not to do a practice start on the grid. He dived into the pit lane. Don't forget, Ted will be with the notebook rounding up everything today, and I'm sure on his way to Ferrari at the moment to see what the issue was. We saw the screens out for Lewis Hamilton. Lappage of the day goes to Alex Albon, 137 laps in terms of the individual driver. Max Verstappen had 81 laps. He was doing the whole day here. George Russell put 91 laps in, so it's 152 laps across the two Mercedes drivers. Esteban Ocon, 103 laps for Esteban Ocon. So despite a little spin we saw towards the end, he got an awful lot in. Max is still in his car, starting the debrief, having the chat, and just having a few photos taken while he sits in that car with Tomo, the Red Bull photographer, getting up close and personal, as they say. 85 laps for Oscar Piastri this afternoon. 84 laps for Pierre Gasly, who had the fastest time at one stage. But the darkness has descended, the lights are on, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is that for testing. 3 days in Bahrain, unseasonably cold temperatures. We even had rain as well. George Russell, fastest overall today, 0.02 of a second clear of Max Verstappen. Alex Albon, a 1/10 of a second back in third place for Williams. Oscar Piastri and Pierre Gasly completing the top 5, who were separated by half a second. C4 tyres for Alex Albon, by the way. C3 for George Russell. Lando Norris in the morning session, 11th fastest overall. Lance Stroll was due to come back this afternoon and do a full afternoon. He didn't. Fernando Alonso had to step in after Lance had put in 34 laps. So we wish him the best. And, well, let's recap on an exciting 3 days of testing here at the Sakir circuit, where you can see to the left-hand side the Sakir track that we raced on back in 2020. Various configurations here, but it's the Grand Prix circuit that we were testing around 3 full days. It's Carlos Sainz who had the fastest time overall. George Russell ended the day on top for Mercedes.